want to stick to our plans, at least in the beginning. Okay. Okay. Okay, I'll just start. Dear comrades, thank you for being here. Thank you for showing up, for traveling long distances, for standing firm and for choosing to be part of this Congress, which speaks with clarity and courage in a time of genocide and of war with Iran. This Congress was initiated by Jewish anti-Zionists, but it is intended as a gathering for all who stand for justice and for the liberation of Palestine. Participants have come from Mexico, the United States, Europe, Indonesia, and many other places, united by a shared refusal to stand silent and by a simple conviction: never again means never again for everyone. Solidarity knows no borders. This gathering was born out of grief, urgency, and determination. It began with the Austrian Jewish Anti-Zionist Declaration, a clear rejection of Zionism, written in the very country where Theodor Herzl launched Zionism as a racist and colonial ideology, and where decades later the vast the founder of Zionism, once again placing itself on the wrong side of history. This celebration of Herzl goes hand in hand here in Vienna to its present reality, is a racist, nationalist, and colonial ideology. It is this ideology that has brought about the genocide broadcast in real time before our eyes. But the genocide in Gaza is not an exception. It is part of a long, conscious process of ethnic cleansing and began in 1948. It has happened before and it is happening now. What we are witnessing today is a scale of violence and cruelty without precedent. That is why we have come together, not only in response to the ongoing genocide, but because we know that it is rooted in a system. We are here to act urgently, collectively, and with intention, not only to stop what is happening now, but to uproot Zionism itself and to dismantle the structures that sustain it. We believe that our struggles matter. Thank you. That resistance matters, and that together we can and will change this reality. Dedicated to the oath of the survivors of Mauthausen's concentration camp, handed down to us as a testimony of resistance against Nazi fascism, we follow their universal legacy and reiterate their message. The permanence in the camp lasting years has reinforced in our minds the knowledge of the value of brotherhood among the people of all nations. True to these ideals, we make a solemn oath to continue to fight, firm and united, against imperialism and against the instigation of hatred between people. It is our duty to hold on to hope, not as an emotion, but as a political commitment. Despair and hopelessness are tools of oppression. They paralyze us and attempt to break our will to continue. But we are here because we refuse to give up the struggle for a free Palestine. We want to thank everyone who made it to this Congress and who made this Congress possible. Many whose names we cannot list here, but whose work, care, and commitment have brought us to this moment. Thank you all, so to all the speakers, for your clarity, labor, and your unwavering dedication. And thank you to the owner of this venue for making this space available to us. Please applaud. Yusuf. Let this Congress be a space of connection, of thinking and rethinking, of exchange, and above all, of determination to continue the fight. Now we welcome Sami Ayad, representative of the Palestinian community in Austria, whose family and he himself were displaced during the Nakba, to share his words.
Thank you very much, but I will speak in German. I forgot my English after 65 years here. Meine Damen und Herren, liebe Freunde, ich begrüße Sie alle hier auf diesem Kongress, Kongress des Antizionismus und des Antifaschismus, aber niemals Kongress des Antisemitismus oder Antijudismus. Judentum ist die Basis des Christentums und des Islams. Der Zionismus muss aufhören, des Antisemitismus Keule zu benutzen und das Leid der Juden durch die Nazis zu missbrauchen und ihre Gräueltaten gegen die Palästinenser zu rechtfertigen. Liebe Freunde, ich bin 1944 in Jaffa geboren und habe die Vertreibung am eigenen Leib erlebt. Wir müssten, meine Eltern und 9 Kinder, nur mit dem, was wir am Leib anhatten, sofort fliehen, nachdem die Vororte von Jaffa angegriffen worden waren und die Bewohner alle getötet waren. Mein Vater saß weinend am Ende des Lastwagens vor uns mit den älteren Geschwistern. Wir Kinder mit Cousins und Cousinen fuhren mit meinem Onkel in einem PKW hinterher. Mein Vater hoffte, eine Woche oder 10 Tage zurückzukehren. Und daraus wurde, wie Sie sehen, 77 Jahre. Wir waren 9 Geschwister und hatten später zerstreut auf der Welt 6 verschiedene Staatsbürgerschaften. 3 sind staatenlos geblieben, 2 sind leider gestorben. Aha. Okay. 3 sind staatenlos geblieben, 2 sind leider gestorben und eine Schwester lebt in Kairo. Sie kriegt für kein Land ein Visum, kann nirgends hin verreisen und hat keine Rechte. Und das soll jetzt mit 5 Millionen Palästinenser in Westbank und Gaza geschehen. 5 Millionen Staatenlose, egal wo man sie hinschickt oder vertreiben will. 5 Millionen sollen ihre Heimat, ihre Olivenhaine, ihre Plantagen und ihre Häuser verlassen, damit eine faschistische Ideologie ihren Traum verwirklichen kann auf Kosten der Würde der Menschen. Meine Damen und Herren und liebe Freunde, 1917, Belfort-Versprechen, lebten in Palästina 52.000 Juden. Der Zionismus wusste, dass es so wenig Juden, kein Staat entstehen könnte. Ihre Agenten überall versuchten, die Juden zu animieren, nach Palästina zu kommen. Aber der Großteil war zufrieden. Hallo? Ja. Jetzt geht's. Jetzt geht's. Die zionistischen Agenten überall versuchten, die Juden zu animieren, nach Palästina zu kommen. Aber der Großteil war ja zufrieden, wo sie lebten. 1922 lebten dann 84.000 in Palästina. Noch immer zu wenig für eine Staatsgründung. Und 1931, bei Beginn der politischen Veränderungen in Europa, stieg die Zahl auf 174.000.
Wir machen es nacheinander. Machen wir kurz Pause und lassen übersetzen.
Okay.
I'm sorry for the translation. It's a trial. We will get better. The translation, we do it consecutive, so please translate to English. Okay, I think it doesn't work, so we will take Sami's speech and make it available to all of you who speak English. I'm sorry.
Also es war noch immer zu wenig für eine Staatsgründung. 1931, bei Beginn der politischen Veränderungen in Europa, stieg die Zahl auf 174.000. Und nach dem Holocaust waren dann 450.000, hauptsächlich aus Osteuropa und Deutschland. Die Flucht nach Palästina, liebe Freunde, war also niemals aus religiösen Gründen geschehen. Sonst wäre das schon 1917 passiert. Aber der Zionismus wusste, wie sie die Ängste der Menschen ausnutzen kann, um ihre fanatische Ideologie umzusetzen. Und geschichtlich gesehen sind die Christen und Moslem von heute eigentlich die Nachkommen von den Juden von damals. Deshalb sind auf der Welt ca. 14 Millionen Juden, aber über 3 Milliarden Christen und Moslems. Meine Freunde, viele Epochen der Geschichte zeigen, wie gut das Zusammenleben zwischen Christen, Juden und Muslimen funktionierte. Man suchte das Gemeinsame und baut darauf auf. Aber die Faschisten und die Fanatiker suchten das Trennende und bauten ihre Hass und die fanatische Ideologie darauf auf. Wir sind hier, um den Zionismus zu entlarven und eine Riegel vor ihre Machenschaften zu schieben. Und ich wünsche Ihnen gutes Gelingen und danke für die Aufmerksamkeit.
Thank you, Sami. I'm sorry that it didn't work out. We will improve, promise. There will be, you of course will understand also German. Now I want to invite Ronny Barkan to give some words. Ronny is an activist, co-founder from Boycott from Within and committed voice in the struggle for Palestinian liberation. Ronny.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for coming here. Thank you to the press who is here and is doing their job. This is not to be taken lightly. We are really appreciative of your presence here. Thank you to the wonderful venue owner who allowed us to use this premise. And apologies for the technical difficulties. We are working on that. That means that my speech will be a little shorter to save time and to go according to the plan, to the timetable. We are here on the Jewish-Anti-Zionist Congress. What is Jewish about it? Think about South Africa. A bunch of white folks organizing an anti-apartheid conference during apartheid in South Africa. It is not about discussing Judaism. It is not about identity politics. That is an issue in itself, which is important, but this is not what this conference is about. This conference is about gathering all of us, those among the privileged group that the Zionist state claims to speak on our behalf, our Palestinian partners, and all the millions and millions of allies from around the world gather together to take a clear stand, but not only to take a clear stand, to take action. It is very important, especially these days, to take action. So thank you for coming here, but your job is not done. It is just starting. We are here to work over the following weekend. We have a packed program. Please get acquainted with the program and try to participate as much as you can. We will have a lot of audience input. There will be an open mic session. The entire Sunday will be dedicated to audience input, because it is not only an academic discussion that we are having here. We would like to gather the different forces, the political forces, the activists, everyone, all of us, to unite in order to put fuel to push forward this movement that needs to challenge and to abolish Zionism. And this is not a new thing. We are simply following a legacy. Thank you, Marco, who did amazing work here, but I appreciate most these flowers here on the table. We have the white roses and the yellow daffodils. We are following the legacy of the Weiße Rose, the yellow daffodils that Marek Edelman introduced to commemorate the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising, and we are following in their footsteps. I said I will not take up much of your time. Again, dear press who is here, we will be holding a press conference at 2:15 during the lunch break up here. You're all invited to the press conference. And as for the rest, we have some videos for you to follow. Thank you.
Thank you, Ronnie. And of course, it's not the lunch break for the press, but the coffee break. We had originally planned to speak live with Dr. Mohammed Salha, the director of Al-Auda Hospital in northern Gaza. Unfortunately, this is no longer possible. The Israeli occupation forces have cut the last remaining internet connection to Gaza. Instead, we will now share a video message that Dr. Salha recorded earlier before the blackout. He and his team are working under unimaginable conditions, treating the wounded under fire with hardly any supplies left. While preparing this event, I exchanged a few messages with his assistant Khaled Al-Khilo. At one point, I asked him how he was, even though I knew that this is a question that is almost impossible to answer under the circumstances. Still, his reply stayed with me. He said, "We are doing well as long as we have people like you, defenders and supporters standing with us. I'm proud to know you." Since then, I haven't heard from him again. With the last internet cable destroyed, Gaza has been cut off from the world. We now fear that the situation on the ground will drastically worsen and that even more devastating attacks may follow. That makes it all the more important to listen closely to what Dr. Salha was able to share with us. Please note that some parts of the video might be emotionally difficult.
Hello everybody, I want to thank you for this invitation to participate with you in this conference. Actually, I want to speak about the health sector in the Gaza Strip. The Israeli occupation forces since 7 of October 2023 till now, they are targeting the health sector, and they are directly targeting the hospitals. More than 70% of the hospitals in Gaza Strip out of service, and the rest of hospitals is working with a very difficult situation. The last hospital is out of service is Al-Auda Hospital, which is in the northern Gaza Strip. The Israeli occupation forces in 29 of May 2025 forced us to evacuate after 600 days. Auda Hospital is not evacuation, and the Al-Auda Hospital is affected by the Israeli occupation forces. They are sieged Al-Auda 4 times, and they are bombing and targeting Al-Auda Hospital more than 28 times. They are destroying our 2 inpatient departments. They are destroying our solar system, and they are destroying the fuel, the tank of fuel, the tanks of water. They are targeting 2 hospitals. They are targeting also our central store, and they are firing all our central store in 22nd of May 2025 when they are entering to the northern Gaza Strip and destroyed all the infrastructure in the northern Gaza Strip, and also targeting Al-Auda Hospital. Actually, also during the siege, the Israeli occupation forces are killed 6 of our medical staff, 3 of them by a shell, and 3 of them by sniper, and a lot of our injuries is from our staff. More than 30 of our staff are injured, and the Israeli occupation forces till now they are targeting the health sectors because they need from this sector to be out of service, because they know that if there is health sector, so the people they will stay in this area. So because of that, they are targeting the health sector. Also, the Israeli occupation forces now more than 100 days till now they are totally sieged the Gaza Strip. Nothing is related to humanitarian aids, medical aids, fuel. There is no medication, medical supplies, and the fuel entered since 2 of March 2025 till now. The Israeli occupation forces still refuse to and not giving approval to the WHO and the international community to enter the medication, medical supplies, and the fuel. قطعها هذه قطعة أولى.
Good evening. make. Hang on a minute. I'm not actually Jewish. I just thought I should come clean. Because this is the first Jewish anti-Zionist Congress. I'm not going to make a speech because you've been listening to lots of them. But what I am going to do is share the lyrics to a song I've been working on. It's called When Voices Join in Harmony. I just want that one thing, when voices join in harmony. And in that fleeting moment, when meaning coalesces there, all dark dissolving clouds, the alleyways no more. And fresh bread scent of home pervades the air. No sandal soles in dust of broken homes peep bloody from the garment hem. And all the big parades and shock and awe and swagger on the carrier deck and medals jangle helpless in the face of what is fair. Give me an oh yeah. Join us in harmony. I remember you well, where you stood, where you fell. You were brutally slain, but your spirits remain. Rachel Corrie and Shireen Abu Akleh. Mariella Franco, Sophie Skoll, Anne Frank, Iman Alhams. So many sisters from so many lands. Oh, my sisters, help me to open their eyes. From up in the penthouse, we must all look like ants to them. Wake up, motherfuckers. We are women and men. Well up, unashamed, my bleeding heart. Give me an oh yeah. Join us in harmony. And then, across the great divide, come men and women, unafraid to dash in loss their bracelets at the wall. When voices join in harmony and we turn the final page, when man evolves beyond the crass and reason comes of age, and dogma and witchcraft and cant and propaganda and Palantir and Lockheed and Grumman and Chevron and Exxon and Pfizer and the oligarchs and misers say, we're sorry that we done it, mummy. We only done it for the fucking money. Oh yeah, just for the money. Oh yeah, just for the cash. But with voices joined in harmony, we can make a mighty sound. We can follow our moral compass. We can kick up an almighty rumpus, and we will find 10,000 new voices in every crowd. And when all those new voices are joined in harmony, standing shoulder to shoulder from the river to the sea, people from every nation will hear that joyful sound. Ordinary people just standing their ground. And together, these ordinary people, together, they will turn this ship around. And that's my song. And I so wish I was there with you, but I can't be. But I am going to share this with you. This morning, in the mail, somebody sent me a painting. And it's from Caitlin Johnson, who most of you know, from Melbourne in Australia. And on the back it says, it's up to each of us how we respond to the Gaza Holocaust. Caitlin Johnson, March 25, portrait. And that one of you will recognise this, of Francesca Albanese. There she is. So there we are, my darling. Thank you, Caitlin. Thank you for having me, letting me share my song. Love you. We shall overcome.
Appointed United Nations Special Rapporteur on the occupied Palestinian territories for a 3-year term. This year, actually in April, she was appointed for 3 more years. She is the first woman appointed to this position. We are all proud of her, and she will speak to us about the situation. Albanese has been critical of Israeli occupation of the Palestinian territories and recommended in her first report that UN member states develop a plan to end occupation and apartheid. After the 2023 Israeli invasion of the Gaza Strip, she called for an immediate ceasefire and warned that Palestinians in Gaza were at a risk of ethnic cleansing. On March 26, 2024, Albanese reported to UN Human Rights Council that Israel's actions in Gaza amounted to genocide. There is no argument about that anymore. Francesca, please join us. Sorry about the delay. It will be a minute or two. Apologies, there are some technical problems, and we will continue with the first speaker, Dr. Radha Kami. Give her a big hand, please. Radha Kami is a Palestinian physician, writer, and political activist. She held a number of research appointments on Middle Eastern politics and culture at the School of Oriental and African Studies in London and in universities of Durham and Leeds. Radha Kami is a research fellow at the Institute of Arab and Islamic Studies, University of Exeter. Her books include Married to Another Man, In Search of Fatima, and her book, One State, The Only Democratic Future for Palestine-Israel, was published in 2023, shortly before the 7th of October. I'm glad to tell you that her latest book is an innovative novel called Murjana, about life in Baghdad in the 10th century. Radha Kami.
Hello, everyone. Yeah, okay, it works. Just wanted one small correction in the delightful introduction that Haim gave me. I am not at the University of Exeter anymore. That was formerly. So I was formerly a research fellow, but I am not now associated with the university. Now, should I stand here? It looks as if it's about to fall off, but... I hope you can see me, because I'm... first of all, it's very nice to welcome such a large audience to this first Jewish Anti-Zionist Congress. It's a very welcome initiative, and I really applaud it as a Palestinian who is the victim of Zionism. But far more really, not so much as a victim of Zionism as a Palestinian, but as a human being who has been a lifelong fighter against evil. Because I tell you, all the detailing of settler colonialism, imperial interests, whatever, it's summed up really in evil. Zionism is evil. There's no question about it. And if you are against evil, then you must be against Zionism. Now, having said all that and welcomed this initiative, I really want to be frank with you. I did not want to be here. This has nothing to do with commending you for this wonderful and courageous step. But I believe very much that the fight against Zionism is primarily an intra-Jewish affair in which the Palestinians should have no part. It is for Jews it is for Jews themselves to turn away from Zionism, to recognize the harm it has done them, to see how it has encouraged de-assimilation among settled Jewish communities throughout the world, and has obliged them to split their allegiances and sense of belonging between a foreign country, Israel, and the place where they have always lived. That realization, in my opinion, needs to spread far and wide amongst Jews. It is the task of anti-Zionist Jews who have seen the light to do this work, and only they can do it. You know, you understand, of course, that many people who are not Jewish disown, fight against Zionism, are against it, etc. It doesn't have the same credibility as that of Jews who have turned away from Zionism or who never believed in it in the first place. Well, you know, for us Palestinians, anti-Zionism is not news. It is in our blood. We fought Zionism since before 1948, when it became clear that a foreign political force was snaking its way into our homeland with malign intent. Just how malign it would turn out to be was outside our imaginations at the time. But over the subsequent decades, Zionism would reveal its true nature. But even then, you see, there was a kind of liberal veneer to Zionism, which really fooled a lot of people, and particularly the Palestinian leadership in 1993, and got them to sign the Oslo Agreement. There was an idea, it grew up, this idea, that there are different kinds of Zionism, that you could have liberal, you could have liberal, almost very friendly types of Zionism, which really served Western apologists for Israel and served to beautify the ugly facts of what really happened. So for us Palestinians, there are not different types of Zionism. There is no liberal Zionism. In fact, I would say liberal Zionism is the most pernicious of all the so-called types of Zionism, precisely because it enables, particularly in the West, supporters of the Jewish state to feel better about their support for what is, in fact, this entity which has now shown itself. to be. And that should have, you know, that lesson should have been learned much sooner than this. As the noose was tightened around Gaza and became a stifling siege as from 2007 onwards, and the West Bank's geographic continuity was increasingly disrupted by settlements and land theft. All the time, Israel's creeping colonial expansion was tolerated and abetted by the West and compounded by Arab weakness. In case anybody thinks in this critique that there is anything, I have a good word to say for the role of the Arab states, please don't ever make that mistake. You see, if you think about it, with these alignments in place, as I've described, and the impunity that was lavished on Israel from the beginning, the genocide in Gaza and the accompanying assault on the West Bank should have been no surprise. As things stand, and if no one stops Israel, it is poised to empty the land of its Palestinian inhabitants, which it has always longed to do. I do not put this outside the realms of possibility. Really, I don't. If you look at the reality, you look at what's been happening, why on earth should Israel stop what it's doing now? There's no pressure on it. And you can see that overnight it's attacked Iran. People are wringing their hands, but nobody's doing anything about it. So why wouldn't it go ahead and do everything that it needs to do? Now, in this dreadful story, you know, what has been signally missing was the anti-Zionist Jewish factor. What a difference such Jewish allies would have made to us. There's been a growing number of Jews, I'm well aware, who now stand up against Zionism. They are still, despite the welcome spectacle of seeing you all here, there are still a minority, a small minority, in Israel and in the world outside. The majority of Jews, even now, still either actively or passively support Israel. And that is the truth. Today, you know, you have to ask yourself, how on earth would Israel have become so powerful in Europe and the US without these accomplices, these Jewish accomplices? I don't think it's simply not possible. And you know, today, it's easier to criticize God than say a bad word about Israel. And the gag on free speech about Palestine has never been stronger. You know, in saying what I've just said, I'm just recapping, that I think the ball is in your hands. It's Jews who have to lead this anti-Zionist struggle. It's Jews who have to work on it. And, you know, don't think that I underestimate the difficulty of the task. But one thing I would urge you, please don't mix the struggle against Zionism with, quote, being nice to Palestinians. They're not the same thing. And although Palestinians will benefit from the Jewish anti-Zionist struggle, it will be an effect of that struggle, not the aim. And I really cannot stress too strongly, this is not about solidarity with the Palestinian people, although that exists, I know that, and it's welcome. And this is not about feeling sorry for Palestinians and trying to help them. It's not about that. It's actually about Jewish integrity. The fact that if you wish to consider yourself a moral human being, you cannot support Zionism. And it's about your sense of yourselves as people of integrity who have a strong moral sense and oppose systems like Zionism. And that's what it's really about. So back to the fact that there are difficulties, I would never underestimate that. I know how hard it is. Because one of the things, and here I'm wading into areas which are not my speciality, and I don't want to put people's backs up, but if you look at the question of Jewish identity, and I know that Ronnie said something about this isn't to do with Jewish identity. It is, actually. It's very much to do with Jewish identity. Now, insofar as my understanding is, there is no definition of what is a Jew except by reference to religion, there's a very big problem for those Jews or those people who do not identify with Judaism. Where are they going to go? Well, we know that they've solved the problem, inverted commas, they've solved, by reference to tribalism. The fact that Jews may not be religious, may not have any allegiance to religion, but they remain Jews, hence the expression secular Jew, which doesn't mean anything to me. But the expression secular Jew refers to this feeling of tribalism, which many Jews really believe, that they are members of a tribe. And I say this from my own experience. In dealing with many, many Jews in my life, that very powerful sense, that was a very powerful sense that I've always had, that Jews feel somehow different, that they are members of some other collective. And it's not a religious collective. The best way I can describe it is that it is a tribe. And that is why there's been such a big hunt for Jewish DNA by genetic studies to try to underpin, to give a biological basis for Zionism. Here, look, I understand that. In the absence of religion, in the absence of shedding tribalism, what are you going to do? Who are you going to become? And I tell you that where we go from here is a transition from tribalism and specialness to universalism. That's a huge challenge, but it is essential. When Jewish identity is no longer bound up with tribe, and Jews can become, quote, people with a Jewish background, close quote. That is somebody who's British from a Jewish background, somebody who's French from a Jewish background, somebody who's Austrian from a Jewish background. That will be proper emancipation. And when that day arrives, that the current position is reversed, more Jews oppose Zionism than support it, it will be the day when Palestine is truly free.
I'm told that Francesca is waiting for us to start her. Francesca, I already introduced you. The stage is yours. Welcome, Francesca, please. Please start, Francesca. Just a minute. Can we sort this out?
hear you.
These problems are not unusual, but I hope it won't take a long time to resolve.
Can you hear me?
Maybe she's listening to you. Can you try again?
Can you hear me, Francesca?
Yes, I can.
Yeah. Can you put the sound up a bit when Francesca speaks? Thank you.
I can try to raise my voice. Bring Piers Morgan and I will raise my voice.
We can hear you, Francesca.
Okay, can you hear me? Yeah. I just see the olive tree. Everyone has disappeared, but okay. Hi. Okay, I'll start. Hello, everyone, and it's a true pleasure and an honor to be with you today, albeit from Tunisia. And I want to salute all the panelists who are sharing this space with me, and particularly I understand that Rima Hassan is with you, and I would like to salute her in particular for the odyssey, to put it nicely, that she has gone through, and I'm just glad to see her back and surely ready to continue the struggle. It's been very painful to follow what has happened to her and to her comrades for humanity and justice on the Madeleine. Hopefully there will be many more Madeleines in the days and days to come, and hopefully navies and ships from member states. However, and I would like to thank all those who have worked to make this Congress possible. And to go straight to the question, why this Congress now? Yes, indeed, why not before? But this is not the point now. Let's focus on why it's so critical that it takes place now. And there are two things that come to mind. The first is that, excuse me, there is some echo. If the technicians can fix it, because it's very annoying to hear my voice as I speak. Thank you. So this Congress is critical now because human rights require so. If 80 years of struggles, of popular struggles and recognitions of people's equal rights means something, today is the test. And I know all the criticism to international law. I'm familiar with it. I mean, I'm a critical legal scholar, so I know that international law comes from colonial roots, and so does medicine, and so does architecture, as long as it comes and it's imposed from this part of the world. At the same time, international law has changed over time, and human rights are the part of the system that is more geared to protect all of us. And in fact, one of the silver lining of this horrific moment for Palestinians, for the Israelis who, with the Palestinians, are trying to put an end to the genocide, the forever occupation and the apartheid, and for all the others, especially Jewish people who see these horror being predicated upon their safety wherever they are. And I will get back to this. But again, human rights are what we are given to protect ourselves. And I was saying that the silver lining is that never before in history, there has been a global movement, a popular movement, speaking the same language. And that language is articulated across the human rights spectrum. So just from a very ascetic point of view, human rights have won somewhat, in the sense that they have shaped a cultural understanding, or that they have made an imprint in how societies relate to each other. Surely, international law has not served everyone equally, and clearly the Palestinians. But it's not the fact that the enforcement mechanisms have failed doesn't mean that this is enough a reason to throw the tools that we have to deliver justice being just tossed out and thrown away, because this would leave us even more unprotected. How do we manage to say that what Israel does and has been doing for 57 years, for 77 years, since even before existing as a state, is unlawful? Because there is a law. It's not just immoral and irresponsible. It is unlawful. And in our society, there are the tools to fix it. And they have not been used because they have been utterly controlled by power. And this moment, Palestine is putting everything on a test. International law, humanity, and this is why now we need to use all the enforcement mechanisms we have to trigger them. I insist, accountability must be the marching order for all of us. Everyone who has provoked, has contributed, has profited from the genocide of the Palestinians in Gaza and the strangling and the erasure of the rest of Palestine, is to be held accountable. Surely Israeli leaders, those who have executed the genocide, but also European and other Western leaders, and so others in the global South, in the global majority. It's really, we need to use this opportunity as an anti-corruption moment, and to get rid of all those who are not there to serve the interests of the people. And how do we do that? There are different means, and I'm very convinced that we need to stick to peaceful means. And international law is the way to, is one of the tools, in my view, is one of the most effective tools. So bringing people to justice, and with them, head of chief executives of businesses and the corporate sector, the financial sector, who has been profiteering from the genocide of the Palestinians. But this is another chapter, and I will have the chance to present my last findings soon. The second point is humanity. So not only human rights command that you guys have this reflection now, but it's humanity, because somewhat I mean, I guess most of you are Jewish people, and I feel humbled and honored to be invited to your reflection. But look, for decades, the existence of the State of Israel, which has translated because of Zionism, which is I mean, it's not a religion, it's an ideology. Because of Zionism, the existence of the State of Israel has been predicated upon the dispossession, the depredation, the forced displacement of the Palestinians, the continuous humiliation and indignation of a people for generations. This is being done in your name. So you cannot stay. Of course, you cannot stay silent. You cannot stay passive. This is something that concerns you. So who you are is put on a test today. And I know that for many Jewish people, this comes as an internal struggle. And still, problems are there to be resolved, and struggles are there to be won over and overcome. And the response cannot be as Edward Said used to say, one of humanity with a capital H, where we recognize each other for who we are, part of the same group, who look at each other's kids as their own. Again, I often say when people ask me, why are you so engaged? I'm not engaged because of activism. No, I wish I was as courageous as so many activists. I'm just a legal scholar. And at the same time, because I take very seriously the responsibility that I've been given by the United Nations to monitor and document the violations of international law taking place in the occupied Palestinian territory, I cannot stay silent. I cannot rest. I cannot treat this as a white-collar person when an entire people risks to be ultimately erased from the little that remained the remains of their land. And because of this, I say, I do that, of course, out of commitment, out of justice, but ultimately out of humanity, because I, as someone who loves her children more than anyone else, I do not believe, and it pains me to say that, but I do not believe that my children are more worthy than Palestinian children or Israeli children or any other children. As I see what's happening to the Palestinians, I see my brothers and sisters. When I see what's happening to their children, I see my own children. You don't need to be the product of an ideology to feel horrified and tormented and devastated by this genocide. And this is why I also think, and this is my last point, it's also the time to investigate and really open up for a global reflection about that. The very fact that Israel keeps on calling itself the state of the Jewish people and only the Jewish people only is extremely problematic, because it projects the idea that only in a ghetto, being it a state or being it a city or being whatever, only in a ghetto the Jewish people can be protected. No, this shouldn't be an underpinned ideology. I want my Jewish brothers and sisters next to me in my society or in historical Palestine, where they belong. I don't want you to feel unsafe in my society, wherever it is, in Tunisia or in Italy or I want you to feel safe wherever you are. And because of all this, now it's the time to continue and enhance the struggle for human rights. And when I say this is, the word the Palestinians use is liberation. But I want to say, embrace this concept of liberation, not just for the Palestinians, because nothing more than these last 16 months have demonstrated how Israelis themselves, they might be unaware to an extent, but they are political pawns as well, victims of an ideology turned political doctrine that has turned them into the willful executioners of a genocide. Thank you so much. And again, apologies for not being with you, but I'm with you. I was with you yesterday, I'm with you today, and I will continue to be with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Francesca, for being with us, but more for being with Palestine. Thank you very much. Our next speaker also needs no introduction. Professor Ilan Pappé is with the College of Social Sciences and International Studies at the University of Exeter, Director of the university's European Center for Palestine Studies, and co-director of the Exeter Center for Ethnopolitical Studies. He is an author of too many books that I could not actually go through all of them, but mention a few. 10 Myths About Israel, The Ethnic Cleansing of Palestine, The Modern Middle East, A History of Modern Palestine, One Land, Two Peoples, and Britain and the Arab-Israeli Conflict, and more than 15 others. His latest book is Lobbying for Zionism on Both Sides of the Atlantic. Ilan Pappé.
Hi, it's great to see you all here. It's very encouraging, very empowering. And I want to thank the organizers, the interpreters, everyone who was part of the logistics of this incredible historical event. People before me rightly pointed out two things that I think should be elaborated a bit further. One, that it doesn't come naturally to say, why do you need a particular Jewish movement for justice in Palestine? Shouldn't it be an international humanist movement where it doesn't matter what is your gender, religion, or ethnicity? And the second point that is important that Rada mentioned, that this is not something that really involves the Palestinians directly, but something that can have an effect on the Palestinian just struggle for liberation and freedom. But I would go further than that. I would say it's not just an intra-Jewish discussion, rather. It's an intra-European discussion. You cannot at all, you cannot dissociate Europe's history, Europe's racism towards Jews, Europe's racism towards other people, Europe's complicity in inventing the idea of a Jewish state in Palestine, sustaining it and protecting it. Europe has to, and especially Western Europe, but not only Western Europe, has to ask itself, how did we arrive at this particular moment in 2025? And the answer is still the same answer, although we had already asked that question, we people have asked this question 100 years ago. And it's the same answer. We are here because Europe thought it could not deal with its own racism towards Jews. And when racism toward Jews reached its climax in the Holocaust, one moment after the end of the Second World War, not one European politician, not one European intellectual in West, Central, and East Europe said to the Jews of Europe, come back to Europe. We will build together a Europe that is anti-racist, where Holocausts and any kind of racism towards other people would not happen. No, all the intellectuals of Western Europe, all the leaders of Europe came and said, we very much like an idea that we heard from Christian, evangelical Christianity and some Jewish intellectuals. Europe inherently cannot solve a Jewish problem. So we have a much better solution. We will build a Jewish state, a Western European Jewish state at the heart of the Arab world, at the heart of the Muslim world, at the expense of the Palestinians. And if you think that someone would come then, whether it's 1882 or 1945, and say to people, wait a minute, that doesn't even sound logical. Forget about morality. Forget about international law. Forget about justice. How does this sentence sound logic to you? That because you have a problem of racism, you are helping to colonize an Arab country, to dispossess it and Judaize it in the name of solving a European problem of racism. And this is why we need this conference. Not because we need a particular Jewish or Muslim or Christian group for Palestine. We need an international solidarity movement for the Palestinians with whoever has a modicum of humanity in them. But we need this particular discussion because it's the European Jewish complex that the Palestinians have to pay for. And they pay so dearly that now they're paying with the genocide of Gaza. And you would have thought that at least the genocide in Gaza would reopen this question for Europeans. Because for so many years, especially Western Europe, gave the Israelis the impression that they are organically connected to Western Europe, that they are part of the civilization of Western Europe, that they are part of the culture of Western Europe. It doesn't matter that geographically Israel is in the Middle East, culturally and organically it's Europe. And it's not just a superficial association such as the Eurovision or playing in European Football Association. It's far more than that. It's being the most important trade ally with Israel. It's buying weapons from Israel and selling weapons for Israel. But more than anything else, providing it is immunity even when the worst crimes are committed by this state against the Palestinians. So those of you who were surprised about European political and cultural indifference to the genocide in Gaza, I suggest look at it as the ability of West Europe in particular, but not only West Europe, to look and accept that part of West Europe, or a society in West Europe, a state that belongs to West Europe, can commit genocide again after the Second World War. It was very easy to blame Russia with crimes that reminded people of the Second World War. But when organic part of Europe is doing it, Europe is silent and gives immunity. And then we hear all the hypocrisy. So actually, this is a movement, first of all, of European Jews and ex-European Jews who are absolutely, and rather you're absolutely right. We're not discussing it with Palestinians. We're discussing it with Europeans. We're discussing it with Americans. We said, if you want to help deal with your own past, with your own racism, you have to help us in the struggle for a free, decolonized, and democratic Palestine. And that is the only way. That is the only way, not for the sake of the Palestinians. That is the only way that you yourself will be able to deal with your current racism that is not directed against Jews anymore, but is directed against Arabs and Muslims in the continent. That's the connection. I wish we had also many Arab Jews here, because we have two communities of Jews that were manipulated as part of this European unwillingness to deal with racism through the dispossession of the Palestinian and imposing a European state at the heart of the Arab world and the Muslim world. One group were the European Jews themselves, who were induced to come to Palestine and were part of the colonization and dispossession of Palestine. But after 1948, another group of Jewish communities was manipulated, and these are the Jews of the Arab world, the Jews from North Africa, from Iraq, from Syria, from Iran. It's very difficult to have an Arab-Jewish anti-Zionist conference, unfortunately, because so many of these Jews subscribe to the worst kind of racism towards Arabs and Palestinians inside the State of Israel. But that doesn't mean we're giving up on that kind of discussion either, and I hope in another conference, in another meeting, we will have a particular stress also on the role of the Arab Jews in changing the reality that Zionism imposes on Palestine, on the region, and on the world. Now, there's another reason for this meeting here, I think, as well. Although many people rightly would say the key for stopping the genocide, the key for ending the dispossession of the Palestinian and the oppression of the Palestinian, the key lies in Washington. You hear it a lot. People would say, you know, if you can change the American policy, then you can change the reality on the ground. There's more than one key, unfortunately. The Palestinians are facing a global alliance that is incredible, if you think about it, of different interests and different states and different ideologies that sometimes have nothing in common with each other, but are all believing that the European Jewish state at the heart of the Arab world, through the demolition of Palestine, serves their own interests. It could be an ideological interest, a theological interest, or an economic interest. But what is important that one of these allies, one of the most important allies, are the EU and other members of Western Europe. They are as important as the United States. If European governments would have taken a brave move today of sanctions, of stopping trade with Israel, of treating the state of Israel as a pariah state, this would have an immense effect on the situation in Palestine. This will not be a symbolic act that makes people feel better. This would be an actual position that would save the lives of many Palestinians tomorrow and the day after. So we have a role, both as European and also as ex-European Jews, if you want, or Jews in Europe today. We have a role to explain to our political elites, to our mainstream media, that they have been complicit in the origins of this project that produced the genocide in Gaza, that they are complicit in the genocide itself, and they will be complicit if the genocide is allowed to continue. But on the other hand, we have to tell them, you have the power to end it. You are not here to be just judged and be morally accused. We are talking to you because you have effective means to change the reality. And of course, we know our politicians. And I'm not very optimistic about our ability to deal with particularly this kind of generation of politicians we have in Europe today, especially in Western Europe. Self-centered, very little caring for the interests of their own electorate. But nonetheless, we should continue the pressure because these governments have the power not to change the reality in Palestine towards a total decolonization and freedom, but at least to stop the next stages in what becomes very clear an Israeli continued plan to use what they deem as a window of opportunity to wipe out Palestine as a nation, as a country, as a history. Civil societies are very important, and I'm sure that their struggle has an impact. And we can already see some of its impact on some of the governments. But it is not a problem outside of Europe. It's a problem inside Europe because Europe dealt with its own problems through the colonization of Palestine and the dispossession of Palestine. I would have liked to say this is our first and last conference, but it will not. Unfortunately, we will probably need another conference, and I hope not more than 4 or 5. So that conference number 5, we would say, we don't need it anymore. I want to end on an optimistic note. And I know it's very difficult to be optimistic nowadays, given what we see on the ground. And it would be unrealistic and irresponsible to tell the people of Gaza or the West Bank there are good news around the corner as far as you are concerned tomorrow or the day after. That would be irresponsible. It would be unrealistic. But those of us who are fortunate enough not to be the victims, the direct victims of this horrible Israeli inhumanity and brutality, have a role to think also strategically, not just tactfully for tomorrow. And looking strategically of what this particular state of Israel is doing to the Palestinians, to the region, to the world at large, it is very clear that it's digging its own hole. And there are processes, there are clear processes, and I'm not saying this as an activist, I'm saying this as a scholar. There are clear processes of disintegration of the Israeli Jewish society from within, of the deterioration of its economy, of the weakness of its military structure, of the isolation that Israel is experiencing in the world and among Jewish communities. These are very slow processes compared to the very quick pace of destruction on the ground. And our role as activists is to narrow the gap between the processes which are positive and the processes which are destructive. But do believe that you are part of a movement of change in history that is already occurring, that would eventually bring down a regime that is based on racism, apartheid, and dispossession, and is more than anything else a European regime. If we don't have a hope for bringing down a European regime of racism and apartheid, we have no hope for Austria, we have no hope for Germany, and we don't have hope for ourselves as humanity. And because we believe in humanity, every small step that we win in fighting injustice in our countries, in our European countries, in democracies and non-democracies, every small step, and there are small steps which we are winning, is a winning day for Palestine. Every failure is stopping the liberation and decolonizations. So let's be also focusing on these small steps and believe that we are part of something much more powerful, much more transformative, that is already happening. It's happening too slowly, and it's not enough, but it will happen. The question is not if, the question is when. And the question of when is very important for the Palestinians on the ground who are still alive and are still suffering. So let's try and also make sure that we begin to understand the when and not the if. Thank you.
Thank you, Ilan. Thank you, Ilan, and thank all the other speakers. I'm told that Rima Hassan can only join us in 5 minutes. So this is the break you are having, unfortunately, for 5 minutes. I trust you and depend on you to be sitting quietly in 5 minutes for Rima Hassan. Thank you. Everyone, please sit down. Rima is waiting to start. We depend on you. Please sit down. Friends, please sit down. You know, the whole thing will move.
Yeah, but we don't make a second. I suppose we listen to Rima, then we continue to convivencia.
Well, of course, we have no time. Yeah. But you know, with Jakob, it will be the same thing. I'm totally against all that. Can people sit down, please? We want to start and connect with Rima. I apologize for this, but as you know, Rima is now the most popular person to interview in Europe, and she's going from interview to interview. So we must start now. Please sit down. Can you please put Rima on the screen so she can hear me? Friends, please sit down. We want to start. Can you go to Rima now? Thank you. Friends, this is it. I'm asking you to cut down the chit-chat, please. Rima, can you hear me? I will introduce Rima while the connection is being fixed. Rima Hassan Mubarak is a French jurist and politician of La France Insoumise, of Palestinian origin, born in the refugee camp of Nairab, near Aleppo in Syria. Stateless, she arrived in France at the age of 9 and settled with her family in Niort. After obtaining French nationality upon reaching adulthood, she earned a master's degree in international law from the Panthéon-Sorbonne. Hassan founded in 2019 the Refugee Camp Observatory, an NGO dedicated to the study and protection of refugee camps worldwide. In 2023, she founded the Action Palestine-France collective. That same year, she joined La France Insoumise and contested the European Parliament election on the Manon Aubry's list. She was elected to the European Parliament in June 2024, a year ago. She is representing not just her constituency, but all of us here and all Palestinians. Thank you, Rima. Please start, Rima. We're all waiting for you and your stories about what happened when you tried to reach Palestine.
Merci beaucoup et je suis désolée pour les conditions, je ne suis pas avec vous, je suis en distance. Comme vous le savez, je suis arrivée hier depuis notre départ avec la flottille de la liberté. Donc je suis vraiment désolée de ne pas être avec vous, mais je tenais au moins à faire cette participation en visio pour vous envoyer toute ma solidarité et mon amour. Et je vais faire un tout petit mot, si vous voulez bien. 5 minutes, j'ai à peu près 5-10 minutes, c'est ça? Oui. Oui, merci beaucoup. Eh bien, je vais faire mon propos sur la flottille de la liberté, qui a été un moment extrêmement fort, je pense, sur le plan militant, mais également sur le plan politique, puisque sur le plan militant, c'est une action qui existe depuis 2011, mais dans le contexte actuel de famine et de génocide, la de briser un blocus, elle est plus urgente que jamais. Donc c'était très important pour moi de participer à cette action et militante, qui est éminemment militante et éminemment politique, parce qu'elle a permis de remettre un peu aussi au centre à quel point le blocus imposé par Israël était inhumain, sadique et profondément injuste, parce que c'était une occasion pour nous de montrer que même quand 12 personnes civiles, des citoyens ordinaires, moi j'étais à bord du navire, il y avait un médecin, il y avait 2 ingénieurs, il y avait 2 capitaines qui avaient déjà fait des actions humanitaires de ce type ou de sauvetage en mer, il y avait 2 journalistes et des personnes de la coalition. Se dire que 12 personnes totalement désarmées, des civils de différentes nationalités, qui avaient à bord d'un tout petit voilier de l'aide humanitaire, voilier qui pouvait être contrôlé. Il pouvait être contrôlé avec des drones. Ils pouvaient même envoyer, s'ils veulent, des soldats pour juste vérifier, il n'y a pas d'armes, à bord du bateau, il n'y a que de l'aide humanitaire. Nous, on aurait éventuellement laissé faire. Mais voir que même quand c'est juste 12 civils sur un tout petit bateau qui viennent avec un peu d'aide humanitaire pour soutenir ce peuple qui est en train d'être affamé et qui vit un génocide, et qu'Israël est prête à envoyer plusieurs unités avec des dizaines et des dizaines de soldats, plusieurs bateaux, plusieurs zodiacs, des armes. On nous a pointé des armes sur nous quand même au moment où on nous a kidnappés, parce que c'est un kidnapping, je vais y revenir. Eh bien, ça permet quand même de mettre en lumière à quel point ce blocus est inhumain. On n'est pas venu briser ce blocus avec des chars et avec des armes.
Rima, est-ce que je peux te couper la parole, s'il te plaît?
La volonté de tuer des soldats israéliens ou je ne sais quoi d'autre. On n'est pas venu en violence. On est comment?
So I will just take this opportunity to just go through what she has said until now. She's sorry for not being able to be here. She just came back yesterday, as we all know. She wanted to be with us to show, at least online, to show her solidarity and her love. The action that she has been taking is not only militant, but also political. It was important for them to at least set a precedent to try to break this blockade, and in the context of the famine that is going on in Gaza. Since years now, which is deeply unjust. They are 12 civilians, or they were 12 civilians on this boat, on this little boat that has been capsized by the IOF. Yeah, Rima, tu peux continuer maintenant, merci.
Pardon, excusez-moi, j'avais pas compris que la traduction était en... Donc je fais plus attention maintenant. Et donc, voilà, ça a au moins permis ça. Maintenant, sur la manière dont les choses se sont passées, on a été kidnappés en eau internationale. Donc, c'est important quand même de le dénoncer comme tel. Nous étions en eau internationale et ça a été confirmé par le le consulat général de France qui est rentré en contact avec nous après.
So we were kidnapped in international waters, which was also said by the General Consul of France.
Et nous étions donc, comme je vous le disais, 12, et nous avons été traînés de force jusqu'au port de Ashdod alors que nous voulions continuer. Alors au début, le régime de Netanyahou nous a dit je vous conseille de faire demi-tour, faites demi-tour, sinon ça va mal se passer pour vous. On a dit, nous, on est en parfaite légalité. C'est vous qui ne respectez pas le droit international. L'ONU a rappelé que nous avions le droit de livrer de l'aide humanitaire, y compris à Gaza qui est sous occupation. Même dans un contexte d'occupation, nous avons le droit de livrer de l'aide humanitaire par voie maritime. Donc nous ne faisons rien d'illégal, nous allons continuer jusqu'à Gaza.
So we were taken by force to the port of Ashdod, and the government said that we are doing something illegal, which we were not, because the United Nations also said that even though the Gaza is under occupation, it is our right to try to bring help to Gaza. The government, the Israeli government, said the opposite, of course, but there is nothing to that.
Et donc nous avons continué, et donc ils ont fini par nous intercepter et nous arrêter au milieu de la nuit. Donc ils nous ont, autour de 2h30 du matin, ils nous ont d'abord envoyé des drones qui ont couvert le bateau de peinture. Je crois que c'était un peu pour nous marquer, et c'est très humiliant d'ailleurs. Mais en plus, c'était pour empêcher toute circulation sur le pont du bateau, parce que cette peinture faisait que ça glissait de partout et c'était impossible de marcher. Donc il n'y avait que les soldats qui étaient ensuite équipés avec les bonnes chaussures pour pouvoir marcher. Et donc au début, ça nous a fait paniquer parce qu'on ne savait pas c'était quoi le liquide qui tombait, parce qu'on était au milieu de la nuit, on n'avait pas de lumière, et on voyait juste un liquide blanc tomber en couvrant tout le bateau, quasiment tout le pont. Et donc il s'est avéré que c'était de la peinture, essentiellement de la peinture pour nous marquer et faire glisser les personnes qui pouvaient marcher sur le pont.
So we were intercepted around 2 a.m. in the morning. There were drones that were shooting paint on the boat. It was very humiliating. It was wet paint that not only marked us, but was also very slippery, so we could not walk on the deck. Only the soldiers who were equipped with the proper shoes or equipment could walk. This was a liquid, it was dark, and we were in panic.
Et ensuite, c'est là où deux Zodiacs et plusieurs bateaux ont encerclé notre bateau à nous. Ils sont montés à bord du bateau. Ils nous ont isolés sur le pont au milieu de la nuit, où on a dormi sans couverture, sans gilet sans sac de couchage. Et eux, ils ont dormi à l'intérieur. Les soldats, eux, ils étaient au chaud à l'intérieur. Ils sont rentrés dans les cabines. Quand on allait aux toilettes, on pouvait les voir dormir. Et nous, ils nous ont placés en haut sur le pont toute la nuit.
So then 2 Zodiacs approached the boat. The soldiers entered the boat. We were isolated and kept on deck with no blankets in the cold, while the soldiers occupied the quarters, and we could see them anytime we would go to the bathroom, to the toilet. We could see them occupying the quarters.
Jusqu'à ce qu'on soit débarqué à Ashdod, et ils ont exprès attendu la nuit, donc la deuxième nuit, parce qu'ils sont venus vers 2h30 du matin, ils ont attendu la deuxième nuit pour éviter qu'il y ait des traces, notamment dans les médias, donc vraiment arriver discrètement au milieu de la nuit, parce qu'ils voulaient éviter qu'on soit photographié ou qu'il y ait des rassemblements pour nous au moment de notre arrivée.
They waited until it was dark, until it was night on the second night after they entered our boat, and bring us to Ashdod. They waited until it was night in order to avoid anyone taking pictures with us or to create any kind of commotion. So it was a very secretive action.
Et ensuite, on a été, je ne vais pas faire trop long sur ça, mais ensuite on a été placé en détention, tout le monde.
And then we were placed in detention.
Oui, et moi j'ai été placée, on a été deux à être à l'isolement. Thiago, il a été placé à l'isolement parce qu'il a refusé de manger la nourriture qu'on lui donnait par signe de contestation à cette détention, qui encore une fois est basée sur un kidnapping, parce que l'objet de la détention, l'objet légal, c'était de dire vous êtes rentrés illégalement en Israël. Mais nous on leur disait, nous on n'a pas choisi, c'est vous qui nous avez tiré une journée entière vers Ashdod, nous on voulait aller à Gaza. Donc, et ensuite ils nous ont mis en détention pour entrer illégal sur le territoire israélien.
We were placed in detention. I was put in isolation, and also a second person was put into isolation because the second person refused to eat the food that was given to them by the IOF. It was a kidnapping, a clear kidnapping, and they still said that we entered Israel illegally, even though they did not enter illegally, but were kidnapped. Their objective was to go to Gaza to deliver help.
Et du coup, nous avons été deux à être placés en isolement. Ça, c'est le moment important quand même à partager. Thiago, parce qu'il a refusé la nourriture du centre de détention pour contester justement cette procédure.
So we were placed in isolation, and especially the second person who refused to take the food, who was also placed in isolation. And I think this is a point that we want to stress.
Et moi, j'ai été placée en isolement parce que j'ai écrit... j'ai gratté sur le mur Free Palestine, Nakba et Gaza Genocide.
I was placed in isolation because I wrote on the wall Free Palestine and what you heard her saying. Nakba and Gaza Genocide. Merci.
Et nous ont, à l'isolement, on a été menottés.
3 minutes, Rima, 3 minutes.
Par les mains et par les pieds.
I was taken by the hands and by the feet.
Voilà. Et heureusement, donc nous on a été libérés là au bout de 4 jours. Mais je veux juste conclure avec ce petit mot. Voilà, moi j'ai vu, c'est la première fois que j'allais en Palestine après 1948 et la Nakba que ma famille a vécu. J'y suis rentrée pour la première fois avec le t-shirt que j'avais sur moi qui m'ont forcé à enlever. Mais c'était un t-shirt sur la Nakba, c'était un t-shirt avec la date de 1948. C'était pour moi un rappel. Alors ils l'ont très mal vécu parce qu'ils ont été très agressifs, mais ils m'ont forcé à enlever le t-shirt. Mais c'était pour moi une manière de leur dire que 4 générations après la Nakba, quel que soit le moyen, nous rentrerons en Palestine et nous serons là pour rappeler ce sur quoi s'est fondé l'État d'Israël, c'est-à-dire le nettoyage ethnique des Palestiniens qui a commencé dès 1948.
4 days after that, we were liberated. It was my first time being in Palestine. I had a t-shirt on with the date 1948, which also reminded the occupation soldiers of the Nakba. They hated it for that, and they made me take off my t-shirt. And it was just a reminder from me to them that even after 4 generations after the Nakba, we still do believe that we will come back and... Excuse-moi, c'était quoi la dernière phrase que tu m'as dit?
On reviendra pour rappeler ce sur quoi Israël s'est fondé, à savoir le nettoyage ethnique des Palestiniens qui a commencé dès 1948.
Yes, and that we will come back and remind Israel that their state is founded upon the ethnic cleansing of the Palestinian people since 1948.
C'était quelqu'un qui faisait partie du système, mais il m'a dit, je connais votre histoire. Et quand il m'a transféré, à l'aéroport, on était menottés, mais je lui dis, s'il vous plaît, est-ce que je peux ramasser une fleur et... Ah, je vais pleurer. J'ai dit, est-ce que je peux ramasser une fleur et une branche d'olivier avant que vous me remettiez dans le camion cellule? Et il m'a dit, il faisait partie du système, donc il participait à me persécuter aussi, mais il m'a dit, je connais votre histoire, et il m'a dit, oui, vas-y, tu peux y aller. Donc je suis allée à côté, il y avait une sorte de petit jardin, et j'ai pris une branche d'olivier et une fleur que j'ai ramenée avec moi. Et je crois qu'avec moi, je vais la remonter.
So she's going to show us what she was able to take from Palestine, and that's this little flower olive branch. So the story behind this is the soldier that was taking her back, or deporting her basically, told her that he knows her history or the history of Palestine, and she said she was very emotional and is very emotional right now, and she asked him if she was allowed or could take an olive branch or a flower to remind her of her home, and he graciously said, yes, go ahead, although he was being a perpetrator. And so she was very happy and very lucky to be able to take this flower and this olive branch back home, or from home, back to her new home.
Sionisme, etc. Mais je suis convaincue d'une chose, c'est que la survie des personnes qui sont aujourd'hui dans la nationalité israélienne sur la Palestine historique dépend de leur capacité à se débarrasser du sionisme. Ça, j'en suis convaincue, et j'espère qu'il y aura sur cette terre, et je suis convaincue qu'il y aura de la place pour tout le monde, à condition qu'on se débarrasse tous et toutes du sionisme.
I didn't get... Hello. I didn't get the first part, yes, but she said basically that she is convinced that if we work together, we will get rid of Zionism and this world will be a better place for everyone. Thank you so much. Merci Rima, merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup. Merci à vous. Merci infiniment.
Thank you very much for your... No working? Thank you very much for your patience, and of course we can't have a break. Can I call to the stage the participants of panel 1, and Rahma Zain, moderator, please, and the host.
he's further down in the order, so.
Palestinian liberation, we often encounter the claim that Zionism is the natural or inevitable expression of Jewish history. That claim is, put simply, historically false. It also erases the legacies of Jewish communities who lived before Zionism and those who resisted it after its emergence. Importantly, the term coexistence in the panel's title does not refer to the liberal Zionist model of segregation and unequal tolerance under apartheid. Instead, coexistence, in the sense which this panel is invoking, begins with the unconditional right of Palestinians to exist, to return, and to determine the future on their land. At the same time, it recognizes that Jews, without requiring a colonial national homeland, have existed and will continue to exist in diverse forms across time and place. To explore these histories and political horizons, we are joined by 4 speakers whose scholarly and activist work addresses different facets of this subject. Joining us online is Yakov Rabkin, professor at the University of Montreal, historian and author of the book A Threat from Within, A Century of Jewish Opposition to Zionism. His talk explores the wide range of Jewish opposition to Zionism, from the rabbinic interpretation of Zionism as a betrayal of Judaism, the middle-class anxieties of Zionism as a threat to social integration, and the socialist rejection of Zionism as a diversion from class struggle. Our second speaker is Donny Gluckstein, historian, trade unionist, and co-author of The Radical Jewish Tradition. He will discuss the emergence of a radical Jewish working class movement in the 19th and early 20th centuries, grounded in class solidarity and Doigkeit. This tradition gave rise to the Bund and Marxist currents spreading across the diaspora after the Russian Revolution until it was crushed by imperialism and Nazism, clearing the way for Zionism to become dominant. The third speaker is Chaim Reshet, filmmaker, historian, and author of An Army Like No Other. Chaim's talk will take us to medieval Spain, particularly the Al-Andalus period between the years 711 and 1013, where Muslim, Jewish, and Christian communities lived among each other. He argues that such historical examples, as well as examples from Palestine's own more recent past, offer essential frameworks for imagining a future beyond Zionist occupation. The fourth speaker is Awad Abd al-Fattah, a political writer, activist, and co-founder of the One Democratic State campaign. He will present the political case for a single democratic state in all of Palestine, discussing the Palestinian resistance, the exclusion of Palestinian citizens of Israel, the failures of the Oslo Accords. He advocates for understanding Palestine as a global justice issue, teaching us that to achieve true equality, we need international solidarity and anti-colonial unity. Moderating this panel is Rahma Zain. She works as a consultant for Tech for Palestine, a coalition of technologists and organizers building infrastructure for the Palestinian liberation movement. Thank you very much, Rahma, for moderating this panel, and the floor is yours.
It's been a while since I've moderated, but I think I'm in a safe space. So kindness is key. Before we start, can we all just acknowledge the person next to us and just thank them for being here, because this is an important moment in time where we stand against absolute tyranny. So, yeah. And I think what's best is we're going to start history and then a summation with Awad, which would be important. so that when you're in the midst of conversation, we learn from one another so you know what you're saying. So first, we start with Yaakov. And my question to you is, with regards to the way Zionism uses revisionist history and misuses religion and sort of acts as if Zionism is a natural development for the modern Jew, so that it then justifies its identity, justifies its state. So any criticism is then dubbed anti-Semitic. So from this historic and religious standpoint, how do you then refute that? If you heard me. Can we just... 1 second, because I think we need to... Okay, let's not waste time. Until we fix the technical issue, can we then go on with you, Haim, because it's also from a historic standpoint. Let me give you the mic. I think he's gonna answer he's gonna repeat the question.
Thank you. I've written my talk, so I will take exactly the time that I've got. Safe in the knowledge that we have with us my good friend Awad Abdel Fattah, who will speak on the future of Palestine, I would like to speak about the past. In order to understand our future options, we are best advised to examine history. Let us turn to an obscure corner of the history of both Islam and Europe at a time and at a place where they could be thought of together. This little-known chapter of European history teaches us a crucial lesson about Islam, Christianity, and Judaism's complex relationships. Speaking about this is crucial when racism, white supremacism, destructive capitalism, brutal imperial crimes, and normalized genocide undermine every vestige of law and order, replacing it with the dark criminal venality of the West. So maybe the past can help. The time is the 8th century. The place is Al-Andalus, the Muslim name of Spain under the Muslims. Much later, historians will call the period convivencia, meaning life together. The crucial time is between the year 711, when the Muslim Berber fighters, led by Umayyad Arabs, took most of Spain. Their advance checked at Poitiers, near Paris, and the year 1013, when the Caliphate of the Al-Andalus falls. So it is about 300 years. Back to Iberia, they abandoned nomadic existence, becoming sedentary but dynamic city builders. The final fall of this community will come 800 years later, when Granada is conquered in 1492, its Muslims and Jews expelled around the Mediterranean by the Catholic monarchs, Reconquista. This is when the Holy Inquisition lights auto da fe's fires in city centers and where books burn with the people who cherished them, wrote them, and read them. Muslim and Jewish converts to Christianity have been burned at those fires. The barbarism of the Reconquista consumes the liberalism once characterizing Al-Andalus, without which the Renaissance would be impossible. So what was Al-Andalus? The invading Muslim force was relatively small, so had to move peacefully. While they developed a society of rare tolerance, Europe is a place of dark passions and anti-intellectual sentiments. The Caliphate of Cordoba becomes known as the ornament of the world. In Jewish history, it's called Tor HaZahav, meaning the Golden Age. Both titles were warranted. Cordoba, for example, had 70 libraries. The largest one of the Caliphate had 500,000 books. That is 1,000 times more than the biggest library in Europe at the time. Cordoba was the heart of culture in Europe. It all started tragically. The Umayyad Caliphate in Damascus ends in 750 as the Abbasids murdered the ruling family, leaving one survivor, the young Abdul Rahman. He escapes to the very end of Muslim rule to Al-Andalus and will never see Damascus again. Indeed, the Abbasids themselves soon abandoned Damascus, moving to Baghdad to set up the great Muslim cultural and political center there. As ruler, Abdul Rahman bestowed on Al-Andalus the Umayyad liberal Islam. He shares his family's passions, art, architecture, science, literature, and an openness to other cultures, which made Islam so attractive in Asia and Africa. This was a modernizing, dynamic, liberal, and scientific Islam, while Europe was stuck in the Dark Ages. It still is. Abdul Rahman thought that the great energy of Arab tribes released onto the world by Islam, bearing not just Islam, but Arabic, the language and culture. Islam was open to other monotheistic faiths, sharing family likeness. With Jews, they shared a great passion for poetry. This liberated Hebrew, then a purely liturgical language. Revived by the encounter with its Semitic sister, Hebrew became a poetical vehicle in Al-Andalus, bringing Jews and Muslims closer than ever before. Jewish sages like Maimonides regularly wrote Hebrew in Arabic script and Arabic in Hebrew letters. This epitomizes the cultural intimacy between both communities. The Caliphate will survive for 300 years. This is not, a couple of years, yeah? Becoming the cultural, scientific, and artistic engine of Europe. While European city-states destroyed each other, frozen in religious zealotry leading to the Crusades, Al-Andalus was free of fervent Christianity. Cordoba's Christians shared in the love of Arabic, into which they translated their liturgy, abandoning Latin. The Jewish community suffering Judeophobia under the Visigoths now flowered. The great cultural amalgam of this gathering, with intercommunal relations near equal, something inconceivable in Europe itself, enabled a socio-cultural revolution surpassing even Baghdad. This will kickstart the Renaissance. Convivencia of a similar nature, though less resplendent, existed in North Africa, Southern Europe, the Balkans, the Ottoman Empire, Arabia, the Middle East, Iran, and India under the Mughals. Of course, this is also true about Palestine. You know that. In Palestine, Jews, Muslims, and Christians lived closely together, unaware of the great racist passions sweeping Europe until the Crusades. Today, we witness the return of these racist passions, as Europe has fully embraced has never fully embraced convivencia. In that sense, Zionism was and remains a supremacist, racist European movement conflictual by nature, part of Europe's obsession with corralling and genociding natives. Genocides, of course, happened elsewhere, but Europe clearly perfected this tool of capitalism, colonialism, and imperialism, from Ireland to Australia. Ethnic cleansing, genocide, and suppression of natives were essential Eurocentric discourses. They were the technologies of racism. And to end, thus Zionism brought European racism and forced expulsion onto the Mashrek in a manner foreseen and planned by Herzl. The current growing revulsion against Israel's genocide may hasten its own decline as an imperialist tool by the very nature of modernity. There is no place for Zionism in today's world, anywhere. This poses, and I'm unfortunately, after talking about 300 years of closeness, of intimacy, of actually love between communities despite the difficulties, I come to a sad ending. This poses an existential question for Jews everywhere. Which side are you on? With the declining West or with the rest? With the European past or as part of the convivial future in the Arab East? Do you support colonialism? Do you support genocide? Jews need to decide. Are we able to decolonize our minds so that we may partake in the decolonization of Palestine? Because there is no other way. 2 years ago, I was sure that one democratic state is the only way. Today, in the time of genocide, I am less certain. Israel made the two-state solution impossible. Now it may have made the one-state solution impossible in the foreseeable future through its incredible genocide of the Palestinians. Will Palestinian genocide survivors share the country with mass murderers? I doubt it. Thank you.
And for those of you who haven't seen Haim's viral arrest video, I encourage you all to see it because it's also very helpful in action. And now we have Donnie, who's also going to talk to us about the Bund movement. And I'm interested to know how that was replaced with Zionism.
Thank you. Yeah. Okay. So I'm here from Edinburgh, and the reason I mention it is because we're in the city where Herzl's Jewish State was published. But Edinburgh was the place where Lord Balfour came from, and without the Balfour Declaration, nothing would have happened in terms of Zionism being successful. So it's interesting to bring the two places together here. And it's important to understand Zionism is a complete break from Jewish history. In 1948, the Constitution of Israel says that, it says, the people remained faithful to Israel throughout their dispersion and never ceased to pray and hope for their return to it. It's a complete and utter lie, absolute lie. The first time that idea that Jewish people should establish a state somewhere, and Herzl didn't even say Palestine, he wasn't sure where. He said, we need a Jewish state, was 1896. That's when it began, not 2,000 years before. So what's going on for the 2,000 years before? Well, I'll tell you what's going on. Jews are the most international people in the world, dispersed right across the planet. And in the century before 1948, there's a new development, which is the development of capitalism, the development of industry, the development of nationalism, the 19th century. And that turns the Jews into, large numbers of Jews, into consciously anti-capitalist and internationalists. And the question is why? And Garda earlier referred to the issue of the ghetto. Jews were in a ghetto until 1793. Because in 1793, the French Revolution, and revolution is important in this story, French Revolution on one day in September 1793 emancipated the Jews, which means legal equality, and freed the slaves, ended slavery in France. That was the change that was brought, and that began to break down the walls of the ghetto, and I'll mention 3 walls. The first one was emancipation. So emancipation, legal equality, spreads from France right around Europe. The only place that it doesn't reach until 1917 is Russia, but that'll be important, I'll come back to that. So that's the first one. The second one is the wall of religion, separating Jews from being able to communicate with other people. That begins to break down. Yiddish as a language, and I'm not opposed to Yiddish because Israel destroyed Yiddish as a culture, but Yiddish as a language disappears from Western Europe. In Russia, in 1900, 97% of Jews spoke Russian. By 1939, it's 54%. The walls of separation in terms of communication, convivencia, are breaking down. And in religion too, it's very interesting. In America, and I'll talk about people going to America, only 12% of American Jews were actually linked to synagogues in 2016. It's gone up since actually, but only 12%. In other words, Jews, it looks like, are being assimilated into, becoming part of Western capitalist society. But there's a problem. And the problem is that now that capitalism is in charge, it needs scapegoats. It's making its profits, it's exploiting the mass of the people, and it needs a scapegoat to distract from what it's up to. And the Jews, and I'm talking about Europe here, Jews are the ones that are selected. So the process of assimilation, which, if allowed to continue, would have seen Jews as just part of society like everybody else, all of a sudden they're being singled out. And I want to take us now to where they're singled out most, which is the Pale of Settlement. The Pale of Settlement was about 50% of European Jewry, and it's completely controlled by the Russians. It includes Poland, it includes Ukraine, it includes Belarus, that sort of area, Western Russian Empire. And there's a strange historical accident that happens. The development of industry, industrial capitalism, arrives from the West. In other words, it arrives through the Pale of Settlement. And just to give you one statistic, in 1900, the Kingdom of Poland alone produced more industrial output than the whole of the Russian Empire, the huge Russian Empire. What's the effect of that? The effect of industrialization is to break the Jewish community into 2 halves. Up until this point in time, the Jewish community has its tensions. There's always, there's rich and there's poor and there's people in the middle. There are tensions there. But this actually creates a class divide within the Jewish community. And the mass, who are not wealthy and are not middle class, are poor industrial workers. It's a very urbanized community, so they are where the industries are. And they begin to organize. They strike, they demonstrate, they do all of these sorts of things. And they don't do it on their own. And the reason they can't do it on their own is because even in the Pale of Settlement, they're 12% of the population. You cannot succeed on your own as 12% of the population against the Tsarist state, against the bosses, against everything that is against you. They work together with other people. They create in the Bund, a Jewish labor Bund, it's a Jewish union, but it works together and consciously works together with everybody else. And it has to be anti-nationalist. And it has to be anti-nationalist because if nationalism develops in Poland, or nationalism develops in Ukraine, or nationalism develops in Belarus and all the rest of it, then Jews become the target once again. So it's consciously rooted in its place. They had a word for it, Doigkeit. It means here-ness. We are rooted in our place. And this was a mass movement on a huge scale. And what's interesting about this movement is it contains 2 things that normal neighbor movements don't necessarily contain. Number one, it contains the fight against exploitation, the fight for socialism. And the Jews in that time, these people, this particular radical community, were against Tsarism, against the state, against all of those sorts of things. So it's radical in that sense, but it's also fighting against oppression. Because you can't, as a Jewish person, you cannot fight just against the state, you have to fight against the repression. And there's a big reminder of why you need to do that in 1881. Because in 1881, The Tsar is aware of what's happening in the industrialized regions. Jews, non-Jews are uniting together, going on strike, demonstrating, rioting, etc. His regime is under threat. So what does he do? Launches a wave of pogroms. Pogrom, Jewish, anti-Jewish riot. Sometimes people are killed, sometimes people are just beaten up, but that's what it is. And it lasted really, it starts in 1881, and it didn't really stop until, for 50 years. You know, the Holocaust, if you like, is the culmination of this process of demonizing Jews, using them as the scapegoat for the ills of capitalist society. So this begins. And that oppression leads to something we're very, very familiar with today, which is mass emigration. The Jewish community, 10, 11, up to 60 million people by the Second World War, 4 million move. 4 million Jews, most of them from Eastern Europe. And if you've ever wanted an opinion poll on what do Jews think, what is their attitude towards Zionism, because Zionism has come in now since 1896, 4 million on the move, and if you're a Zionist, and there were pre-Zionists as well, working in the 1880s, there's only one place you can go once Herzl has decided it's going to be Palestine. There's only one place you can go, it's Palestine. So if you're a Zionist, you'll go to Palestine. If you're not a Zionist, you'll go anywhere else. Look at the numbers. 1 in 27 went to Palestine. That tells you about the level of support for Zionism before 1948. Okay, it changes, as I'll explain later. But that's very important to understand. So there's a mass tradition, left-wing, anti-capitalist, internationalist to the core, and a tradition rooted in Doikheit, in you fight capitalism, you fight anti-Semitism, you fight racism where you are. That's what here-ness is about. And as I say, it takes various forms, Bundism and Marxism. Okay. And it also has a theoretical expression, which is still with us today. The Jewish radical tradition might have been destroyed, as I'll explain why. Almost destroyed, never completely destroyed, and it's coming back. But there's a theoretical tradition that has come out of it, which you will all recognize probably. And I'll mention 3 names that tell you about it. Karl Marx, Rosa Luxemburg, and Leon Trotsky. Now, when you say those names, you need to also mention, they're always pinned. This is not a separate Jewish tradition. Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels. Rosa Luxemburg and Karl Liebknecht. Leon Trotsky and Vladimir Lenin. They're connected. They weren't Jewish. Engels, Liebknecht, and Lenin weren't Jewish. But there's a tradition there of uniting together and fighting against the existence of the horrible capitalist system that we lived in then and we live in today. Okay, I want to move on briefly to have a look at the scale of this. How big is it? Because I'm claiming big things for this. I'll just give you a couple of statistics. First of all, the RSDLP, the Russian Social Democratic Labour Party, which became the Mensheviks and the Bolsheviks, led to the Russian Revolution. It was formed in 1900, and it was only able to meet, it met in Minsk, in the Pale of Settlement, because the Bund had organized it to be able to be meeting there in secret. The Bund at this time had 30,000 members. All of the rest of the Russian left, because it was the whole left, it was Mensheviks and Bolsheviks together, 8,400. That gives you a sense of the scale and the intensity of this Jewish radical tradition. And I'll give you another statistic, but before that I need to have the Russian Revolution. So we'll have the Russian Revolution, it's 1917. In other words, that culmination of Jews and non-Jews working together to overthrow capitalism produces the Russian Revolution in 1917, and that liberates, through emancipation, the largest number of Jews that had ever taken place, because emancipation had been spread around Western Europe, but as I said, the concentration of Jews is in the Pale of Settlement, and at that point, Jews are emancipated. It was the greatest step forward in Jewish history. So revolution, again, unity of people together is where the breakthroughs take place. Okay, so let's have a look at what the implications of this are on an international scale. And I'll just mention, I was told 13 and a half. I've got 2 minutes. I'll be there. I'll get there. I've got one statistic for you then. United States, millions of Jews have emigrated there. But Jews are still only 1 in 40 of the American population. they were 50% of the American Communist Party. Okay? One other statistic, very, very quickly. Jews in South Africa were 0.3% of the total population. When Nelson Mandela was put on trial with others, every single white person in that room was Jewish. And I'm very proud of that fact. Okay, what happened to the radical Jewish tradition? It's what's happening now, and I'll be finishing up on this. It's what we see now. There was an economic crisis, 1929. There was the rise of the far right, and there was the scapegoating of refugees. And we see it now, and that was happening then. So Hitler comes to power. As soon as he does, all the countries around the world shut their doors to Jews. Britain, you name it, the Dominican Republic, Shanghai, right around the world, refugees are no longer welcome. They used to be before, but not now. And then you get the Second World War and the Holocaust. And during the Holocaust, the Allies could have stopped Auschwitz. They could have stopped what was going on. And they chose absolutely consciously to let it happen. And in that situation, the tragedy is that Zionism, which had been a tiny fraction of the community in terms of conviction, disappears. So that takes over, and really the radical Jewish tradition is pushed right back. So just to finish, this takes us in a circle, because what we're brought back to is capitalism. Capitalism and imperialism creates, and you can see it every day with the arms that Israel is using, creates the possibility of the horrors taking place in Gaza. And that's why the cause of Gaza is not just the cause of Gaza, it's a global cause for all of us, because when we fight for the rights of Gaza, we fight against the horrible system that made Zionism possible, that made the Holocaust possible, climate change for our future, and we need to finish it off. Thank you.
When you hear this, you see Zionism almost as a guise for all things corrupt in the system. And now that we've looked at the past and taken all these notions that a lot of it has been taken up with revisionist history by Zionism, it's interesting to, unless Jakob decides to join us, to have Awed to sort of bring it all of this back to today, and how the sum of the parts equals the whole.
Dear friends, comrades, freedom fighters, it is a profound honor to address this historic gathering, the first anti-Zionist Congress in Vienna. Your courage in organizing this event sends a powerful message. Zionism does not speak for all Jews, and justice in Palestine is not solely a Palestinian cause. It is a global imperative. This Congress reminds the world of a different past, one in which Jews, Christians, and Muslims lived together across the Arab and Islamic worlds in relative harmony long before Zionism shattered that coexistence. In cities like Baghdad, Aleppo, Fez, and of course Jerusalem and Jaffa, diverse communities shared neighborhoods, languages, markets, and daily struggles. Palestine, too, was once a land where Jews and Palestinians lived side by side as neighbors, not as conquerors. We look into this past not out of nostalgia, but with clarity and purpose. We know another future is possible because it has already existed. A future without apartheid, without walls, without supremacy. Can one state still be imagined? Let me begin by addressing a question so many now ask. Is a shared future still possible? Given the horrors of Gaza, the de facto annexation of the West Bank, and the systematic policies of discrimination, oppression, and bloodtheft against Palestinians and Israel. Not to mention the endless wars against neighboring Arab countries and Muslim countries. For the people of Gaza, bombed, starved, burned alive, the very idea of living in one state with those who are exterminating them feels absurd, even insulting. How can one speak of coexistence when children are buried beneath rubble, when the world watches in silence? But even genocide cannot erase us. We are still here. And one day, Israelis will awaken to a new reality, that they are isolated, morally and politically bankrupt, and that military might cannot deliver legitimacy nor peace. So we can ask again, what comes after? The answer cannot be Bantustans. It cannot be life under siege. It cannot be endless exile. The only just answer is the dismantling of the Zionist regime and the creation of a single democratic state in all of Palestine, where everyone, regardless of religion or origin, lives as equals under one law with one vote in one shared homeland. Since 2018, I have been part of the One Democratic State campaign, ODSC, a Palestinian-led movement calling for a decolonized, secular, democratic state from the river to the sea. Founding members of this campaign include courageous anti-colonial Jews, like Ellen Pape, who is here, Haim Rashid, who are on the board of the campaign. And also we have Ghada Al-Karmi, who is also on the board of the campaign. This vision is not a Western concept. It is not a dream for after peace. It is a continuation of our long-standing struggle for national liberation and justice. Odyssey is not a slogan. It is a political program grounded in equality, justice, and the right of return. It offers a clear alternative to the false solutions we have been offered. Oslo, Bantustan's economic peace. These are not solutions. They are anesthetics, sweetened pills to numb the pain of colonization. In contrast, the One Democratic State is the only serious, coherent vision that confronts the roots of the conflict, settler colonialism, ethnic cleansing, and the racist structure of the Israeli regime. Despite the obstacles, we are witnessing a growing shift in public consciousness. The idea of one democratic state is gaining traction, especially among younger Palestinians, global solidarity movements, and increasingly among segments of Jewish communities worldwide. Still, our greatest challenge remains the lack of a broad-based grassroots movement that can turn vision into power. That is our task, to organize, to educate, to mobilize across class, geography, and generation. And that is what we are doing. About the Palestinian in Israel. As a Palestinian citizen of Israel and someone deeply engaged in political organizing since early adulthood, let me share a glimpse of our reality and our role in this broader struggle. We are the survivors of the ethnic cleansing of 1948. Nearly every family has relatives in refugee camps living in appalling conditions. Since the Nakba, we remained in our homeland, but under a regime that treats us as demographic threat, second-class citizens in a state built on a Jewish supremacy and exclusion. Our land has been expropriated, our history erased, our language marginalized, and our very presence constantly questions, although we hold Israeli citizenship. For decades, our reality was ignored. While Israel was celebrated in the West as the only democracy in the Middle East, we lived under military rule from 1948 to 1966. 20 years. The world treated us as if we were outside the conflict because it refused to recognize the colonial foundation of the Zionist project. The Oslo Accords only reinforced this erasure. They excluded us from the definition of the Palestinian people, treating us as irrelevant to the political solution. Our disposition was treated as incidental, not systematic. But we refused to disappear. We rejected Oslo, not just because it excluded us, but because it entrenched apartheid, fragmented our people, legitimized Zionism, and prolonged our suffering. In 1995, we launched a political movement that challenged the entire logic of Oslo and the idea of a state built on ethnic supremacy. We demanded a state for all its citizens. It was a party called Balad, in Hebrew Balad, but this is in Arabic, التجمع الوطني الديمقراطي, National Democratic Assembly. This defiance, along with unprecedented grassroots mobilization, especially among youth, shook the Israeli establishment. It reignited Zionist fears about a large, politically conscious Palestinian population with Israel's borders. They were asking questions, the Israelis, how come that despite all the repressive measures that we employed against those Palestinians in Israel, and suddenly they come out in such a defiance and defy the Jewish state, and they take to the streets and join even the uprisings in the West Bank and Gaza Strip peacefully. We never resorted to military tools. We have struggled peacefully, legally, and on the popular level. In response, Israel escalated its repression through surveillance, arrests, and confiscations, house demolitions, incitement, and an alarming rise in organized crime. A policy many see as incremental genocide, with over 110 Palestinian citizens killed in such violence just this year. Today, amid Israel's genocidal assault on Gaza, repression inside Israel has intensified. The far right now openly speaks of loyalty tests, deportations, and demographic engineering. We face a future shaped by fascist forces who see us not as citizens, but as enemies from within. And yet, we resist. Because we know our role is not marginal. It is central. We are the link between what Israel claims to be and what it truly is. We are living proof that Israel is not a democracy, but a system of apartheid and settler colonialism, a system now revealed to the world as a genocidal regime. Palestine is a global cause. Today, the Palestinian struggle sits at the heart of the global fight for justice. Across the world, people are rising, students, workers, artists, and Jews of conscience. They are connecting the Palestinian cause to struggles against racism, capitalism, patriarchy, and imperialism. Because the fight for Palestine is not just national, it is universal. It is a moral imperative to join hands with people of conscience everywhere to build a broad, principled, and unapologetically anti-colonial global front. Let this Congress be the beginning of that front. Let it be known. The Palestinian people will not disappear. We will not surrender from the ruins of Gaza to the hills of the Galilee, from refugee camps to diaspora cities. We will keep fighting, not for revenge, but for justice, not to destroy, but to rebuild.
As we've heard these very powerful presentations, I think it's important to open the floor to questions. And this is very important information. I mean, we all got stuck in conversations that are difficult to have in spaces that may be uncomfortable. So it's important to even note these talking points and be inspired by them. Does anybody have a question? Come on, guys, be engaged. Yes.
Please keep your questions short and safe. I will hold the mic. Thank you.
Okay, yes. Hello, my name's Abe Hayim from London and chair of Architects and Planners for Justice in Palestine. I want to ask the panel, with the terrible, as Hayim said, and has all the panels have said, how would it be possible to have a one state when the Palestinians have experienced this terrible genocide? How can they be reconciled with the Israelis, for the genocide itself? What I want to ask them is, where is the one possible way that we can reverse this colonization and strengthen the international action against Israel and Zionism by using the legal aspects of international law to challenge not only Israel, but the leaders of the Western states, using the law to actually take these people to court. I'd like to actually expand on this in the workshops and other panels. But the legal action is our one weapon that we have. We have international law on our side. Right.
Should we first gather the questions, or would you like to answer? Okay, yes, let's gather the questions. Anybody else over there?
Yeah, thank you. My name is Manfred. I'm from Vienna. Today, Israel attacked Iran, and we were talking about a weakening Western, by the USA-led imperialism. I'm wondering, Israel seems to try to pull the US into its war efforts against, Lebanon, against Syria, and now against Iran. And it's, on one time, I understand it's a sign of a weakness of Western imperialism that Israel is able to escalate its wars in the way it does right now. But is there also hope that there is a break between the imperialist alliances now that Israel is maybe overreaching with its violence?
Yes, one more question here. Thank you.
Yes, well, my question is, what effective action steps are you taking to get rid of Zionism, because it seems like that the Israeli Zionists are immune to international law. They're protecting themselves, against the others,
Thank you.
Hi, I also wanted to ask about how does the one democratic state theory or plan incorporate the right to return in the most practical sense, with so much of the land being in Jewish hands, and of course the population of Palestinians worldwide being so large. And aside from the right of return and the return of land, what other reparations from your perspectives could be appropriate, because there has been so much stolen financially, culturally, et cetera, et cetera? Thank you.
Please tell us if you have enough questions. Until then, we will keep on taking questions.
Oh, hello. I have a question to Donnie. I wanted to know how was the relationship between Zionism and the Jewish Bund movement?
Thank you. Okay.
The first question was regarding how do you talk about one state solution following a genocide, and what is the legal framework to fight Zionism? So I think, Hein, you had spoken about this before.
The problem with the way that you presented the question, Abe, is that international law actually was made totally, it was made impossible tool to use by Zionism, not in the last 2 years, but since 1948. The first thing that the UN did when it was created is divided Palestine. The partition of Palestine was made by a baby UN. That baby UN had as much, as much intelligence as a baby. It had no experience, and they have created the problem of Palestine. And in 1949, when they realized that they have created the Nakba, they have created the ethnic cleansing of Palestine, they tried to reverse it by saying Israel has to allow every single Palestinian back into Palestine. This is the resolution 194, the famous one. Israel just poo-pooed on this, yeah? They just said, no, we're not going to do it. Now, the UN didn't know what to do. It was a very young organization, and they decided not to do anything. And this is what has happened ever since. 60% of all resolutions passed at the UN are about Israel-Palestine. Think about it. One country on this earth, Palestine, has 60% of all UN resolutions, and the rest of the world has 40%. That tells you that the UN is a useless body, and it was made useless by Zionism and the West. So it's very easy. It's very easy to say, let us use international law. Israel has made international law a tool that is blunt and is it's impossible to use. Now, if you want to look at South Africa, which a number of us are very concerned with, South Africa has not produced the solution to what one state could be. It produced a partial solution, a very faulty one. And that's because they were forced to the letter of the law by the United States. For example, the whites, the white elite has not lost anything in South Africa, and as a result, blacks are not equal citizens even today, despite the ANC ruling South Africa. The ODSC campaign is not going to copy South Africa. We're going to learn from this, and that means that we cannot just look at international law. Now, after 1945, there was a problem. How do you live with Germans in Europe? That was just as difficult a question as we're discussing in Palestine. How do you live with the genociders in your midst? The solution was...
I think with that one we can move on to Awend, and he can give us this kind of sentiment. And this was something interesting because Chaim and I were talking about it before the conference. This is something global, but to you specifically as a Palestinian, how do you thrive afterwards when we're talking about this one state? How do you then continue, as Chaim was saying, how were they able to then live and continue to live side by side with Germans, with the same people that were either silent about the Holocaust or complicit?
Yeah, you know, the struggle for the liberation of Palestine and the establishment of one democratic state between the river and the sea is a longer struggle. It's very complex. And we are not naive to believe that this would happen soon. And we have, even before the genocide, we were aware that this will take long years. So we have to put the correct strategy. We have to build the movement. And that is the biggest challenge. Now there are more challenges, no doubt, that challenges arising from the genocide, and the sentiments that are arising from that could be temporary. But when people are engaged in struggle, I think they will overcome that. Because if you continue to think of just how to revenge, I don't think that we can proceed. So I can't speak in detail about the one democratic state and the campaign and the logic behind it, because the next panel, Gada and Elan will speak about that, about other people, I think. And that takes much time, I mean, to address the questions and the challenges. And no doubt that during our work and reaching out to people, we also faced with the questions, even before the genocide, how could we live with these settlers? But we Palestinians, for example, about 2 million who hold Israeli citizenship, who are living side by side with the Israelis, but under an apartheid regime. So, I mean, because some Palestinian intellectuals, and maybe some Israelis also, who are anti-colonial, would think that Palestinians and Israel are best placed to play a role in the one democratic state, because we are familiar with citizenship and because we are dealing with Israelis every day. But that today things are changing, because the Israelis and the Israeli society, not only the Israeli government, are becoming more aggressive, more hostile, more antagonistic against Palestinians. But these challenges are being dealt, and we are aware of that. We are aware of the difficulties, the challenges, these sentiments, and there is no another option. So also I would say one point, the last point.
Can you get closer to the mic?
Okay. Is that some, for example, Palestinians would ask questions. Why should we call for one democratic state? Is it that only for the Jews in Israel? It is just for the sake of the Jews? It's not only, we tell them that it's not only for this, because there are Israelis in Palestine, or because Israeli Jews. Because we Palestinians, we need a democratic state, because we are not satisfied with any Arab country in the world, in the Arab country, because the Arab regimes are dictators, and we need a different Palestinian state that could be a role model for the rest of the Arab masses. So this is inherent in our thinking, is that we want to introduce a modern, progressive model in Palestine where Palestinians and Jews can live together. And even we say that if there were no Jews there, we still need a democratic state, because the idea of living with people who genocide us is causing outrage, anger. But anyway, we as experienced people, we adult people, we are not young to think just of emotions. We need to work together, and really from this conference we can draw courage for the future, to tell our people also there are many Jews, though still the minority, who can cooperate and since we also believe that our campaign is a global one, we believe that Israel is not also hurting the Palestinians. It's partner in the oppression of other people, because it's selling arms to regimes, to other regimes all over the world. It's part of the capitalist system. It's part of the imperial system which created the Palestinian cause, which created the Jewish question. So this is why we have to work hard, and we have to explain us well so that we can reach out to people and convince them to be part of this campaign or this effort.
Donnie, we're gonna have you answer, and then thankfully we've gotten Yaakov on the screen. So after Donnie answers this question, we're gonna have a listen from Yaakov.
Thanks. Quickly on international law. It's not our law, it's their law. Have a look at the Security Council. Who makes it up? The victors of imperialism. America, Britain, France, Russia, and China was the ally of America. It's their law, they use it. Why is it that because the references were made to all the resolutions, they're all blocked because we don't control the system, imperialism does. The International Criminal at the Court of Justice, 59 of the 65 people who've been put on trial have been black African dictators. I'm pleased they went on trial. But it shows you the absolute bias of the whole system. It is not genuine neutral law. However, it's extremely useful for our side because the word genocide came out of that ICJ ruling, and we use it, and we use it, and we use it to build our movement. But it won't be international law, I'm afraid, that saves us. It'll be our movement that changes things. I wish it was easier. There are no shortcuts. Zionism and the Bund. The Bund hated Zionism. It was everything that the Bund did not stand for. That's what the word Deutschheit means. Deutschheit means here, not Palestine. That's what it means. So no, they hated each other. And quite rightly, the Bund was completely rejected Zionism. Manfred's question about overreach. In other words, is there anything that Israel can do that will go too far? Well, I'll tell you what it depends on. It actually depends on the Arab states. Because this is and Garda referred to it earlier, this is a system of imperialist states. They all back each other up in different ways. Why is it that the Saudis are not supplying arms? They've got a lot of arms to the Palestinians. Why is it that, just look at the situation. It's an imperialist system. They're all in it together. Israel is the leading edge of it, and therefore they get away with it. It's the guard dog, and the guard dog is going around biting everybody. But it's imperialist guard dog. Think if they cut off the arms, the Israeli army would collapse and the whole campaign would collapse. They're all in it together. We're all in it to oppose them, and we need to do that.
I think since you've already touched up on it, we can also have the question of, now that Israel has hit Iran, is it far-reaching? Is this a sign of collapse? As if it's on a frenzy. Does anybody want to answer that? Or Jakob, do you want to answer that in your speech as well? Can you hear me? Can we turn up the volume?
Is it my turn to address the audience?
Yes, please.
Yes,
it's your turn. Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm very honored to take part in this Congress. I've been asked to talk for about 8 minutes. So, as a historian, I would like to begin by saying that the Zionist movement is in origin a Christian Protestant movement that began in the 17th century with the book, Shall They Return to Jerusalem Again? And it involved a lot of very important Protestants, including Sir Isaac Newton, who was predicting a Jewish return to Palestine and the reconstruction of the Third Temple. And of course, it also connected with Earl of Shaftesbury, who made it a strategic, important goal to establish some kind of a Jewish presence in Palestine in mid-19th century. But the Jews joined, or some Jews joined this movement only by the end of the 19th century. And it's important to understand that one of the key persons who introduced Theodor Herzl to the idea of bringing Jews to Palestine was the Reverend William Kettler, who was the chaplain of the English embassy. And in his diary, Herzl is very appreciative of Heckler, and he also says that Heckler was giving him excellent advice. So then we can understand why the first Zionist Congress was held in Basel and not in Munich as originally planned, because opposition to Zionism came from three main sources. One was the religious one, the other one was social, and finally there was a political. So why it was held in Basel and not in Munich? Because German Jewish organizations protested against holding the Zionist movement, Zionist Congress in Germany. they didn't want to join the Zionist movement because the message of the Zionists was very similar to that of the anti-Semites who were saying, you don't belong here, you belong somewhere else, namely in Palestine. Jews who were socially mobile, economically mobile, didn't want to hear this message, and that's why they did their best to distance themselves from the Zionist movement. However, now the second opposition came from within the British cabinet. After the Balfour Declaration, the only Jewish member of the British cabinet, Edwin Montagu, accused the British government of anti-Semitism. He says, I've chosen the above title, the Memorandum on the Anti-Semitism of the present government, because I wish to place on record my view that the policy of His Majesty's government is anti-Semitic in result and will prove a rallying ground for anti-Semites in every country of the world. I think he was quite correct in that. So that was the social source of opposition. Then there was a religious source of opposition, because the idea of gathering Jews in Palestine before the arrival of Messiah, and particularly by people who were utterly anti-religious or irreligious, was very much opposed by practically all religious leaders in Judaism. So they even tried to organize a delegation to London in the early 20s to convince the British government that the Zionists don't represent the Jews. And that was the first occasion when the Zionist militia committed the first terrorist act, when they killed the organizer of this delegation to London, Jacob Israel Dehan, in 1924. But the religious opposition to Zionism continues to this day, because you could see often both Orthodox and Reconstructionists and other liberal denominations who oppose it. And now the third source of opposition is political. Many Jews took part in radical left-wing movements at the turn of the 20th century, and all kinds of socialists were opposed to the idea of a separate nation state for the Jews. They considered that it is more important to fight for equality and anti-Semitism and against anti-Semitism in the countries where they were. Particularly important in that sense was Bund, the Jewish Labor Alliance, which was organized in Lithuania in 1897, the same year the first Zionist Congress. And for the Bund, the problem was that Zionism was distracting Jews from political struggle for equality and for socialism. So for them, and they issued a declaration against Zionism for socialism throughout the 1920s. As a result, today you have opposition to Zionism from Jewish circles that continues along those three avenues. One is the social, those Jews who are well integrated into the society and have no intention of belonging to the Israeli nation. Then there is religious opposition, which again includes the ultra-Orthodox, who are the most visible, but also religious opposition from organizations like the Jewish Voice for Peace, which also includes quite a few rabbis, and who, if you saw the pictures, even occupied the Statue of Liberty with the slogan, Palestinians should be free. So these three sources of opposition to Zionism continue to this day, and I think it's very important to understand that Zionism is a relatively late movement among the Jews, but much older among Christian Protestants. And that is why the main source that Benjamin Netanyahu managed to mobilize while he was Israeli representative at the UN in New York is the Christian Protestants, the evangelical Christians, who are much more numerous than Jews in the world, and I would dare say that they're much more influential. So you have to keep in mind that when you engage in anti-Zionist activity, you engage not so much against Jews as you engage against evangelical Christians. I suppose my 8 minutes are over. Thank you for your attention.
That was a very interesting summation, and I thought I knew a lot, but I had no idea that it was such an old movement amongst evangelical Christians, and it explains so much. We answered most of the questions, but we had one question which was very important, and I like this question because, and I appreciate all the questions, because it's as if everyone in the room here is convinced that this is the beginning of the end of Zionism. And all the questions are assuming such. And this is what Donnie was saying. It is up to the movement. And so this is the question. What would be the appropriate reparations, seeing the damage, the theft of heritage, of culture, of history? And who would like, Haim, would you like to begin with answering this question?
There's no question. The ODSC program, for one, but all the ODS programs, there are 3, are speaking about the return of the refugees to Palestine. Without that, nothing will happen. That is the starting position. Now, we cannot actually foresee any life in a democratic state without de-Zionization of Palestine. In other words, like denazification in 1945, there has to be a de-Zionization of every single institution, every single group. Without that, we will end up with the same Zionism again. That's why we are against two-state solution. It doesn't exist, it's dead. But even if it wasn't, we would be against it because it will keep Zionism alive. So this is a difficult one to do, and Rada pointed out the role of Jews in this process. We must follow the lead of Palestinian political leadership. The one-state democratic solution is a Palestinian program. It's not a Jewish or Israeli program. In the 20s, the Palestinians suggested it. In 1947, they suggested it. There were 2 resolutions before the UN, one for a one democratic state in the whole of Palestine, which was put there by the Arab countries, by the Palestinians, and by the Latin Americans, and the division of the country that won because of the West, mainly, and also the Soviet Union, let's not forget. So basically, we are talking about a program which is purely Palestinian, like the ANC in South Africa. We anti-Zionist Jews have to accept and to actually like the fact that we are with the Palestinians, led by them. We need to de-Zionize, decolonize Palestine. That is our role, so that there is not a vestige, not a law, not a regulation, not part of any part of Palestine. And I think, Gabi, you asked about what we think about the settlements. Yeah, I mean, no settlement is legal, yeah? the ICJ and the ICC have already made their voice heard. Every settlement has to go. Every institution has to go. There's got to be a state from the ground up with 7.5 million Palestinians that were never recompensated for what happened to them. They have to come back. And Salman Abu Sita, the great geographer of Palestine, has proved that that is not only possible, but this is the just solution. So this is, I think, the beginning of the solution.
We're about out of time, but I really wanted to listen to closing remarks, 1 minute long, how you're feeling, and a message to everyone that's sitting here today, because we're all in this together. So even if it's just words of encouragement. And Donnie, we can start with you.
Okay, very briefly. In terms of what we need to do, I see the rise of the far right in Europe as the domestic version of what's happening in Palestine. They're two wings of the same thing. And that means we need to unite together. Unite together for both. I want to see anti-racists marching for Palestine. I want to see Palestine marching for anti-racism. And there's a practical example. 2 weeks ago in Edinburgh, the far right turned up in our city. We brought together the Palestine campaign and Stand Up to Racism, British anti-racist movement. 250 of us, 30 of them, we humiliated them. They were totally in disarray. We need to bring that energy that we have together. And that means the trade unions, that means civil society, that means all of those movements, the working class, every area we need to unite together against these bastards.
And now wait for you, call to action.
Yeah, I want to emphasize one point regarding the refugees. I mean, I'm not going to say a closing remark, just to clarify one point that is ignored or overlooked by many people, is that the refugees, because commenting on the questions was raised by the woman there, is that we Palestinians inside Israel, we are the refugees. I mean, who are the refugees? They are us, because they are our relatives. Every family in the Galilee, in the Triangle, in the Naqab, every family, almost every family, has relatives in the exile, in the refugee camps. When we demand equality in Israel, we demand equality for the refugees to return, not only because there is a resolution, UN Resolution 194, but because as Israel claims that it is a democratic society and proclaims equality, we also need that our relatives be back. By the way, in 1982, and once when I mentioned this fact in United States in one of my touring speeches, and they were surprised that about this fact. Two of my cousins were killed by the Israelis in 1982 when the Israeli invaded Lebanon. And my aunt in 1992 came to Palestine. You know, Israelis used a system where we used to allow for old people to visit Palestine. That's for propaganda. And she, for the first time I met her, she was at our house. And she was asking me if I can help find the body of one of her sons. She was still looking for the body. She was born in my village, next to my house, and she would not be back to her house, although she was still about 80 years old. So, I mean, when we emphasize, because some people would say that the right of return is unrealistic, you should drop that. No. This is a personal issue even. It's not also a national issue. The refugees are not only part of our people, but they are our relatives, our blood relatives. So this is why we think that the right, the right of return for the campaign, for our campaign, is a crucial, is a central point. There is no compromise over this point. Thank you.
And Haim, if we could end with you.
I just want to say something short. Israel is a Jewish democracy, and it's not even democratic for Jews, of course, but it's definitely not democratic for any Palestinian. Just to mention that the genocide is totally democratic. Why am I saying this? Because all polls looking at the views of Israeli Jews, because they never look at the views of Palestinians in Israel, they looked at 5,000 in one case and 10,000 in another. So these are not small samples. In both cases, between 82% and 97%, depending when the poll was taken, between 82% and 97% of Israeli Jews supported the genocide in Palestine. This is the first genocide that is supported democratically by the population. It's never happened before. This is also a Jewish genocide that makes it 1,000 times worse. And I want to end by saying there is nothing Jewish about genocide. There is nothing Jewish about apartheid. There is nothing Jewish about settler colonialism. There is nothing Jewish about what Israel is doing, and there is nothing Jewish about the Jewish state. Enough is enough. One democratic state for all.
Can we give our panelists a round of applause? And then can we also give yourselves a round of applause? Because anybody who is here today is proving that they're human. And that's the simplest thing you could be and the best thing you could be. So let's be the opposite of Zionism. Let's be kindness and let's empower each other.
Thank you very much to the speakers and moderator. Just some technical issues.
Sorry, there's an announcement.
Yeah, just a small announcement. Regarding the feedback or open mic session, the people who have registered, who have asked to talk and have registered on the form, and the group representatives who asked to talk today to intervene, please find me now in the break. And the people who want to register for tomorrow's feedback session open mic, you have a QR code by the program and on the door. So please do that.
And the last thing is we having a coffee break, half an hour until 4:30, and I want to really thank you for your patience because I know it's hot and we have technical problems, but still thank you for your patience.
Hello, hello. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to begin shortly, so please take your seats. Please take your seats. We are about to begin. Use this one, and then just hand it to me. Yeah. No, just the song. They're coming. Sorry?
Tell the crowd that after
When are we finishing? We begin at 4:30. I think we finish at 6. Yeah.
there's going to be dinner at 6 because people are not
Yeah. Dinner at 6. Speakers stay. We just have to wait for. Can't find her? She escaped. She escaped. That's not good. Oh no. No, nobody can find Barbara. Yeah, I'm going to make an announcement to see if anybody's seen a short Palestinian woman. Where is... Would you like some water?
Sorry?
Would you like some water?
Yes, very much so. Thank you so much. You're welcome. Really appreciate it.
very much. Appreciate that, yeah. Okay, we ready to begin? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to begin right now. Please stop talking and take your seats. We are about to begin. So, we'll start off with a couple of announcements. So if you do not hear this announcement, you might not get dinner. Dinner will be served at 6 o'clock. So right after this session, dinner will be made available, but if you did not hear this announcement, you might not get dinner. Another announcement is that all of the speakers, and here I'm talking basically to the people here in the front row, all of the speakers are kindly asked to remain here for a little bit after this session. So please stay here even though the session might be finished. So, we may begin.
Dear friends, we are going to start with our next panel. Please, attention for us. Please take your seats. We are going to start with our next panel. Thank you. So, my name is Gülmihri Aytaç. I'm hosting today's panel. And I would like to briefly explain why I am here today. In 2024, I ran for the Austrian National Council as a candidate of the Liste Gaza Voices Against Genocide. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. My goal was to take action against the genocide in Gaza. My goal was to break the silence and the ignorance surrounding it, and to articulate the unspeakable, to bring the discussion into the political arena, and my goal was to gain the necessary public attention for it. Liste Gaza, Voices Against Genocide, received 0.4% of the vote in the election. For all of us, Liste Gaza was a symbolic act, an act of resistance to the silent complicity of the Austrian government in supporting Israel's crimes. And our efforts continue. And today's event is a consequence and further development of that. Thank you, but be nice. Thank you. As an educational scientist, I know language matters. And the language in which we speak about violence, in which we speak about genocide, shapes our ability to resist it. And I know silence never protects the victim. Silence protects the system that continues and perpetuates violence. Today, we confront that silence. And what happens when silence lasts too long? Genocide. This term is not just legally complex, it is morally charged, historically wounded, and politically contested. It is a heavy legacy, and it continues to haunt us. A term that demands to take responsibility for the future. Yet, we must speak it, because genocide refers to crimes that do not only destroy bodies, it destroys also memory, language, belonging. It destroys all what it means to be human. And I warmly welcome you all to the panel. from ethnic cleansing to genocide, is one democratic state still possible? This is a big question. A question that is not easy, not comfortable, and not without consequences. Perhaps this question is hopeless, but asking it, that is not naive. Three voices, each carrying the weight of survival, of history and truth, will guide us through the complexities of what is at stake. Professor Ilan Pappé, historian and author, Dr. Ghada Karmi, exiled author and doctor, and Dr. Ramzi Baroud, journalist, chronicler, survivor. I thank you for being here. Listening today is not easy, but it is necessary, because those who only recognize genocide once it is over have failed in their responsibility. A just state may seem impossible today, but our actions today lay the foundations for tomorrow's hope. Today, we can choose truth over silence. Today, we can choose action over indifference. And today, we can choose to take a stand. With that, I now hand over to our moderator, Peter Eisenstein, who is Deputy Chief of the Norwegian Peace and Justice Party. And I thank you all, and I thank you all.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you all for coming here. Before we begin, I'm going to make two short announcements. One is at 6 o'clock, right after this session, dinner will be available. Also, for those who are speakers, please remain here right after the session at 6. You'll get dinner too, but we have to have a little meeting before dinner. So with that, we can begin with this part of the program, which is from ethnic cleansing to genocide. We're talking about being a question that is not naive, but as of this morning, it's also a little bit out of date. Not only is it going from ethnic cleansing to genocide, but now also nuclear brinkmanship and possible nuclear holocaust, just in the past few hours. So with that, I'd like to ask Dr. Ghada Karmi to speak. We're not going to have the pult up here anymore because it got in the way of some visuals.
Thank you. As I understood it, I thought we're speaking about the one-state solution, aren't we? Yeah, sure. Given the context is what you're saying. Yeah. Okay, hello everyone again. I think anyone who knows anything about me, anyone who knows anything about me will know that I have been writing about the one state in Palestine since before the 1990s. And I've really written extensively about the one-state idea because I believed it then and I believe it now that this is the only endpoint, way forward for the situation we are in. That is, let's face it, the situation we are in is that we have an area from the river to the sea in which two communities live. One Palestinian Arab, the other Israeli Jewish. That's a fact. So the question really is, what do you do with this de facto one state? You know and I know that it's an apartheid state. It's one in which one side, the Jewish-Israeli side, is in charge, in control, and to the detriment of the Palestinian Arab community. Those are all facts. There's nothing there that's an opinion. That's a fact. So the question is, when you're faced with that, what do you do? what do you do? I mean, clearly, you know, there are a number of answers to this question. One answer has been that we look to a two-state solution, and which is, you know, come back again on the agenda. But let's go back to the actual situation. In the actual situation, there are, as I say, these two communities, one dominant over the other, and that cannot be allowed to happen. So in my estimation, there is only actually one way forward in which you can move from a situation in which one side is dominant over the other to a situation in which people are living together, and they can only do that in a democratic framework in which people have equal citizenship, equal rights, irrespective of what their ethnic, religious, racial origins might be. That's the issue. Now, I have always believed that, not out of sentimentality, believe you me, because I have to be blunt here. I'm telling you, if the Palestinians could reverse the clock to before 1948, they would do it in a heartbeat. We must be under no illusion that this is something that was forced, imposed on the Palestinians. They, I think, probably would not have chosen the people who are now dominating them. They would not have chosen for these people to be their compatriots. But they really don't have a choice. This is how it is. And I have seen it in this purely practical light, that what you have is two communities, and you have to reconcile the rights of the Palestinian people, which means the return of all the Palestinians to their homeland, because that's where they belong. You have to reconcile that absolute right with the fact that there is a settler community living in the homeland. It's a settler community, whether the sons or the grandsons or whatever, majority are settlers. There are those who've come from Arab countries, they're also settlers. So I think we need to be clear that excluding the small number of indigenous Palestinian Jews who are Palestinians, the rest are settlers and the children of settlers. So if you're just looking at this purely pragmatically, what can you do? How are you going to sort this out? It seems to me entirely sensible, and it's the only way forward, in which you forget about the fact that these are settlers. Irrespective of how they came to Palestine, they're there. They are present. So they need a solution. And therefore, to my mind, the fairest and most practical way is for the current situation to continue, i.e. one state between the river and the sea, but not the one state arrangement now in which one community dominates the other, but converted into a democracy in which everybody has equal rights and equal citizenship. Now that is... And quite frankly, I can think of no other arrangement that would satisfy human rights and human decency, so that even if the Palestinians could, they would not murder the settlers and fling them out and expel them as the Palestinians were expelled in 1948. They wouldn't do that. And they would not, at the same time, imagine that there would be a future without these people. So in reality, that's the way it is, and that's the way it's got to be. Now, however, I don't have to tell you, there are problems in the way of all this. Chief among them is the two-state illusion, in which The idea is that you legitimize colonialism by dividing the country of Palestine into two, one composed of the settlers and the other composed of the indigenous Palestinian inhabitants. But the thing about the two-state solution, which always gets me, is quite apart from whether you agree with it or not. I mean, how do you justify dividing the country so unequally? I mean, even if you accept that you need to have two states, why is it 20% to the Palestinians, the indigenous people, and 80% to the settlers? How is that? You know, what does that mean? However, you know and I know that that is the two-state paradigm that's been pursued by the West and by the Arab states and by some of the Palestinians themselves. So that's the fact. Now, what are the obstacles in the way of my idea? It's very obvious, isn't it? Even before the genocide, the two communities don't like the idea of living together. The Jewish Israelis look down on Palestinian Arabs. They consider them lesser human beings. They don't want to live with them in any sort of equality. They want to continue living as they have been, in a supremacist position where they enjoy all the advantages and very few of the disadvantages. So that's one. The other community, the Palestinian Arab community, does not wish to live with their usurpers, and today does not wish to live with people who have committed genocide against them, the murderers, the mass murderers, and the enthusiasts for mass murder, which we heard about in those opinion polls, that a very large majority of the Israeli Jewish population supports the genocide. So the idea that the Palestinian Arab community would welcome or tolerate living together with people like this is very hard to stomach. So I don't underestimate the difficulties in the way. Well, that's bad enough. But if you add to it the determination of the West to keep Israel going, then you really have a huge problem. Because the whole idea of the two-state solution, no matter where you put the dividing line, preserves the Israeli state. And the West, from my observation, the last thing it will do is to tolerate the disappearance of the state of Israel. And I quickly assure you, we're not talking about killing people, we're talking about the state. And the West cannot tolerate that. And that's something, alas, we don't have time to go into, but we have ideas about why Western official position is to keep Israel going no matter what. You know, so even if you throw a bone to the Palestinians in the shape of the 20% of their original homeland, as long as you can keep Israel in its present form with a Zionist Israel, is all that the West really requires. They will fight against the one-state idea almost as much, or perhaps more, for all I know, than the way the communities themselves feel about each other. So this really is a problem. And you know, I sometimes think to myself that earlier I was raising this issue which has bothered so many of us. Why do Western states support Israel so much since October 7th, 2023? What is this? The fact that a conference like this has to take place, has to take all sorts of precautions in case they're stopped. You know, what is this protection towards Israel? What's it about? You know, and quite apart from what I think Ilan spoke about, which is that it's seen very much as a part of Europe, it's a part of the West. But almost more than that, I often feel they can't bear to look in the face the fact they made a huge blunder by creating Israel. And therefore, if Israel is to disappear, it would be an indictment of their support, their desire to create this monster in the Middle East, and they can't face it. So in my yes, okay, in my last remarks, number one, practically, in practical terms, when the state is set up, there will be huge difficulties. Even if the two communities were in agreement, there'd be very big difficulties. First, the Jewish law of return, that would have to be stopped completely. The Jewish law of return. Until the Palestinian refugees and exiles were repatriated, there is no room for a Jewish law of return. So there's that. Secondly, there's a period of adjustment, very important. Don't forget that there is a huge difference in terms of advancement between the two communities. So there has to be a period in which the Palestinian side is allowed to come up to catch up with the Jewish Israelis, and other things like that. And then finally, of course, is this just hot air now? Is it hot air? Because of the genocide, because of the way that the Israeli population, not only the government, has been revealed as being fundamentally racist and violent. Because don't forget, Israel has a citizen army. What does that mean? It represents people in Israel. It's not something that flew out of Mars. It's part of society. So these people engaged in the mass murder, this is really very, very tough. And I can tell you, last summer, I was in Jordan, and I gave a talk about the one-state solution. And you cannot imagine the opposition there was and the constant cry of how dare you expect us to live with these people? We are not prepared to. There's only either them, us, or them. We have to get rid of them, or, they'll get rid of us. It's that sort of idea. And of course, you can understand it. People are very angry. So my conclusion is, we must not let this particular time, which is really tough, to cloud our judgment in terms of the long-term aim of what we're trying to do. The one state is the only equitable and humane solution for the dreadful mess created by Israel. It's the only humane solution, and we need to aim towards it. It's not going to happen tomorrow, but as long as it remains the guiding final endpoint for us, we will work towards it.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Carney. Now we will hear from Professor Ilan Pappé, who is, I think, single-handedly responsible for most of the anti-Zionists in the world today.
Thank you. Thank you. You do? Thank you. It's too kind. I want to echo some of the words that Rada, or some of the kind of reference that Rada had to the very idea of the discussing now, the one state. And it seems quite sensible that at a time when the genocide still goes on in Gaza and the ethnic cleansing goes on in the West Bank, the mood, the willingness, the impulse to talk about reconciliation, living together, even within decolonized Palestine, not within, of course, the paradigm of the two-state solution, is not a very attractive topic now. And I experienced the same thing that you did, rather, when I was trying to talk about the one state. We don't want to hear about it now. This is not the right time. And we all, I think, fully understand why there is no patience. On the other hand, I also agree with Rada. That doesn't mean that we have to forsake long-term processes and understand them and prepare for them. Probably the solution for this tension between the one hand being totally sensitive to the unwillingness of people, especially in Palestine, especially Palestinians, to talk about any kind of solution. Even the word solution seems to antagonize, and rightly so, a lot of people. And on the other hand, you can't ignore the basic fact that Rada has mentioned. There will be 8 million Jews in the future in a decolonized Palestine, whether people like the idea or don't like the idea. I think one of the ways of navigating through this is to make sure that the discussion about the future has few principles that I think we should respect and maybe would help us still to keep the activism, the conversation, while of course I think our energy as a whole, as human beings, as individuals, as movement, are now rightly focused on stopping the genocide, not about having huge gatherings of hundreds and hundreds of people to talk together about a better future. We need the masses of people, we need the energy of people, we need to give people hope that they have the ability to influence the reality that would be one in which the genocide stops and so on. So maybe the venues should be a bit more limited. Maybe the conversation should be a bit more in the written world rather than in the public domain and so on. And for that kind of conversation, which I think needs special venues now, special efforts, because anyway, building a movement for a one-state solution, as many of you I know are working with me on the ground in Palestine know, is a very slow process. Hardly we make any pathway into the Jewish community, and even talking with Palestinians on the ground, even before the 7th of October, we didn't create immediately a massive popular movement, although people were much more willing, of course, to discuss the one state before the 7th of October. So here are some pointers which I would like to suggest. And again, I think the conversation does not need huge public audiences, mass movements. I think it needs to be continued. I agree. It needs to be articulated and so on. The first pointer for me, which is very important, and which would be exactly an antithesis to what characterized the so-called peace process that the Americans and the Europeans have been conducting for years and are even talking about it as in the language of them today, of the day after. The Palestinians have to lead the conversation about the future of Palestine. Nobody else. It needs to be a Palestinian conversation. The Palestinians, whoever will decide to do this conversation, whether they will change the organization of the PLO, whether they will create a new organization, doesn't matter. Whatever would be the organizational structure, because we don't want it just to be conversation between individuals. We want it to be a vision for the national liberation movement. They can decide how much would they involve Jewish partners, whether from Israel itself or outside, on certain aspects of the future. But the pointer of having the Palestinians being in a driving seat means that you turn, which is fine, which I think psychologically is very important. You turn, and that settles the settlers issue to my mind. You turn the Jewish community either inside Israel today or in historical Palestine, and the Jewish communities which are still interested in it outside, into part of the solidarity movement. Not part of the people who determine the future, but people who are lending their moral, political, economic support for whatever the Palestinians would tell us they would imagine as a much better reality. And yes, possibly it could open a critical discussion if that vision, for instance, would say, well, all of you guys, 8 million, will not be there. But I don't hear that much of impracticality from, even at the moment of outrage now, people are still practical about it. The second pointer, which I think is very important, one of the greatest success of Zionism, with the help of European colonialism, was to take Palestine out of the Mashriq, of the Eastern Mediterranean. As if development in Syria and Lebanon, in Jordan, this whole colonial project that the Europeans built in the First World War, that is collapsing in front of our eyes. It is collapsing, not just in Israel. That as if these are two different geographical spaces, two different problems. No, I think it would be very important to have a discussion about the future that includes the future of the Eastern Mediterranean, at least as a whole, if not of the whole Arab world. But let's start with the Eastern Mediterranean. And that gives options. That gives options for both the Jews who came from the Arab countries and even Jews who are from a European descendant and would want to stay in a decolonized Palestine. They would not be, you called it tribalism rather, but they will not be the only people in the Eastern Mediterranean that would like to be recognized as an ethno-cultural group. You have the Maronites, you have the Yazidis, you have the Druze. The Jews can be an ethno-cultural group if they want to, which is not a national group by no means, and it does not a group that has a position of dominance. But if it is a mosaic, as it used to be, the Eastern Mediterranean used to be a mosaic of groups, and many people I still think want to preserve some of this group identity. I'm talking about the Eastern Mediterranean as a whole. Yes, there could be, and by the way, there was a Jewish identity that not only did not alienate the other groups, was in a very good relationship. Read Osama Magdisi's beautiful book, The Genuine Coexistence, before 1948. The Jews were just another ethno-cultural group in a mosaic of ethno-cultural groups that were part of the Arab world, were part of the Muslim world. So another pointer is this kind of looking at the discussion not just between the river and the sea, but to look at around it and not to look for solutions in the European supermarket of ideas, but rather going back in history to the legacy, to the heritage that in Palestine, for instance, we know about how Jews, Muslims, and Christians coexisted before the arrival of Zionism and the colonialism. The third, and with this I still have a few minutes, right? The third pointer, I think, and it's not urgent, but I think it's part of a very helpful discussion of keeping the consultation about the future alive, even when your attention, rightly so, is totally focused on the now and the here and the now. For example, a Palestinian conversation, nobody else's, Palestinian conversation of whether there is or isn't a distinction between the settlements that Israel built after 1967 in the West Bank and the Jewish settlements that were built throughout the mandatory period and after the establishment of the State of Israel. Now, we are being told by international jurists that you cannot deal with the Jewish communities that were built before 67, as if they are part of the legitimate Israel. But when we are talking about decolonization and not peace agreement, but the right term is decolonization, you open up everything. And that doesn't mean, as you said, it doesn't mean expulsion of people, it doesn't mean extermination of people, but it does mean discussing distribution of land, distribution of resources, ownership, and building a country in a vision that goes along with the liberation movement rather than with diplomats and politicians from the outside. And finally, and I think that is something that is very clear, there are two processes happening, and I think sometimes we confuse the two processes. One is the process of disintegration of Israel, which is happening without us. We are not the reason the Jewish society implodes from within. Not one of us sitting here is responsible for the fact that Israel is going through a civil war, which has nothing to do with the Palestinians, unfortunately. It's just between secular Judaism, as they would call it, and more orthodox Messianic Judaism. It tears this society apart. And all the attempt to use the war, whether the genocide in Gaza, now the war against Iran, is not helping to create a cement between the two societies. And in fact, one society already lost, if not 500,000, in fact, more than 500,000 of its members who have already left Israel since the 7th of October. That's the economic elite of Israel, that's the cultural elite of Israel, and many more are leaving. And the prospect of a long war with Iran is not going to stop this immigration. It's going to increase that immigration for people who have dual nationality or have jobs that can ignite easily outside. Why should they live in a constant fear that they are part of a theater of war if they have German nationality, if they have American nationality? And this is going to go on, and this would break down this regime from within in a long term. I'm not talking about tomorrow or the day after. But that means that the other process is the process of thinking what will happen when the disintegration will reach a critical point and creates a void. What happens if the Palestinian national movement is not ready to fill the void when the void appears? This is something that happened in history. When you had colonial regimes disintegrate and there was not yet readiness to take over, that's why some of the post-colonial regime we have in some parts of the world are not much to write home about in the sense of what kind of states were built and what kinds of societies emerged out of it. And therefore, and with this I will end, the call for Palestinians today to answer the question, how do you see the future of millions of Jews in post-colonial Palestine? How do you see the Jewish settlements? How do you see any connection to the Mashrek and so on? The call for such discussion and answer to these questions is not for the sake of the Jews of Israel. It's for the sake of making sure that, as I'm saying it as an historian, that disintegration and collapse is a bit like these sand clocks that you have. It starts very slowly, but the last bits, look at every case study you have in history. The last bits are speedy, are very quick. And sometimes people are not at all ready for that because it happens, I won't say in one day, that would be too dramatic. But the pace of the last bit of the collapse is much faster than the beginning of the collapse. And therefore, it's good to be there with ideas, not just for the sake of how Jews and Arabs would live together, but what is the future of post-colonial Palestine is probably even a better discussion than the one state. It's rather saying, let's not talk for the movement of one state and talk about the movement for post-colonial Palestine, post-Israel Palestine, call it what you want. But one that says we are discussing, we are not only discussing, we are even imagining. We are even imagining. Ask writers, ask poets, ask film writers, right now, in this moment of despair, to imagine how post-Israel Palestine would look like, even as an ideal type, even if you romanticize it, to give people also a sense that we know what we are dreaming about, not only what we are fighting against. Thank you.
So, our final speaker today, speaking of Palestinians and the need for them to tell their own stories, it's also important that they find their audience. And our final speaker, Dr. Ramzi Baroud, found that audience through the Palestine Chronicle, which he created as, believe it's the first online Palestinian paper and platform. So it's a wonderful way to combine the two, Palestinian stories with a new audience, which has been going on now, finding new generations of people learning about the Palestinian story. Dr. Baroud.
Thank you very much. First of all, just a quick disclaimer. I haven't slept for 2 days. I lost my luggage, just arrived 2 hours ago, so I'm very cranky. So if I say something so this message, the target audience is Ghada and Ilan. Don't get upset with me if I seem to disagree with certain things. I'm not going to speak as a Palestinian. I'm going to speak as a Gazan. And I think it's important. Despite the fact that I constantly speak about the need for a unified Palestinian discourse and a Palestinian discourse that is managed and created by the Palestinians themselves, but not by any Palestinians, by Palestinian organic intellectuals and by the Palestinian people who are the true representative of Palestinian society. So not any Palestinian suffices. Don't go and bring Mahmoud Abbas or some ambassador to some whatever and say, here's a Palestinian, he speaks on behalf of the Palestinians. Mahmoud Abbas and the Palestinian Authority does not speak on the behalf of the Palestinian people. Like your society, like any other society, we have classes, we have our bourgeois, we have our people who are living in their own, fantastical lands, and, they have their own intellectualism and their own frame of mind, and they don't necessarily always line up with those living in Jabalia right now, in Khan Yunis, in Beit Hanun, in Beit Lahia, in Nusayrat, in Maghazi, or anywhere in Gaza. This is why I want to speak as a Gazan first, before I speak as a Palestinian. Identity is so extremely important to this conversation. We can't talk about coexistence unless we know who we are as a people. As you know, Israel bombed Iran against international consensus on the issue, and they are trying to provoke a major destructive war so that Netanyahu and his ilk may stay in power until the next elections. That's how important the likes of Ben Gvir and Smotrich are supposedly to the future of the Middle East. Yet somehow, and for some reason, the Jordan, Pakistan, and other Arab and Muslim countries are lining up their defenses to intercept any possible Iranian retaliation. Not Israeli attacks, but Iranian retaliation. So it's kind of hard to imagine me as a Gazan whose family, half of my family have perished, and I'm not going to talk about it into more details because I don't want to get emotional and I don't want to get marginalized from the conversation for being emotional, but I lost over 100 members of my family, and that's that. To talk about coexistence right now, it's not that I am angry, that I am unable to control my emotions for the moment, but I can't see the future beyond this emotional, this kind of overwhelming emotions that one feels when his family is not only half dead, but also starving and dying in refugee camps. When I look at the history of Israel and the history of Zionism, it has never been the history of solutions. Never. The word solution is our own invention. When we talk about solutions, it's something that Arabs and Palestinians have been chasing after before the establishment of Israel on the ruins of Palestine in 1948. It's us who's been chasing after the British and after the League of Nations and the United Nations. It's us who's been begging and pleading, and the Zionists have given us nothing. Not even the mere interest of an actual solution. Nothing. We have been playing a one-sided game regarding solutions, and it is, with time, has become a form of intellectualism. Just a little side note here. In his book, Notes from Prison, Antonio Gramsci talks about when the Jacobin movement, there was a revolution, I think 1868 in Europe, I can't remember exactly when. But the Jacobin movements, they were surprised because they had calculated that the revolution is going to happen exactly at a certain point when there is enough, class struggle and they created this whole edifice of text. Yet the revolution happened in France completely on its own. And as a result, the Jacobins couldn't accept that revolution is genuine. Peasants, workers, students leading their own revolution, to the point that they had to kind of rethink, is this a genuine revolution or not? It didn't fit into their own frame of reference in what Gramsci refers to as intellectualism. And I don't want to be engaged in intellectualism. I want to be looking at the reality as it is now. Because my target audience is my people. My target audience right now is Gaza. 99% of my target audience is Gaza, and 1% everyone else. It's all about Gaza. I have always argued that Gaza is the heart and the center of Palestinian history, not because it has land or resources, it has none and very little, but because Gaza has always been the beating heart of Palestinian resistance. And this is our real assets as Palestinians. This is where the story begins. And that's where the story will end, with the defeat of Zionism. I strongly believe that Gaza alone, over the course of 600 plus days, have defeated more of Zionism than all of our efforts combined for the last century. And I know we are very limited to the kind of conversation we can have in Vienna or in Paris or in Berlin. We are very limited. There's so much of the conversation we can't openly speak about because of certain limitations and certain fears. If that conversation is to open up so candidly one day, there is so much we can say about this subject. But this little tiny stretch of land of 2.3 million people, out of which 10% are already gone, has managed to impose Gaza as the most important geopolitical aspect of the entirety of the Middle East, if not even globally. It is changing the dynamics of the Middle East. It's introducing new players and exposing old players. Who has ever thought that Ansarullah, the so-called Houthis, would ever be playing such a central role? These are people, and I've reported about Yemeni solidarity with Palestine for many, many years, and nobody was paying attention. Yemeni media would run my articles, but other Arab media wouldn't. There was always something about Yemen that made it extremely special in the history of the Palestinian struggle. These are the conversations. These are the conversations we need to be talking about. Who has ever thought that Namibia is going to rise as one of the top solidarity places anywhere in the world? Unearthing their own genocide by the Germans against the Herero people 100 years ago, and coming now to the platform and say, what about us? We are like those Palestinians, and they try to sue Germany at the International Criminal Court. These are the opportunities that we need to explore and exploit, and this is the kind of unity we need to build. I think the idea has never been truly about solutions, because you can't create a solution with another side that is never even interested in any form of solution, just or otherwise. You look at the Israeli discourse regarding the Palestinians. How many websites and pages and books and documents and brochures and flyers we have created of what Zionist leaders have been saying about Palestinians since the very, very beginning. The cockroaches, the animals, the beast, all of that. Now, the Gaza genocide is just the culmination. It's just the translation of this racist, nasty, dehumanizing discourse coming to the form in one final blow that is of the extermination of the Palestinian people. I am not interested in any solution with that group of people. What I'm interested in defeating Zionism. And this is why I think that the title of this conference is spot on, anti-Zionist. That's where we should be approaching the issue. Look at any successful national liberation struggle anywhere in the world. Rarely they spoke about resolutions or solutions. The Vietnamese fought, the Algerians fought, the South African fought. Yes, they had a vision, and we need to talk about this vision. Yes, they did. But it's not the vision that is the tool we are going to take to this war. As if Netanyahu is just waiting for Ramzi or someone else to come and say, hey, I have this perfect solution that's going to make everybody happy. Well, Ramzi, what are you waiting for? Come on, let's talk about it. Absolutely not. We have to change the dynamics of the relationship totally before we talk about solutions. And by the way, I mean, I know international law hasn't really lived up to the expectations. But international law already says that Israel is an illegal occupier of Palestine. And they are already discussing and investigating the Israeli genocide in Gaza. And they have already issued arrest warrants of Israeli war criminals. And even other Western countries, as hypocritical as they have been, they are sanctioning Israeli leaders and so forth and so on. So we already have enough body of text to imagine what international law wants from Israel. You end the military occupation, you dismantle, you apartheid, you end the genocide, you are held accountable for your crimes. International law already says these things. Add all of these things together, and here's your solution. Once you defeat Zionism, and that should be our absolute focus, once you defeat and expose Zionism, and it is being exposed and defeated, and by the way, I think these attacks on Lebanon and Iran is just an act of desperation. I think Netanyahu knows that his days are numbered, and he is trying to ignite. He is the master of distraction. And he keeps putting on a show over here and a show over there. But at the end of the day, he cannot break Gaza. And I said from the very beginning, Gaza will never be broken, because Gaza is not about weapons. This whole idea, this whole ridiculous idea that Palestinians need to give up their arms. How do you even count the arms of the Palestinians? They make their own bombs and their own guns underground. It's not an army with a number of tanks and airplanes. It's a people's army. It's a people's resistance. And under no circumstance will Gaza be defeated. And the strange thing about all of this is that Netanyahu himself has figured this out. Moshe Feiglin has already figured this out. They all figured it out from the beginning, and that's why they decided that the enemy is the Palestinian people, because they knew there is no resistance without the Palestinian people. So they launched a war on the Palestinian people, not because they were not being careful, or was disproportionate, or it's too much collateral damage, we can't deal with this. It was intentional from the very, very beginning. No food, no water, no medicine. It was a genocide. So let's go back to the basics. The basics are Israel is not interested in solutions. The Palestinian people have figured this out and they put it all on the line and they are fighting, and we need to stand in solidarity with them. Yes, we should have visions for the future, but the visions should always be focused on one state solution, a state called Palestine, and nothing else.
So, thank you very much to all three of the panelists. I have a couple of dozen questions myself, but I will control myself and let you ask questions. So if anybody has a question, please raise your hand.
You were first, sir. I want to remind you to please keep it short, keep it safe. Thank you. I will snatch that mic away from you. And Dalia and myself will be holding the microphone. Thank you.
It is not easy to speak after you so very powerful words, but I will try. I think if we want to get rid of Zionism, and I thought this is the aim of all this, we should stop to speak about two peoples. Because the Zionist establishment is oppressing all the people from the river to the sea, and it includes all the population with different degrees of oppression. And the oppressor has different degrees of oppression and being oppressed. There are oppressors who are oppressed, and there are different degrees in this. And I think it's very important to stop to speak about two peoples, and if we can do this, it will be very much easier to speak about one land for the whole population. Thank you.
Yes.
Tony Greenstein, I think everybody here agrees on a one-state solution. The question is how we get there. And I want to quote a famous American black gay activist, James Baldwin, when he said, "The West does not support Israel because of this, it wants a salvation, a Jewish interest, it does it for the salvation of its own interests." And I think that's extremely important. We make the mistake, I think, of seeing Israel, the self-described Jewish state, as therefore depending on Jewish support. I want to argue that Jews are the moral alibi for Western support of Israel. Even if no Jewish people outside Israel supported Zionism, the West would still continue to support it. And therefore we have to also look at the region, because the Arab regimes are complicit and collaborating in what is happening today, the genocide and all the rest of it. So I think we need to refocus our attention on why Israel is supported. And it is quite simply, Israel is the projection of Western interest into the Arab region. And I'll leave it at that.
Thank you.
Okay. Hello. Thank you. My question is, so I find it much easier to try to imagine what the Western world would look like or would need to look like for a one-state solution? Because I think this is a place where we can we can be better allies, and we can try to work towards it, because West obviously has an enabling factor. So this is one question. What should, in this one-state solution where Palestinians live in dignity, what should the geopolitics look like? What should Europe look like? What should the US look like? And the second question, similar to it, is that, so in order to make sure that the children of today will question their parents, for example, here in Austria or in Germany especially, but also in the wider Europe, and will be angry with them when they find out their positions. In order to make that happen, what should we be doing? I mean, I personally would love to think about this. And final note, I actually also think that, I mean, this is a hunch, I'm no historian and I should study this, but I have this hunch that there are two things in history that could help personally me. I'm from Turkey.
Time.
One thing is the period between the end of the Holocaust and establishment of Israel for the Jews, and the second is actually the Crusades.
Yes, please keep your questions short and on point. Thank you.
I would more so like to add to the question of gentleman who asked the first question of the suppression of all people between the river to the sea. I would kind of have to disagree on that because, question? No, then I'll.
Okay, yes, we would like, it's not an open discussion, just to remind you, we would like to ask the panel questions so they can answer.
Here. Okay, can I speak here, from this side? Okay, my name is Attia, I come from Germany, from Stuttgart. We organized in the past many conferences about one democratic state. I know the idea is not easy to reach. If we look at the situation now, because all the area in the Middle East is destroyed, and I can understand the people in Jordan, like as they don't believe in the idea, because Israel destroyed all the area. Okay, I am believing in the one democratic state. That is not new, because the Palestinians talk about this solution since 50 years ago. But the idea should be not romantic. It should be practically. The idea, the ODS should have legs to work. Because if we remain intellectually to talk about the idea, we will not reach our. I think without resistance, we cannot push or force Israel or force the Jewish people to go with, to make the idea possible. I think resistance is the main thing in the issue.
Thank you so much. Please, excuse me, I would just like to clarify something. This is, please ask your questions, so that the panel can answer. I am sorry that we have to be strict, but please, questions only. Don't discuss what somebody said in the... Thank you.
Okay, I have a question. This afternoon we heard about the imperialists made the international law. I'm very short. We have the extraterritorial human rights obligation. We have international laws. And I'd like to wonder from the plenum, we have an instrument we could use. What do you think about using this law? I give a shit about who made it, but we have the law and we should use it.
Okay, next question.
Ja, ich meine auch, dass der Weg ist, dass wir ein freies Palästina...
I want to ask you what you think about using the international law, or whether you think it was made by imperialists, part colonial times, a long time ago, or whether we should use it. I think we should use it. And my question is, what you think on the plenum here, how about this?
Thank you.
Ich denke, dass es notwendig ist, dass wir ein freies Palästina haben, in dem die ethnischen, religiösen Gruppen und so weiter zum gegenseitigen Nutzen zusammenarbeiten.
Ihre Frage wäre?
Die Frage ist denn das nicht alleine möglich in einem sozialistischen Staat? Was meinen Sie dazu?
Is there a possibility to have a one-state solution with both ethnic groups in a socialist state? Dalia, keep the mic in your hand.
Don't worry, I'll give it back to you soon. So my question is, maybe for Ilan in the first place, because you're a professor for history. Do guys like you take actions and analyze school books? Because I'm from Germany, I know there's 1 million German teachers, and if you ask them, maybe let's say 1,000 of them might know one or two things that are anti-Zionist talking points. Most of them are convinced Zionism is a great answer to anti-Semitism. So this is my question. Do you analyze them, and what steps could we take to change it?
Please, for the people on the panel, thank you for your questions. Please tell us when you have enough questions. Okay, we'll take one more here.
Hello, I think we're all here in agreement that we have to do our part to undermine Zionism, its strength, its institutional capacity, etc. To Ramsey's point, do you see anti-Zionist Jews playing a role in the building of the Palestine national movement?
Thank you. Okay, next question. Finish with questions. Sorry, we're finished with questions. Thank you so much for your participation.
Thank you. So, okay, so when it comes to what I could understand as questions, I think we can begin with the question regarding international law. It was mentioned earlier today that international law no longer plays a role because Zionists have taken over and use it as a weapon against those who want to use international law itself. So, Professor Papi, you'd like to?
Yeah. First of all, historically, it's true. International law was the foundation for international law. Were established after the Second World War, when much of the world was still colonized, and the colonized people were not consulted in building the foundation for what is universal justice, what is international law. Some changes were introduced in 1960 to include colonialism as a violation of international law, but when at the same time certain jurists, including Palestinian ones, were trying to define settler colonialism as violations of international law, the United States, Canada, Australia, Apartheid South Africa, and Israel objected, and therefore settler colonialism was never defined as a violation of international law, and that's why it does not apply that well to the situation of Palestine. It can apply to certain violations during the occupation of the West Bank and so on, but it's not a tool of decolonization because it is part of colonialism in many ways. I think that what is important is that it had an opportunity, international law had an opportunity to re-win the confidence of the global South because of what happened in Gaza. They could have shined through and say, you know what, we understand that fundamentally there's something wrong with international law, and therefore we would not only ask for the end of the genocide in Gaza. We will ask for the end of Zionism. But they didn't have the courage to do this, and I can't see them having the courage to do this. So we need redefining what is universal justice, what is international law. The world needs international infrastructure of law, because otherwise you cannot deal with global warming, you cannot deal with global poverty. You need collaboration based on laws and regulation. The current ones are providing immunity to genocides like the one that Israel perpetrates in Gaza. And therefore, we have serious questions, not only about its effectivity, but about its legitimacy.
I just want to add one thing to what Ilana said. First of all, we must keep international law. We have nothing else. And that applies to the United Nations. People are constantly saying, oh, it's no good and it's not whatever. We have to keep it. The problem, really, is that you can't impose it. That's the problem. It's that you can't implement it. You can pass indictments, you can do all of that, but you can't make it happen. That's the real issue. Even if we changed certain aspects of international law, that flaw remains.
Just a quick addition to what has already been said is that international law is not a fixed body of law that is consistent and it's implementable and it's practical and can be used in any time or space. International law is reflection of international power balances, and we fully understand that. What does it mean that this comes from the United Nations General Assembly versus the UN Security Council? What is binding, what is not binding. But the thing is, historically, international law has been a contested space between largely the global south and the global north. I mean, for example, look at the resolution, just an example, a resolution that describes Zionism as a form of racism. What are the roots of that law? Was it introduced by Britain? Was it introduced by France? It was introduced by the organization that was the precursor to the current African Union. It was the African countries, not even the Arab countries, the African countries that got together and they said the crime of apartheid in South Africa is linked to the crime of Zionism and what is happening in other African countries. And they created this body of text and they pushed it at the UNGA. And then the UNGA voted essentially by recreating the draft resolution that was created by African countries. And this is why I keep saying that we cannot leave any space uncontested. We can't just, yeah, of course, international law has failed Gaza. Because if it's not able to stop the genocide, people trapped in a prison just running from north to south, south to north, and being just butchered in the most inhumane ways possible, and international law couldn't deliver anything, not even a cup of water or a loaf of bread. It's actually the American Humanitarian Foundation, so-called, that is providing aid and killing hundreds of Palestinians on a daily basis in exchange for that bread. So yeah, total failure, there's no question about it. But it doesn't mean that we abandon it. It means we fight for it. We claim it to our side. The likes of Francesca Albanese, the likes of Richard Falk, the likes of Mukhaber, and the likes of so many other people who are fighting for the centrality and the morality of international law. Just one last thing I want to say about it, and I know I exceeded my time. Just Richard Falk said something really interesting to me. I interviewed him recently, and he said, Ramzi, I have been, he's as you know, one of the world leading international law experts and professors, and someone who worked at the UN and other international institutions for a long time. He said, never in modern history has a country ever won the war of legitimacy, the moral war, has ever eventually lost the war. And he said, you Palestinians are winning the legitimacy war hands down. It is only the matter of time before that the war of legitimacy and the war of morality that you are winning actually eventually becomes an actual tangible victory. That's how we want to use international law. And that's why we are fighting for international law. Not because we are stupid or ignorant of what international law has not done for Gaza, but because we are thinking of the possibilities of what it could do for Gaza.
And even though you did exceed your time, which we are all actually very grateful for, you did get a specific question about if you foresee a role for anti-Zionist Jews in a future Palestine. So,
absolutely. So, a group of Palestinian historians got together about a year ago, and they decided they want to put together like an encyclopedia of Palestinian history. So they started dividing the chapters. Ramzi, why don't you work about the history of Gaza? Ahmed, you work on this. Samira, you work on that. And then someone raised the point of, you know, the ancient Hebrews of Palestine. How do we qualify them in our history as Palestinians? And there was this kind of odd, awkward pause in which we kind of all looked at each other. And then someone said, it's Palestinian history. It's Palestinian history. They are part of our history. They are not alien to it. It just, for a second, that awkward pause related to the fact that we are being killed and slaughtered by a group of people who claim to speak on behalf of Hebrews and Jews. But in reality, the ancient Hebrews are part and parcel of the Palestinian DNA that goes back thousands of years. I think it's incumbent on the anti-Zionist Jews to reclaim that role as Palestinians. I know I am putting too much expectations on you here. I'm not trying to shift your identity or force you to think of yourself as someone else, but you have to approach it from that kind of idea that you are fighting for coexistence with a group of people that you have already coexisted with. Not only in Palestine, not only in the Middle East, but as far as Al-Andalus for hundreds of years. I lived in Granada for a few months, and I lived in the house of a Jewish Arab man, a merchant, who had all of these Arabic writings all around his house. Later, I learned that it was the Jews of Granada that actually preserved the Arabic language. Because when the Arabs were pushed out in 1492, they were not allowed to use the Arabic letters anymore. So the Arab Jews were allowed to do so. And they preserved the Arabic language of Al-Andalus. We have so much in our history that is enough to tell us that we can, in fact, not only coexist, but represent a success story. But we have to separate between that kind of solidarity and the solidarity of replacement. I speak on behalf of myself. I don't need anybody to speak on my behalf. I'm not a liability to myself as a Palestinian. As Ilan put it, Palestinians should be taking the leadership on this subject. We need solidarity with us. We don't need replacement of the Palestinian voice. Just one quick thing. There's a sister who asked a question about Europe. What should Europe do? And this is it. I will not say anything after that. I think everything that you are doing is the right thing, honestly. The fact that you have students leading these mass protests in Europe, in the United States, losing their careers, their degrees, their diplomas, their futures, getting imprisoned, getting beaten. This is unprecedented. A lot of people say, well, it happened during the Vietnam era. No, it didn't. The Vietnam era was a completely different circumstance. The US, in their mind, was directly involved in that war. There is this new consciousness now among many Americans and many Europeans that their governments are no longer a third party, but they are very much involved in this. Do what you are doing. The boats that went to Gaza, the caravans that are going to Gaza, whatever you are doing, continue doing it, but remain unified. It is absolutely critical that you remain unified. Do not worry about accusations of anti-Semitism. Do not worry about defamation. All of this is meant for distraction. Stay as radical as you want. This is the time of being radical. If you come after the genocide and you pretend that you are radical, you're not radical. This is the time for radical language, radical action, radical discourse. It cannot...
Thank you. Gada, would you like to say something, some final words on that? Or? Okay, we're finishing up now, so do you have any final words? Five final words.
Okay. Thank you to everybody who asked all the questions and raised very important points, but I'm told these have to be the final words. First of all, certainly on the subject of anti-Zionist Jews' role in Palestinian liberation, I mean, I would say that an unqualified yes, of course. But you see, one thing, though, that I think is very important, and I alluded to in my earlier talk, don't let it displace your very important work against Zionism itself. So, in other words, it can happen quite easily that your solidarity with the Palestinians, your concern for the Palestinians, sort of edges out the real job here. And the real job, in my view, is that Jews have to take the lead in anti-Zionism in its own right. And finally, I just... clearly, as Tony said, I mean, clearly there are issues about how do you implement, how do you have the one state, things like that. It's very difficult to answer questions like this. The first thing you have to do in any political idea is you have to get it widely accepted. That's the first thing. So we are not in a situation where the one state idea is very widely accepted. We're not. We need to work on that first. Now, there's a questioner who asked about two communities and stop talking about two communities. You see, the problem we have, and also partly to my friend Ramzi here, the question of solution and not solution. Look, you've got to look at the real situation. The real situation is there are two communities between the river and the sea. And one community is naturally the indigenous people, so we don't need to talk about them. But it's the other community that defines itself. It not only feels different, it maintains its difference by never settling down. It has never adjusted to life in the Middle East. It has never seen itself as of the Middle East rather than in the Middle East. And it has maintained its links to the outside, to the West, to Europe, to the United States. This is the type of community we have to deal with. And really, in talking about solutions and the one state, there is nothing idealistic in this. There is nothing that says, this is what we've always wanted. I am inviting people to face an actual, real problem. There's a problem on the ground. There are these two communities. What are you going to do about it? What are you going to do with them? That's the answer. It's the answer to that question that I'm putting forward the one state. And as Ramzi said, why are we always putting forward solutions? The problem is, Ramzi, we've got the problem. They've pushed us into a position where we have a problem. We need to solve it. That's what I'm trying to say. And finally, just to my friend Ilan here, that's one of the reasons, you know, that the whole idea about seeing the Jewish community, the Israeli Jewish community, as melting at some point into the local scenery. I can't see that, because you see the Crusaders. That was the thing about the Crusaders. They never gave up their links to the outside. They never saw themselves as part of the region. And I'm arguing, and this is the fact, that Jewish Israelis don't see themselves as part of the region either. They always maintain their links to the outside, and that's one of the reasons they'll never settle down. Anyway.
There was a question about textbook, and with this, which you ignored. I don't know why. Okay. It's not. Okay. But I'll do it quickly. I think it's an important question about German and Austrian textbook, but I think probably in many other places. Well, that is exactly the role, I think, of educators and academics, is to challenge the way we teach, we research, we educate people on Palestine. We have to change the dictionary that we use. We need to talk about the country Palestine. We need to talk about colonialism, settler colonialism, and all these terms that are not only a matter of opinion and moral position, but are actually accurate from an academic point of view. I think one of the things we are trying to do in universities more successfully in the English-speaking world than in the German-speaking world is to now be in a position where defining Zionism as settler colonialism, or Israel as an apartheid state, or the events of 1948 as ethnic cleansing is not anymore regarded as a political position, but rather as the outcome of a proper scientific research on that kind of issues. And I think Germany and Austria are they're lagging behind, of course. I don't see many academics here or in Germany are willing to accept, although I think they know that we are correct even from a scholarly point of view, not just from a moral point of view. As for the rest of the issue, I keep saying I do think we all, and Rada wrote about the one state, and Ramzi has written his own issues. I think we should continue writing about practical responses. I don't know if the word solution, I'm here a little bit with Ramzi on this, but practical responses for the main challenge. And you're right, the main challenge is you have 8 million Jews indoctrinated even in a worse way than the whites were indoctrinated during apartheid South Africa. It's anybody who's like me as an Israeli knows that the indoctrination in apartheid South Africa pales in comparison to what we went through as objects of indoctrination. And that explains very well the brutality and inhumanity in the Gaza Strip. There's a clear connection. Now, that's the point, rather, is not to try and talk to these people on their terms. The 8 million, you're right, will be there. Now, my guess, this is my guess, a very united, organized Palestinian liberation movement that has, hopefully after we finish we stop the genocide and honesty, and everything goes on right now. But the one that comes and says, you can live, it's up to the Palestinians to decide what they want to offer. You can either live as citizens, equal citizens, or if you want some sort of a collective cultural identity, you can have it, or whatever. I'm not saying what should be. My guess is that half, or at least 1/3 of the Israeli Jewish population would leave. They would not want to live in a non-apartheid supremacist Israel. It's not the end of the world. It's not a good enough reason not to envision this. That's why I think it's so important. You will remain probably with two groups of who now constitute what is called the Jewish society in Israel. Probably two groups. You will remain with people who, and that unfortunately will be the minority, but an important one, would say, you know what, this is the kind of country we want to live in. An Arab Palestine that recognizes us as human beings. Despite everything that happened in history, we move forward. And you will have people who don't have dual nationality or come from countries to which they don't really want to return. I won't mention them. And would stay out of necessity, not out of choice. Most of them, to my mind, would be from an Arab origin. And I still believe that they would find it better to live in an Arab state because so many of them are still oppressed and discriminated as Arabs, even if they are Jews today. And their only outlet out of this discrimination is racism towards the Palestinians. So there are certain dynamics that you can definitely change. And you know, I would finish with this. I was in South Africa in 2014. Every white person I met told me I was against apartheid. So I said, if you were all against apartheid, why did it take so long? I can imagine Jews, and I can tell it by my father-in-law, who has changed, Jews who would say to you after the liberation of Palestine, if they stay in Palestine, we were never Zionists. And this will happen, believe me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, before we thank our panelists one last time, I just want to say we have some important administrative information coming up. So
I'll be very quick. It's just on the food, so that you all get served well. We have vegetarian food and also food with meat, and it is separated. So on the right-hand side, you will find the vegetarian food, and on the left-hand side, the one with meat. And I have also some other organizational things and also one political to say. We have heard before from Ramsey how important, especially also the solidarity from the countries in the south is. And I just want to tell you, we also have people who came the long way from Indonesia here, and we know how important the solidarity from Indonesia is. They just handed this over to us. So very welcome to this Congress, and thank you so much for taking your long trip. So it's some comrades from AXA working group. Thank you for taking this long trip. And one more organizational thing. We will have later also a speaker who is going to speak in German. So all those who only speak English, please grab also some of the translation headphones so that you can understand her while the pause. And please do not forget after all the sessions to also return the translation devices so that we can have them tomorrow. So, food will be for about 1 hour, and we will then gather here again for the next panel. And just one more thing, please stay with the food in the other room so that we don't have everything messed up.
Bitte mit dem Essen im anderen Raum bleiben, damit wir nicht hier den Saal verschmutzen. Dankeschön.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Do you have a pen? I used to have a pen.
Hallo? Hallo? Hört man das? Nein, gell? Ja, das ist... Wir sind schon wieder davon gelaufen. Das ist urschwierig. Ja. Ja. Kurz vorher. Wir probieren es bei der... Ja. Ja. Bitte, we try to make a photo. Maybe you can...
Hello, hello. Yep. Brrr. Hello. Yep. Hallo Leute, können wir kurz ein Mic offen haben, falls es geht? Hallo. Yeah, yes. Ich darf die Facilitators für Sonntag, die sich angemeldet haben für Sonntag, bitte nach vorne zur Bühne zu kommen. Treffpunkt ist hier. Die Facilitators für Sonntag, bitte alle zur Bühne kommen. Dankeschön.
Should I call the pic? Should I?
For Sunday, there's the session in the morning, and then we start with this, what we've been calling the Danish and the three parallel workshops. 3 workshops and then 3 workshops. And we each have topics that we will know Saturday night. And so the idea that we have is to have, I'd love to facilitate moderators for every workshop, if that is possible with the number we are. Okay.
Hallo? Ja? Hallo, hallo? Wir beginnen langsam. Bitte wieder Platz zu nehmen. We will start.
Gut, ja, ja, ist wichtig.
Weil die ersten noch. Servus, hallo. Sollen alle wieder Platz nehmen, bitte? Wir werden beginnen. Geht ihr raus? Die Leute rein, bitte. Bitte, bitte. Astrid? Kannst du alle von dort bitten? Du warst die Erste, oder? Ich brauche alle. Die Leute. Shadi, you are now with us,
Yeah.
oh? Okay.
Yeah.
They will,
Oh, you're
I'm the host.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Wo sind die Gäste? You are the Cathy.
Yeah. I want to see, do you think I can put the podium up? Because for my speech.
person, and I give you.
Okay, but you can also talk about them if you want. Some of it. I will speak in English, right?
No, in
German.
Deutsch.
German.
German. Just, you know, 1 minute. And I give you, and I speak about you 1 minute. Okay.
They were talking about how you had a YouTube channel, and I wanted to subscribe to it.
Oh, great, yeah.
I subscribed to it. I also do a YouTube channel, actually.
Morgen oder übermorgen sage ich dir. Oder maximal Montag, wegen diesem. Aber ja, weil die meisten kommst du? Ja, komm. Hörst du mir die Astrid, wenn du sie siehst? Sie war gerade da. So, du bist der hier.
Aber es sind ein paar andere auch, oder?
Sie sind doch da. Da, 1, 2. Wir wollen die Gäste und dann können wir starten. Ist doch egal. Weil wir müssen die noch vorstellen.
Ja, weil vielleicht kommen dann die Leute.
Ja. اللينك اللي بعثت لي اياه اليوم هو شغال عشان اولادي يتفرجوا؟ ارسل لي اياه بالله. Euch kurz vorstellen, der andere gucken darüber. Du euch kurz vorstellen? Ja. Ich sag's. Wie heißt das, diese Translator?
Übersetzer.
Gehst du aus dem Bild?
Die Leute, die Translator bzw. Übersetzer brauchen, das ist beim Eingang, kann man abholen.
Aber du, ist schöner wie beim letzten Mal, ne?
Ja, der Dings hat super.
Ist das dein Zettel, was am Boden liegt?
Ja. Nein, es ist nicht meins. Lass es. Ich glaube, das ist...
Wir müssen das auf Englisch erklären, dass die Leute das holen sollen, weil das bringt ja sonst den Deutschen bringt ja nichts. Die haben es ja
Das
schon.
sind Österreicher, die meisten. Aber okay. Deutsch und Englisch. For translator, you can give them by the reception. Yeah?
Soll ich dir zeigen, wie laufen?
Billy?
Es hat geklappt bei der Polizei.
Ja, das war ja nur Zeuge.
Heute haben die wieder verhaftet.
Ach so?
Die sind
Ja
klar.
gut, aber die tun ja das nicht. Du meinst das aber die Claudia, ne?
Nein, die Glatzerten.
Welche Katze? Nein, aber wenn du...
Wie heißt der schnell? Ahmed. Den Ahmed haben sie verhaftet.
Nein.
Oh ja, bei der Demo.
Ich wusste, ich gar nicht, ich war vor dem Bundestag.
Na dort, ja, aber weißt du, weil es nicht angekündigt ist, nicht? Na, der arme Ahmed, ja, der arme wird
er kommt sicher schon wieder draußen. Also, das ist halt nur. Nein, der hätte so gern so eine Tasche machen. Gibt es da nirgends, gell? So eine Palästina-Tasche. Das ist gar nichts da, ne? Weißt du, wo es so eine gibt? Daniela hat so eine Dose. Gibt es da nirgends, gell? Wenn so eine mal aufgreift.
Nur für die Info für das Mikrofon. Falls Sie sehen, dass jemand das Mikrofon
Habe ich nicht gemacht, aber es war zu laut.
Ich sehe aber, falls Sie sehen.
Okay, mache ich.
Und möglichst
Okay, you must.
That chair because of the camera. Are those your papers?
No, this is free.
Okay, great.
And the microphone, don't use so. You must have in the middle. Astrid. Hallo, hör zu, kurz, lass sie kurz so halten und nicht, sonst geht nicht. Okay. Sitzt du dich, weil dann sonst...
Die sind jetzt schon ins Taxi gestiegen und die Rada ist nicht dabei, aber morgen machen wir mit den anderen das Foto.
Jetzt oder noch?
Nein, das morgen.
Komm her da. Die Steffi macht Können wir schon?
Rima hat die Dolmetscher aufgeklärt, ja? Okay, dann müssen wir noch die Leute reinbitten, dass sie sich alle hinsetzen.
Aber die meisten sind viele weg.
Ja, ja, klar.
Martin, kannst du die Leute bitte von draußen? Du machst das gut, sicher. Berühmt bist du.
Die stehen alle draußen und schicken.
Ja, aber sie braucht das.
Is there anybody who wants to use this? You. Okay. Ja, okay.
Ja, hallo. Wir beginnen jetzt. We will start. Ist noch sehr laut. Gut. Unser Section. Wir kommen zum nächsten Teil. Repression of pro-Palestine and preparation and Palestinian activists. Ich werde die Gäste vorstellen. Zuerst die Rahma Sehen, Sie ist eine Sie ist die berühmte ägyptische Journalistin, Krisenreporterin. Man hat sie durch die Aufmerksamkeit, sie hat erlangt 2023 durch die Auseinandersetzung mit CNN-Reporterin ein Grenzübergang Rafah. Herzlich willkommen. Der nächste, der Herr Wieland Hoban, ist Komponist und Autor und Vorsitzender der jüdischen Stimme für Gerechtigkeit, für gerechten Frieden. Auch herzlich willkommen. Unsere Astrid Wagner, sie ist bekannt, oder viele hier bekannt, Strafverteidigerin, Buchautorin und Kandidatin der Liste Gaza. Herzlich willkommen. Sorry, das ist. Hätten wir vorher machen sollen. Der nächste Gast, die Frau Kathi Halber, amerikanische Komikerin, Autorin, Filmemacherin und sie moderierte YouTube-Sendung mit dem Titel The Kathi Halber. Herzlich willkommen. Welcome. Ich werde demnächst dem Ronny Barkan übergeben. Er ist ein israelischer Dissident, Mitbegründer vom Boycott from Within, Mitglied der Anarchist Against Wall and Palestine Action. Herzlich willkommen und ich übergebe es dir.
Hello, everyone. Hello, dear speakers. We decided among ourselves to have as much of a discussion as possible and less of a speech so that we can have a discussion among ourselves. And I encourage the speakers already to, to respond to the others. And I will introduce them each in their turn. We come from different backgrounds. We each carry different stories, but actually I think that the one thing that all of us activists have in common is the question of repression. We have all been repressed and silenced simply for speaking up for what is right, simply for speaking up for truth and justice. And it doesn't matter where we come from, but this is an opportunity to hear the different stories, the different approaches, to challenge the way that we have been repressed and the way that we have challenged that type of repression. And this is the title, I will read it to you. Repression and Silencing of Pro-Palestine Activists, the Threat to Democratic and Civil Rights. Experiences of Censorship and Political Repression, and the Struggle to Protect Freedom of Expression. So let us start with Katie. Are you ready? Okay. Katie Halper needs little introduction, is a journalist and filmmaker. She's the host of the YouTube show and podcast, The Katie Halper Show, and co-host of YouTube show, the podcast, Useful Idiots. Katie was fired from The Hill for saying that Israel was an apartheid state, simply for stating the facts. She is currently working on a documentary about Holocaust survivors and their descendants protesting Israel's genocide, including, by the way, Stephen Kaposh and Chaim Reshit Zabner that you have seen here today. and Stephen, who you will be hearing from tomorrow. Thank you, Katie. Please.
Thank you. Okay, hi everyone. Thank you so much for coming. And my filmmakers, can you see me? My face? All right, great. Check your text, guys. I'm texting you. Okay, enough not to air my dirty laundry. Okay, it is such an honor to be here with all of you. And let's just start with the theme of this talk, which is repression and silencing of pro-Palestine and Palestinian activists. We are facing repression, but we cannot and will not be silenced. The attempts to silence this movement have been nothing short of a spectacular failure. According to March Pew Research Center poll, in less than 3 years, the number of Americans with a negative view of Israel has grown to 53%. When you dive deeper into the numbers, it gets more interesting. About a third of Republicans and those who lean conservative under the age of 50 had an unfavorable view of Israel. It's now at half. And for progressives under the age of 50, that number is 70%. 70% have an unfavorable view of Israel. That these numbers have only grown in the last 3 years is a reflection of their failure to hide what is happening in Gaza and their inability to silence our movements. And it shows us that the attempt to smear people who are critical of Israel or who are anti-Zionists as anti-Semites is working less and less. They keep trying to do it, but it's failing because it's so transparent. Everywhere we look, there are signs of this. Success on our part and failure on theirs. US Senator and failed presidential candidate and dog abuser, but that's another question, Mitt Romney, in May of last year said, "Some wonder why there was such overwhelming support for us to shut down potentially TikTok or other entities of that nature." If you look at the postings on TikTok and the number of mentions of Palestinians relative to other social media sites, it's overwhelmingly so among TikTok broadcasts, end quote. People remember how tumultuous the TikTok ban has been debated, and this is not silencing. A poll released in January by IMEU Policy Project and conducted by YouGov found that 29% of voters nationally who voted for Biden in 2020 and cast a ballot for someone besides Kamala Harris in 2024 say that, quote, ending Israel's violence in Gaza, end quote, was the top issue affecting their vote choice, with the economy a close second at 24%. This is also not silencing. We are clearly being heard. Unfortunately, being heard is not the same thing as winning. And speaking truth to power doesn't simply topple power, but we should be clear-eyed about our growing popular support and their failure to silence us. They tried to silence me. I was fired by a show called Rising over a monologue I wrote defending Rashida Tlaib and demonstrating that Israel is, of course, an apartheid state. When they refused to air my monologue, I pushed back. They responded by firing me, but they couldn't silence me. I made the video elsewhere and released it, and far from silencing me on this issue, I'm even more dedicated to the thing that got me canceled and fired. Which is talking about Palestine and amplifying Palestinian voices and having Palestinian voices on both of my shows. And I want to be clear that what I experienced pales in comparison to what has happened to people who have lost their livelihoods as a result of speaking out, which I did not. And of course, what journalists experience outside of Palestine pales in comparison to what happens to journalists in Palestine who are being systematically targeted. We all know about Palestinian-American journalist Shireen Abu Akleh, who was executed in 2022. More recently, in 2024, Samir Abu Daqqa, an Al Jazeera reporter, was not only shot, but forced to bleed to death for hours. He did not need to die. He was forced to bleed to death over the course of hours because Israel kept emergency crews at bay for hours. This is the most moral army in the world. This is the only democracy in the Middle East. And they prevented ambulances from reaching a journalist who was bleeding out to death. Israel knows exactly where people live, and they bomb them in their homes. Though not a journalist, the great Rafat al-Arir used his words, poetry, and teaching to expose the evils of Zionism. He wasn't killed in a random airstrike. Israel didn't bomb the whole building where he was staying. They limited their strike to his sister's apartment because they wanted to eliminate him in particular for speaking out. Though Israel and its defenders exploit the Holocaust to justify another Holocaust, they are happy to punish and repress Holocaust survivors and their descendants in whose name they claim to act and whom they claim to protect. As Ronnie mentioned, I'm working on a documentary about the Holocaust survivors and their descendants who say never again for anyone. The great late René Lichtman, who was a hidden child in Paris and whose father was killed fighting Nazis, started protesting the very museum he used to lecture at in Detroit, Michigan, because they refused to talk about Gaza. He was banned from lecturing there. He was also expelled from the Hidden Children's organization he helped found. Then we have Stephen Kaposch here with us, and a big round of applause for Stephen. Originally from Hungary. He is a tireless protester for Palestinian rights. He lost several members of his family in the Holocaust, and for being an activist, he was questioned under caution for his activism, and there may be a legal case against him. Haim Brashith, who's here and one of the organizers, whose extended family was wiped out and whose parents narrowly escaped death after being in various concentration camps and death camps, was arrested and denied medical care for daring to say in a speech that Israel would not be able to defeat Hamas. Tony Greenstein has also faced repression and criminalization. These people are being repressed but not silenced. I want to play a video of someone named Donnell Harvin, the former DC Chief of Homeland Security and Intelligence, who was interviewed on CNN. So let's play this video, please.
We see kind of a spectrum of individuals from nonviolent all the way to violent and those opportunists, right? So they will use all those other individuals as shields, as human shields to kind of throw Molotov cocktails or rocks or whatever and instigate. They may not even be from the community, often they're not, and they don't have a vested interest. Sometimes they don't even care about the cause. What we saw a little bit earlier, if you had seen some of the other footage, where there are individuals out there with Palestine flags saying free Palestine. So they're clearly not out there in regards to the immigration crackdown that you're seeing. They're opportunists. In every protest we see kind of a spectrum of individuals from nonviolent all the way to violent and those opportunists, right? So they will use all those other individuals as shields, as human shields to kind of throw Molotov cocktails or rocks or whatever and instigate. They may not even
Hello? Okay. Can you hear now? See, we won't be silenced. Okay. So for those who are having trouble hearing, that was an intelligence chief criticizing protesters in Los Angeles who are right now out on the streets fighting against the methods of ICE, who are kidnapping people and abusing people. And a lot of people have compared them to the Gestapo, and they say that they're using Gestapo tactics. So what this gentleman just said was that the protesters were using human shields, because that's a buzzword that people love to use about Hamas, even though the people who we know have used human shields and do use human shields are Israel. They're never mentioned, though. And also, he accused people who were there fighting for immigrant rights of being infiltrators and not really there for that cause, and his evidence of that was because they had Palestinian flags. So the irony is that he thought that by mentioning the Palestinian flags, he was exposing protesters and discrediting them, but really he was exalting them and praising them as understanding the connections between the Free Palestine movement and the movement for immigrant rights. And we are hearing the echoes of yesteryear, the boogeymans of the northern carpetbaggers ruining African Americans during the post-Civil War Reconstruction, of the outside agitators going into the South during the Civil Rights Movement, of the foreign Jews with their secret agendas and plots. Why? Why are we painted as opportunists, using people as human shields, as criminals? Because to acknowledge that the protesters in Los Angeles against ICE raids and that the widespread movement against genocide in Gaza are citizens with justifiable issues and concerns calls the whole racist colonial project into question. The Palestinians are the other. The illegal aliens, quote unquote, are the other. They are Mexican rapists, as Donald Trump likes to call them. As a Jew and as Palestinians, we're familiar with this othering. It's not accidental that the guy responsible for supposedly protecting the homeland cannot see the obvious points of solidarity between the fight against a militarized border, nationalism in Texas and California and everywhere else in the country, and the fight against an apartheid wall with machine gun turrets. When you see the Palestinian flags billowing at the protests fighting ICE, it's hard not to recall the old Chicano organizing slogan. Chicano is a word for Mexican American. The old Chicano organizing slogan, "We didn't cross the border crossed us." We can see these connections. ICE is ripping families apart. ICE, do you know what ICE is? ICE is immigration and what is it? You guys aren't even... Customs Enforcement Agency. So they are basically the thugs who are rounding up immigrants. ICE is ripping families apart, abducting parents, showing up at schools to harass children, terrorizing entire communities. In Palestine, entire family lines are being eliminated. If family lines have the luxury of surviving, then individual family members are wiped out. Children are being orphaned. In fact, as Dr. Tanya Haj Hassan explains, there's even a new acronym created specifically for Gaza. It's WCNSF, Wounded Child, No Surviving Family. Okay? WCNSF, Wounded Child, No Surviving Family. Is it so difficult to imagine why the very same people who are horrified by ICE agents ripping families apart, abducting parents, and terrorizing communities are horrified by a strategy that targets children in the head and chest, that produces wounded children with no surviving family, that we are similarly horrified when we see these connections? Another connection. This past week, Australian journalist Lauren Tomasi was shot with a rubber bullet while reporting in Los Angeles. This wasn't accidental. The police targeted her. Again, though this pales in comparison to what is happening to Palestinian journalists who are fatally targeted, there is a connection. It's the domestic version of the much worse version of what we're seeing abroad. And the reason they target journalists is because they cannot stand that they're exposing the lies of Israel and its supporters. This last week, the Freedom Flotilla got attacked and abducted by the Israeli military. We know that because the great Rima Hassan couldn't be with us because she was in jail for daring to be on that boat. Prominent climate activist Greta Thunberg was on board. She was arrested and sent back to Sweden. In the airport, she was asked about why so many governments around the world are ignoring what is happening in Gaza. Her answer makes an immediate connection between climate change and Gaza, and her answer is worth repeating here. Quote, "Because of racism, that's the simple answer. Racism and basically desperately trying to defend a destructive, deadly system that systematically puts short-term economic profit and to maximize geopolitical power over the well-being of humans and the planet. Right now, it's very, very difficult to morally defend that. It is impossible, but still they are desperately trying, which is absurd. It's not the word, but there is no word to describe it," end quote. And they call her naive. So let me conclude on this point. We are not being silenced, but we are being repressed. What do we need to do in this moment? Donnell Harvins has a really sad worldview. That's the man who spoke on CNN, calling those of us trying to advocate for our communities and trying to stop the genocide and ethnic cleansing as people who don't, quote, care about the cause. He accuses us of using human shields. It's almost all nonsense. He also calls us opportunists. While we're far from opportunists, we are acting in solidarity and seeing connections that psychopaths like him can't. Sorry, I apologize. That wasn't the right word. I think he's actually a sociopath, not a psychopath. My apologies. And we make these connections across issues, across continents, across borders. We know what we are saying no to Zionism, to ICE, to dark money in our politics, and the murder of journalists. But perhaps the way out of here is by embracing our many yeses. Yes to the uprisings, yes to the resistance, yes to the flotillas, yes to protest. So while we are not opportunists, we should seize this opportunity. They haven't silenced us, and they can't repress us much longer. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Katie. Just a second. Rahma? Okay, and I will introduce our next speaker, Rahma Zain. She is an Egyptian journalist with over a decade of experience in field reporting, public relations, and media strategy. She began her career as an investigative and crisis reporter for Egyptian television and private channel CBC, covering critical events during a period of significant change in the region. You may remember, Zain gained international recognition in 2023 for her viral confrontation with a CNN reporter at the Rafah border crossing, where she confronted the channel on the biased reporting that justified the ongoing Israeli war crimes. Please, Rahma.
I think it doesn't matter who comes to speak up and all of that, because at this point, anybody who is speaking up against this occupation speaks the same language. And it's important to note that because, as Katie said, they can't silence us. They can go after individuals, they can try and discredit people, but it doesn't matter because you're not doing it for people. You're not even doing it to win. You're doing it because it's the right thing to do. So I'm going to give a bit of an unorthodox speech, which I usually do. So Ron told me you have 10 minutes to speak. So I started thinking about the idea of 10 minutes. That for 10 minutes for a speech is very long. 10 minutes to go do something in the middle of the day isn't very long. 10 minutes in ratio to an hour isn't long. 10 minutes of Zionist history is not long. So I started thinking of Zionism like a point in history. And we are watching the end of these 10 minutes. I will tell you another story. And I will tell you the story about myself and my grandmother because it humanizes me. And I've noticed, and speaking of media, I noticed something about Zionism that it has done systematically. It has constantly dehumanized the people it occupies. It has done so by stripping people from their stories. When I don't have a story, it's easy for me to no longer be Rahma, your friend, someone you can relate to. When I don't have a story, you can dictate who I am. And therefore, instead of relating to me when I'm killed, you fear me or you are indifferent to me. And that's how they do it. They turn people into numbers. So that when we watch thousands being killed, the world is not in the uproar that we assumed that it would be. Even when you look at Israeli media, they themselves are shocked that they got away with bombing the first hospital. This world is moving forward towards a global identity that is leaving behind values and ethics. And Zionism is aiding that. Is this the kind of world that is sustainable that you want to live in? Do you think it is right to look at families being eradicated? Just now, a son carrying his dead father on a bicycle, and for someone to justify that? And then for those who speak about it to get cancelled? Does this seem normal to you? So you speak up, and you don't speak up because there are others speaking around you. You speak up even if you're the only one. So I didn't tell you my story. My grandmother and I had a tradition. We called them sunset conversations. She's dead now, Allah yarhamah. But anyway, we used to have these sunset conversations. And we used to talk about everything from old Egypt to new Egypt. And she's the one that opened the topic of Egyptian Jews. And she used to tell me how harmonious it was, how beautiful it was. And she noted something very important. She's saying the region now is suffering for Europe's racism. It was dubbed the Jewish European problem. We in the region didn't have this problem. But Zionism has managed to make it a global problem. And if anything, I look at Zionism and I can't think of anything more anti-Semitic or anti-religion out there, because it is equating a religion, regardless of that religion, with a justification of a genocide and an occupation. But later on, you understand why this is the case. You understand why Zionism needs to feel like it was promised rather than it was stolen. Because think about it this way. If I tell you you've stolen from a friend, you're always going to want to give it back, or you're always going to expect that friend to come back to take what's theirs. Is it not better and easier for me to tell you that this is the enemy and this is promised you, and at some point this enemy is going to come take what is yours? And that's how they manipulate. So those who are still with Zionist thought, I don't fear you. I don't even hate you. I feel sorry for you. I feel more sorry for you than these children drawing their last breath from the rubble. I feel more sorry for you for even being able to look at all this carnage and justify. I feel sorry for you that you cannot take a moment from your audacious entitlement to ask yourself why you are defending this pure evil. And though they've been exposed, they continue. Though they've been exposed, they continue to justify. Because the alternative is to realize that their whole identity and presence in this world is a lie. And so now, as we watch the end of those 10 minutes of Zionism, we have to be very cautious of liberal Zionism, because Israel is a big PR machine that quickly wants to change tactics, and quickly goes to revisionist history, quickly goes to its filmmakers and Hollywood and puppeteers to mouthpiece their new PR tactics. Because all their PR tactics have fallen in a mere 2 years, when people woke up to see what Zionism actually is. Simply colonialism, simply occupation. We have to be united, and we have to stand next to each other. I mean, I love doing this. Please acknowledge the person sitting next to you, because this person sitting next to you is a human being who is here speaking for something that is very important. So yes, actually do so. Community. Community is important. Community is very important, because when someone loses a job, you can call someone to get a job. When someone their restaurant is threatened for putting a pro-Palestine sign, here we feel safe because we're all speaking that one language, but we should be able to feel safe speaking this language wherever, whenever, because you are speaking up for humanity. Never be apologetic. Never be apologetic. Never be apologetic, because it is not in the system's benefit for you to feel powerful. But guess what? You are. So you speak knowing just how powerful you are, even if you are alone in a room filled with Zionists.
Thank you, Rahma. And our next speaker, Astrid Wagner. The Vienna people here, they know.
Funktioniert es? Ja, bin mir nicht sicher. Aber da ist aber auch ein eigenes. Ja, man hört aber schon, gell? Ja, verstehe schon. Danke.
So, Astrid Wagner. She is a prominent criminal defense lawyer, author, and political activist. In addition, and she does many things, in addition to her legal representation, which includes high-profile cases, she co-founded the citizens' initiative, More Rights for Animals. She has a true crime podcast, and recently was also a candidate for the Gaza list for parliament.
Danke für die tolle Vorstellung. Sogar mein Podcast wurde erwähnt. Danke. Ja, also ich möchte heute sozusagen aus juristischer Ebene ein bisschen so beschreiben, was wir hier in Österreich auf juristischer Ebene erleben, weil ja wir zumindest seit Oktober 2023 spätestens anhand der Erfahrungen unserer Klienten und Klientinnen die massiven Repressionen selber sozusagen miterleben, die Repressionen gegen Menschen, die sich eben gegen Apartheid, gegen Kolonialismus, gegen Völkermord und eben auch für Gerechtigkeit und Menschenrechte einsetzen. Und ich möchte es eher jetzt so auch von den praktischen Beispielen herbringen, ja, weil gerade an der Praxis kann man ja dann schließen sozusagen auf eine Systematik. Einleitend ist es so, das Ganze hat seinen Anfang genommen, also seinen juristischen Anfang, mit einem, ich sage es jetzt mal, höchst ungewöhnlichen, ja, wenn nicht fragwürdigen Erlass auf höchster Ebene. Das Bundesministerium für Justiz hat im November 23 einen Erlass herausgegeben. Also ich muss dazu sagen, ich bin auch schon 40 Jahre in dieser Branche, sowas hat es eigentlich in dieser Form noch nie gegeben. Und dieser Erlass verpflichtet die Staatsanwaltschaften zu Ermittlungen. Die Staatsanwaltschaften sind gezwungen zu ermitteln wegen eines sogenannten Anfangsverdachtes des Straftatbestandes der Gutheißung terroristischer Straftaten, und zwar wegen folgenden Satz, der immer wieder, hat auch eine lange Geschichte, da könnte man einen eigenen Vortrag machen, also von verschiedenen Akteuren ist dieser Satz verwendet worden. Das ist dieser berühmte Satz, "From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free." So, wer diesen, so soll es sein. Ja, das Bundesministerium für Justiz in diesem Erlass sieht es ein bisschen anders. Die meinen, es ist ein Anfangsverdacht da und es muss ermittelt werden. Es muss ermittelt werden, alle Menschen, die diesen Satz sagen, egal wo, bei welcher Gelegenheit, wenn der Satz öffentlich gesagt wird, dann ist ein Strafverfahren einzuleiten. Also das Wichtige ist, die Staatsanwaltschaften müssen das. Also es kann kein Staatsanwalt sagen, das mache ich nicht, so ein Blödsinn, das ist ein harmloser Bürger, der hat doch mit Terrorismus überhaupt nichts am Hut. Nein, das wäre dann Amtsmissbrauch, der muss eben ermitteln. Begründet natürlich, man hat es schon auch begründet wird es eben damit, dass eben auch die in der EU-Liste als terroristisch eingestufte Organisation Hamas diese Parole eben verwenden würde, um zu einer Vernichtung Israels aufzurufen. Das ist die Begründung. Das Ganze hat gigantische Auswirkungen gehabt, also wir Anwälte haben es halt gespürt, wir Strafverteidiger. Es hat Unmengen von Verfahren gegeben, auch die Staatsanwaltschaften teilweise wirklich überlastet. Ja, ich meine, wir leben ja nicht in einfachen Zeiten. Es ist ganz allgemein so, dass Strafgerichte sehr viel zu tun haben. Aber natürlich, die Polizeibehörden waren natürlich dann, muss man wirklich sagen, kurzfristig auch überfordert. Es hat sehr viele Einvernahmen gegeben also Verfahren gegen vollkommen unbescholtene Menschen, weil sie haben den Satz gesagt haben. Ne? Sie haben gesagt, "From the river to the sea, Palestine shall be free."
und haben schon eine Vorladung bekommen zur Polizei und war natürlich für viele unbescholtene Menschen, die nie mit der Polizei was zu tun gehabt haben, war das natürlich ein enormer psychischer Stress. Und natürlich haben sich viele auch natürlich Anwälte genommen, Anwaltskosten, das bringt natürlich einiges mit sich. Die gute Nachricht ist, es wurden, also in Wien kenne ich kein einziges Verfahren, was dann tatsächlich eingeleitet wurde. Die Staatsanwälte waren dann doch so vernünftig, wenn jemand das begründet hat, wie er den Satz meint, nämlich ganz, wie er eigentlich wie er auch wirklich heißt, ja, dass eben alle Menschen gleichberechtigt eben hier leben sollen. Also man befürwortet ein Land vom Fluss bis zum Meer, wo alle Menschen, wie meine Vorredner das eben gesagt haben, ohne Kolonialismus, ohne Apartheid, wie es eigentlich ganz normal sein sollte, unabhängig von ihrer Herkunft, Religion, gleichberechtigt leben können. Wenn man das dem Staatsanwalt oder der Polizei so erklärt hat, ist es dann auch eingestellt worden. Es hat meines Wissens, ich habe einen Kollegen in Innsbruck, da weiß ich, da hat es 2 Verfahren gegen Palästinenser gegeben. Ja, ich muss dazu sagen, ein bisschen selber schuld, die sind nicht zur Polizei gegangen und dann ist halt die Anklage gekommen und dann sind sie in der Verhandlung freigesprochen worden. Aber es geht nicht immer so gut aus. Ja? Also ein paar so 2, 3 Beispiele habe ich. Ich habe beispielsweise, das ist auch schon wieder ein Jahr her, einen Pro-Palästina-Aktivisten verteidigt. Ja, der hat ausgerechnet, muss man sagen, ein bisschen voreilig, ja, am 7. Oktober, schon am späten Vormittag des 7. Oktober, eine Rede gehalten. Und da ist einiges, ich sage es jetzt halt einmal so, missverstanden worden. Ich will auch gar nicht inhaltlich auf Details eingehen, weil um das geht es jetzt gar nicht. Er ist angeklagt worden, auch wegen Gutheißung von Hamas. Meines Erachtens wäre es ein glatter Freispruch gewesen, und zwar deshalb, weil ihm kein Vorsatz nachweisbar war, weil man ganz einfach am späten Vormittag des 7. Oktober 23 einfach die Tragweite noch nicht verstanden hat. Er ist dann zwar trotzdem verurteilt worden, und zwar ganz einfach deshalb, weil die Rede noch immer im Internet war und der Richter war dann der Meinung, jetzt muss er es halt wissen. Wie gesagt, er ist verurteilt worden, keine großartige Strafe, muss ich auch dazu sagen. Aber da ist um was anderes gegangen, ja, auch etwas ganz sehr Bedenkliches, was jetzt eben auch immer mehr fortschreitet, dass eben rechtsstaatliche Grundsätze immer mehr in den Hintergrund geraten. Und da war vor allem dieser ganz, ganz wichtige Grundsatz, den ja unsere Vorfahren erkämpft haben, ja, dieser rechtsstaatliche Grundsatz der Öffentlichkeit. Ein Strafverfahren muss öffentlich sein, und da geht es aber nicht um die Befriedigung bei so Strafprozessen, glaubt man ja, weil das halt so alles so spannend ist und berühmte Mordfälle, um das geht es nicht. Es geht natürlich darum, die Kontrolle der Justiz durch die Öffentlichkeit. Und genau bei dem Fall war es natürlich auch so, dass sehr viele Menschen gekommen sind, sehr viele Pro-Palästina-Sympathisanten, auch Journalisten, und wollten da zuschauen. Auch das ist jetzt wirklich interessant, da wollen wir zuschauen. Wie wird da geurteilt, wie erklärt er dieses Video? Ja? Und das ist dem Richter offensichtlich nicht verborgen geblieben. Ich weiß nicht, das war ein Saal im 1. Stock, und wir gehen dann rauf und plötzlich ist ein Zettel an der Tür. Die Verhandlung ist verlegt worden in den 3. Stock, es war übrigens alles voller Polizei. Und das war ein ganz kleiner Saal plötzlich. Ne? Gut, also da haben nämlich genau 12 Leute nur mehr Platz gehabt. Na gut, die Journalisten haben einen Platz ergattert. Die Polizei hat vor der Tür Wache gehalten, dass ja keiner mehr reingeht. Ja? Es sind eben genau 12 Leute dort sitzen geblieben. Die Ehefrau vom Angeklagten hat keinen Platz mehr gefunden. Und dann ist Folgendes passiert. Ich bin in der Verhandlung gesessen und gedacht, aha, da geht jetzt gerade ein Journalist raus. Also der hat sich alles jetzt angehört, hat genug gehört sozusagen. Eigentlich war es ein Fotograf, ich kenne ihn sogar, der ist rausgegangen. Und er dachte, gut, da kommt jetzt der Nächste rein. Wollte auch so, ich habe es dann auch erfahren, es ist dann von einem Fernsehsender ein Journalist, wollte dann hineingehen. Und der Herr Polizeibeamte hat dann Rücksprache gehalten mit seinem Vorgesetzten und gesagt, nein, Sie dürfen da nicht hinein, da ist eine Gerichtsverhandlung, da dürfen Sie nicht hinein. Eine Gerichtsverhandlung, eine öffentliche Gerichtsverhandlung ist von der Polizei verboten worden. Es ist verboten worden, dieser Verhandlung beizuwohnen. Gut, ein glatter Heber hätte man sagt man, die Juristen sagen ein Heber, das wird nicht halten, das Urteil. Und es hat sogar die Oberstaatsanwaltschaft meiner Nichtigkeitsbeschwerde dann auch nicht Folge gegeben, weil Staatsanwalt kann ja nicht Folge geben, aber die haben gesagt, ja, Verteidigung hat recht, dieser Prozess wird zu wiederholen sein, der war ja nicht öffentlich. Ne? Und war dann ganz guter Dinge, es hat dann eine Verhandlung gegeben am Oberlandesgericht und da, ich sage bei Gericht und auf hoher See, ist auch so ein Sprichwort, ist man in Gottes Hand sozusagen. Das Oberlandesgericht hat die Beschwerde abgewiesen. Ja. Und die Begründung war, also es gibt schon ein weiteres Rechtsmittel, ich sage es gleich welches, aber kein innerstaatliches. Aber der Richter hat dann gemeint, ja, öffentlich heißt es ja nicht, dass da dauernd einer reingehen muss. Ja. Also es ist öffentlich gewesen und dann war irgendwann, es kann ja kein ständiges Raus- und Reingehen sein, das selbstverständlich ist es so, ne? Das erlebt man ja oft bei Gericht. Wenn es einen Wirbel gibt, kann der Richter natürlich, da hat der Richter die Sitzungspolizei, dann sagt der Richter, Moment, da ist jetzt eine Unruhe, Sie müssen jetzt eine Ruhe geben, es kann nicht dauernd rein, raus, das kann der Richter, aber das habe ich wirklich mir nie gedacht, ja, in meinen wirklich, wo ich schon lange in der Anwaltei bin, insgesamt kann man schon sagen, bald 40 Jahre, aber dass jetzt schon die Polizei wiederum die Verhandlungsführung zwar nicht, aber die Sitzungspolizei übernimmt, ist natürlich einfach unfassbar. Der Grundsatz der Öffentlichkeit ist mit den Füßen getreten worden oder ausgeschaltet worden. Es hat dann noch, ich habe dann eine Beschwerde gemacht an den Europäischen Gerichtshof für Menschenrechte. Ich muss leider sagen, ich habe seit einiger Zeit auch nicht mehr die besten Erfahrungen. Ich habe dann einen Satz zurückbekommen, das ist für uns nicht interessant oder wir sehen da eigentlich nichts und das war's dann. Ja. Gut, er hat mit dem Urteil leben können, aber der eigentliche Schaden ist ja, dass solche Präjudizien geschaffen werden, nicht? Weil später gibt es vielleicht dann wieder einen Fall und dann tut man genau auf so ein Urteil verweisen, naja, öffentlich ist nicht so wichtig. Also das sind so Sachen, die man eben erlebt, gerade eben im Zusammenhang mit Pro-Palästina-Aktivismus beziehungsweise überhaupt Einsatz für Menschenrechte. Vielleicht noch ganz kurz noch, einige werden ja euch den Richard Medhurst kennen, den ich jetzt auch seit einiger Zeit vertrete. Der hat natürlich sehr viel hier veröffentlicht, ja, und der ist auch zur Ausweisleistung gezwungen worden. Ich habe noch gefragt, bitte sehr, was habe ich überhaupt gemacht? Habe keine Antwort bekommen. Ich wollte ehrlich gesagt keinen Wirbel, die hätten mich verhaftet dort. War natürlich alles unrechtens gewesen. Es ist dann auch als vollkommen rechtswidrig eben hier, also urteilsmäßig, habe das Verfahren auch gewonnen. Also es ist die Republik Österreich wiederum verurteilt worden, was natürlich auch der Republik Österreich ein Geld gekostet hat. Es ist für rechtswidrig erklärt worden, trotzdem hat der Herr Innenminister, also das war ja auch nicht vergessen, seine Beamten noch gelobt. Ja, er hat sie gelobt, dass die Frau Dr. Wagner hier beamtshandelt wurde. Ja, entschuldigt hat er sich dann in weiterer Folge auch nicht. Ja. Ja, also was ich damit sagen will, man sieht natürlich, die Behörden sind sehr beflissen, wenn es eben um Terrorgutheißung, angebliche Terrorgutheißung, Verhetzung und so weiter geht. Andererseits habe ich vor einigen Wochen eine Anzeige erstattet. Hintergrund ist, dass ich in Deutschland zusammenarbeite mit der Hind Rajab Foundation, die sich es zum Ziel gesetzt haben, Kriegsverbrecher, also israelische Kriegsverbrecher zu verfolgen. Und da hat es einen Soldaten gegeben, habe ich das Instagram-Profil bekommen, der sich damals ich glaube es war in Salzburg, aufgehalten hat und ich habe das auch wirklich dann im Rahmen einer Strafanzeige gemeldet bei der Staatsanwaltschaft und habe nie mehr was gehört. Also das Interesse war nicht nur enden wollend, also das ist einfach im Rundordner heißt es, glaube ich, im Rundordner ist es dann gelandet. Ja, da macht man natürlich gar nichts. Man braucht sich natürlich nicht wundern. Ich habe mir eh nicht was Gott was erwartet, aber ich habe es halt einmal gemacht. Aber wie gesagt, Politiker, europäische Politiker kündigen ja an, dass sie den Haftbefehl gegen den mutmaßlichen, ich bin ja Juristin, daher sage ich immer mutmaßlich dazu, gegen den mutmaßlich noch nicht verurteilten mutmaßlichen Kriegsverbrecher Netanyahu, dass ja das auch völlig uninteressant ist und ignoriert wird und der als Staatsgast, als Ehrenvoller hier empfangen wird. Ja? So, das war jetzt ein kurzer Ausflug ins Strafrecht. Ich möchte nur jetzt zurück noch kurz zu diesem Erlass noch einmal. Die Alltagswirkung, bin gleich fertig, ja. Die Alltagswirkung ist, von diesem Erlass ist, dass sehr viele Pro-Palästina-Demos nach wie vor untersagt werden oder auch aufgelöst, ist schon zwar länger nicht passiert, aber immer wieder wird eben gesagt, wenn dieser Satz gesagt wird, wird es aufgelöst. Da ist es eben so, dass, wie ich schon gesagt habe, die Verwaltungsgerichte diesen Beschwerden stattgegeben haben. Ja, ist alles gewonnen worden, nur das Problem ist, das dauert einfach Monate, bis man das gewinnt. Ja, und dann ist es natürlich schon zu spät für die Veranstaltung. Und was mich auch als Juristin ein bisschen empört ist, die müssen es jetzt eigentlich schon wissen, dass das kein verbotener Satz ist. Trotzdem lassen sie es immer wieder auf eine Beschwerde ankommen, verlieren diese dann. Ja, sie nehmen das wirklich in Kauf, dass sie das verlieren. Das ist rechtsstaatlich bedenklich, aber es ist natürlich auch ein Wahnsinn, was das den Steuerzahler kostet. Ja. So, daher zusammengefasst, ich sehe natürlich, oder viele meiner Kollegen sehen rechtsstaatliche und demokratische Grundsätze wie vor allem Recht auf Meinungsfreiheit, Grundsatz der Öffentlichkeit von Gerichtsverfahren, zusehends durch repressive Erlässe hier gefährdet. Übrigens, ganz zum Schluss, weil du gesagt hast, Liste Gaza, möchte ich eines noch sagen, es hat ja Koalitionsverhandlungen gegeben vor ein paar Monaten, also bevor diese Regierung da zustande gekommen ist, das möchte ich schon noch anbringen, wo ich ganz entsetzt war, wo ich wirklich glaubt habe, wo bin ich jetzt hingelandet? Ja, nein, das war tatsächlich so, die österreichische Volkspartei, unter Anführungszeichen Volkspartei, ja, hat hier gefordert in einem Geheimpapier, was aber dann der Öffentlichkeit zugespielt wurde, die Möglichkeiten, dass man politische Parteien verbieten kann oder dass man die Möglichkeiten eines Verbotes sozusagen erweitert. Und da wurde wirklich als Beispiel von Parteien, die eigentlich verboten gehören, jene, wo ich auch Spitzenkandidatin war, die Liste Gaza genannt. Ja, die Liste Gaza, eine absolut demokratische Liste, die sich für Menschlichkeit und gegen Völkermord einsetzt. Und da gibt es Kräfte, die so etwas verbieten wollen. Ja, eines möchte ich nur sagen zum Schluss. Ja, das ist jetzt was Nicht-Juristisches, nein, nur weil das Nicht-Juristisches, das gesellschaftliche Klima hat sich wirklich verändert. Vor ein paar Wochen war ich bei einer Hausärztin, die hat ein wunderschönes Palästina-Bild mit Blumen, also Blumen-Palästina-Bild und tatsächlich Blockwart-Mentalität ist bereits angezeigt worden wegen dem. Also wie man sieht, beginnt sich das gesellschaftliche Klima dadurch zu vergiften. Damit bin ich schon, wollte eigentlich gar nicht so viel reden, aber man tut das immer ein bisschen unterschätzen. Danke für die Aufmerksamkeit. Ja. Danke, danke.
Thank you. And finally, for our last speaker, Wieland Hoban. Wieland is a composer, translator, and author. He's chairman of the German-based activist organization, Jewish Voice for a Just Peace in the Middle East. His book, German Apartheid Politics, was published in 2024. Please, Wieland.
Thank you very much. It's, I think you all know, it's a very special occasion, something that's long overdue, and I think it's clear that every passing day increases the urgency of defeating Zionism. So may there be as many such events as necessary. Let me begin with two contrasting facts. The first fact, which many people know, is that since October 7th, Germany has been the second largest arms supplier to Israel. And in fact, the other week, a figure was released, the amount, the value of the weapons sales, and it was 485 million euros. And the other fact, the contrasting fact, is that 80% of the German population, according to the most recent polls, are against what Israel is doing in Palestine. So, well, you clap, but let me finish, because first of all, I think that tells you something about the so-called democracy that exists in Germany if the government is vigorously pursuing something that is rejected by 80% of the population. And secondly, when I read that statistic, the 80%, I don't know, maybe some people would have felt a certain encouragement, but to be honest, the first thing that I felt when I read that statistic was rage, because where were they? And now, now, a couple of 100,000 people too late, there are some people who are feeling, yes, we really must say something, etc. And of course, in a movement, one has to be pragmatic rather than moralistic. One has to see how one can use resources that are available, but sometimes I struggle really not to lash out that people only decided after 20 months of genocide that they should open their mouths. But the reason I'm beginning with that is to kind of set the scene for a particular character to the repression of activism in Germany, because we know a lot of the things that happen, this endless legalistic persecution of the movement and being arrested for nonsense, and we've all had been police reports or charges for this or that, and actually, as a matter of fact, our organization was only this week, the information was published that we'd been classified as an extremist organization, which I took as an affirmation of the quality of our work. But I mean, of course, in a state that is participating in genocide, I'm saying that to be called an extremist suggests that one is doing something to threaten that, which I would say is a moral imperative. But the point is that while many of the repressive disciplinary measures are familiar from many countries, and actually some of the worst we've seen have been in the USA, with the role of ICE also. We know when Mahmoud Khalil was abducted, there are very real threats going on. But I think what makes German society special in a shameful kind of way is the obedience and the submissiveness of the population. And this is something that always makes it easy, I think, for authoritarian currents. And I think without this submissiveness, the Nazis could not have achieved what they did. And in the repression of Palestine activism, a certain approach has revealed itself in the way the authorities try to confine and restrict and punish also activism. And it's a kind of fakery of the law. It's actually where the very concept of what the law is blurred, and so that you might be at a demonstration, and because there are always, in Germany there are all these regulations, you're told, okay, for this demonstration, here is a list of the slogans you may or may not use, you're not allowed to burn flags, etc., and this has to be read out before every demonstration, sometimes in both German and Arabic, because there are, of course, many Arabic-speaking participants. And many of us have had rather arbitrary arrests where we'll be told, we're being detained for this or that, and you think, well, where is the criminal relevance of what you're saying? So a situation has been created where really the idea that there is a clear law that makes sense to people has really been eroded. And this, of course, is very, very powerful for what's become known as the chilling effect, because when you're not really sure what's legal anymore, then you can become very cautious and actually very worried, and maybe then it's just better to say nothing at all, because maybe if you say the wrong thing, you'll get arrested for it. And although this has, like everything, has escalated greatly since October 23, these things were already being prepared earlier, and one phenomenon that I think is very relevant here is something that the German parliament occasionally does, which is to issue resolutions, and these do not have the status of a law. They are classified in German parlance as statements of opinion by the parliament. And one rather important one for the movement was issued in 2019 about the BDS movement, calling it basically, anti-Semitic and dangerous and something that should be opposed and prevented, that anything promoting or relating to BDS should not receive funding, spaces, etc. And I repeat, this was not a law. This was a demand by certain parliamentarians. And as a matter of fact, there was even a legal opinion that was after that that was acquired, because there's a special service also in the German parliament where you can consult experts on sort of technical matters that you need to know about, and there is one also for the legal area. And there was an inquiry as to whether this resolution could actually also be turned into a law, into a binding law. And the judgment by the legal experts was no, it would violate the Constitution. It would go against the principles of free speech. And nonetheless, this resolution spread in its effect as if it were a law, essentially, so that you would have, people running venues who would maybe cancel invitations to artists or speakers. You had basically in the whole culture and academic scenes, you had these people feeling that anywhere where there was some kind of, possible connection, even if some chain of third-hand guilt by association, to someone who could be connected to BDS, that these were things that had to be avoided at all costs. And so coming back to this submissiveness in society and this acceptance that there are rules one has to follow and one shouldn't say anything against them. The success of such a non-law, I think, would be much less without this kind of obedience and fear in society. And more recently, there have been further resolutions claiming to be about anti-Semitism. Of course, we know what is usually meant when people are claiming there's anti-Semitism. And the most recent one of these is about the education system. Again, it's not a law, there are no prescriptions, and yet in this resolution, we find demands for school and university staff to work more closely with the security services. That is, in effect, to police their students and to denounce them if necessary. So if you just imagine for a moment that, your kids are being observed by their teachers or by their professors, and they say something maybe that does not fit the dominant narrative, the Zionist narrative, and then their teachers or professors, then they inform on them to the police or to the intelligence service. This is what the Zionist lobby is trying to achieve. And I think it's very important also that these texts, they're not secret, they're not classified documents. These are things that anyone can read, they're freely available. And that's very important for their effect, because people have to know about this in order to fear it. Because if they didn't know about all these things, then they might, just speak freely. But here they see, okay, this is very dangerous if I say what I really think about Palestine. And so I think, to sum up, in a way it's unfortunate that I'm the last speaker because we're ending on such a negative note. But what's happening in Germany is, it's particularly shameful, I would say, because also the continuity to the past is so clear. And I think some of us maybe too easily condemn the people who didn't speak out during the Holocaust, because most people, they're not brave. They just want to live their lives. They want their families to be safe. And we know that under a Nazi dictatorship, speaking out was a dangerous thing to do. The cost is not comparable when it comes to Palestine, even with all the repression there is. And yet, there has been such a lack of courage. And to know that 80% agree with me about the injustice doesn't actually make it better. In a way, it makes it worse. I mean, pragmatically speaking, I think, okay, for the future, from now on, if there is that disagreement, then maybe we can work on that, maybe we can draw in more of the non-activists, maybe at least, okay, it's too late for a couple of 100,000 people, but maybe it's not too late, for some of the ones who would or would not die later. And I think, we've often talked about the necessity of speaking out, and we're all very aware of that. But I think it's maybe worth taking a look at Germany as a kind of cautionary tale, as an example of where things go when people do not speak out. Thank you.
Thank you. We have limited time for discussion, but I'd like to take this opportunity to raise this theme of, okay, it is difficult enough to speak when the state tries to silence us, but when there is a crackdown against activists, and this is happening in Germany, it's happening in other places, and now also in the US. What do you think is the best way to go about it? Rahma, you said, just carry on saying whatever you do, no matter what. The land of the Arab Spring, the people of Egypt, how do you do this in Egypt, basically? How do you speak up for Palestinians in a place like Egypt?
Can you hear me? Okay, usually my voice is already loud. Okay, so interestingly enough, sometimes the issue isn't with the people. I got fired from my job, which is fine. It was a sucky job. But anyway, the point is, it wasn't actually in Egypt, it was elsewhere. Whether it's in Egypt, whether it's in... That's the thing. They celebrate you once they've done with you, once they've discredited you. No one speaking up is gonna get a pat on the back. The issue for me isn't the ones that I expect to try and get me canceled, because these people, I don't give a fig for them. They're again, like I said, I feel sorry for them. You fire me, I'm just gonna find something else. I find problems with people within the movement who start nitpicking one another, who start having ego with one another. I always, man, you're not a hero for saying killing kids is wrong. That's normal. You know what I mean? And like, I don't know, my mother is very Egyptian. I always laugh at this. She started from the get-go. She told me, you're nothing. But it was actually very empowering, because I started working on what is in my capacity. Okay, I have a certain limitation, be it my passport, be it where I am, but I don't bog myself down thinking of what I can't do. I also don't bog myself thinking what he's not doing or what she's not doing. I also don't bog myself down thinking, what's she gonna say about me? I need to say this in order to appease this person. This person is gonna think of you 5 seconds and move on with their life. Also, when you're in a problem, this person is not gonna come visit you in jail. You know what I mean? Okay. So you start doing things, especially because there is an issue now. We are maneuvering as a grassroots movement in a stateless setting. No one is telling Katie, oh, I think you should do this. It's Katie, based on her analysis and her experiences maneuvering. Rahma, Ron, you know what I mean? So be kind to one another. And please, put ego aside. Us speaking up now, it's not heroism, it's human.
So, okay, that's a really nice segue to the issue of putting the ego aside. What is at the front? What should we focus on?
I think that what Rama said is really bears a lot of credit. I think that what we need to focus on, obviously, is Palestine, and either being in solidarity with Palestine, or if you are Palestinian, being in Palestinian outside of Palestine, being in solidarity with people in Palestine. I do think that there is a danger of demanding, like, we can't demand exceptionalism from everyone, because then people will fail. So we have to kind of accept that different people have different roles. Someone who has a lot more money and stability, they should be speaking out in a way that I don't expect someone who has less money and stability to do that. So I actually think that that's another way to have solidarity, is to use your privilege to speak out, especially given that other people find it harder. I mean, if you want to risk your livelihood, that's very admirable, but it's not, if we expect that, we will be an alienating movement, and we won't be able to be a big movement. So that's one thing. I also think that, you know, there's been a lot of discussion about the role of Jews in this movement, and I think that, as a lot of people have already said, we need to take our leadership and our cues from Palestinians. Also, one other thing is that I see, you know, speaking out as a Jew. It's interesting because the Zionists call Jews, like a lot of us here, they call us self-hating Jews, anti-Semites, or as a Jew Jews, because they are used to being the only ones who get to say as a Jew. So I think that it's uncomfortable for people, I think for many people like me who are Jewish and want to support the Palestinian liberation movement. It's sometimes uncomfortable because our voices should not be more valuable, should not be more elevated than the voices of Palestinians. But we live in a world where that is reality, so we have to make sure that we use our voices to be in solidarity with Palestinians, to elevate their messages, almost be like, you know, people love talking about human shields. Like, I'm happy to be a Jewish human shield for people. You know, like, let us say the things. Let us try to work with converting those who are reachable. That's a whole other issue. We have to figure out who's reachable, who's not. You don't waste time on people who aren't reachable. But we should be talking to people who are maybe on the fence or who are convertible. Because, again, we need to grow the movement. And I think that, sorry, I'm still jet lagged. I think that, yeah, that's basically it. And again, it's almost like using white privilege to be a good ally. I hate that word, it's so corny, sorry. But it is kind of like using white privilege. There's Jewish privilege, yeah. Yeah, and so you have to use that. And there's, you know, you just have to balance that, acknowledging that you have that privilege and also being in solidarity and not kind of taking the reins. Was that too fast?
Speakers, feel free to jump in. I will offer the next question to Astrid. When they legislate against us, for example, from the river to the sea, etc., should we just carry on without, regardless of their legislation? Can we just move on and do our thing regardless of what they tell us that we are allowed or not allowed to do?
Ja, selbstverständlich. Also es ist rechtsstaatlich ganz wichtig, dass man seine Rechte verteidigt, dass man sich nicht einschüchtern lässt, weil das ist ja genau das, was sie eben erreichen wollen. Ich meine jetzt nicht, dass man jetzt, sagen wir, was ich immer wieder erlebe, es gibt Leute, die das provozieren, ja, was nicht notwendig ist, oder die Veranstaltungen nicht angemeldet dann machen und sich wundern, wenn sie verhaftet werden. Das ist oft nicht so sinnvoll, ja, sondern ganz einfach am Boden des Rechtsstaates zu bleiben und wie gesagt, den Satz natürlich sagen, weil er ja ein demokratischer Satz ist und wenn man gefragt wird, das dann eben so erklären, wie man eben diesen Satz meint, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. Also selbstverständlich muss man, ganz, ganz wichtig, und da geht es nicht einmal nur um Pro-Palästina, da geht es wirklich ums Eingemachte, da geht es um unseren Rechtsstaat und da müssen wir dranbleiben. Ganz, ganz wichtig. Danke.
And the same in Germany. Basically, people get arrested for red triangles, for saying this or that sentence. How do you offer that we challenge that?
Well, increasingly, there are support systems that are being built up, such as legal funds and generally also activist networks, where the level of networking and interconnection means that if someone is suddenly in an emergency, then it's possible that there will be ad hoc support structures that could help them out. You know, some people have been getting serious fines also, and obviously if you're, I don't know, a student or just not a high earner, then getting €1,000 fine is no joke, you know, and so there is that, I mean, in terms of the material support, but I mean, I think you're not just talking about the material things, right? You're also talking about morale, about keeping our spirits. And I think there also, I mean, I guess maybe also echoing what Rahma just said about being kind to each other, I would say just to have a solidarity among ourselves also with each other, so that we're not going to jump on someone, you know, maybe as soon as their terminology isn't as sharp as we would like, as soon as maybe their analysis is not as finished, as well formed as ours or someone else's, because we really need each other also for that moral support. And so that element, I think is just as important as any kind of material support. And I mean, what I've been watching also in the last 20 months is just this incredibly impressive explosion of student activism also, you know, to the point where pretty much every university has some kind of Students for Palestine group. Yeah, really, I have a lot of admiration for these people, and also the camps that were being done, and often, like, sometimes these students were having to, like, go to court against their own universities just to be able to keep their camp going. But yeah, but at the same time, you know, some of these young people going into it so intensely that there's always the risk of just burning out, because of course this is not something where you're getting fast results. Because I mean, I know. I mean, when the genocide began, right? It wasn't new, but the level, the intensity was new, and it was the kind of the same with the activism, that the sense of urgency increased, and also it was this sense of urgency that brought many new people into the movement, and then maybe young people who thought, come on, we're going to do our utmost to stop the genocide, you know, like we can do this. And then month after month, okay, nobody's listening, okay, now the police are beating us up, okay, and every day, you know, the TV news is just rehashing Zionist propaganda. You know, and if you're investing just all of your heart and your time and your resources in that, and just experiencing these defeats, you know, that can really, I mean, I don't have to tell you, I know, but or a lot of people here, but I mean, that can just really wear people down, and it will be such a waste of the immense potential that these people have. And that's why some of this just mutual, you know, care and reinforcement, and, you know, and some people maybe get upset more easily and some get upset less easily, so maybe those who are upset less easily can, you know, look after a bit more of those, you know, who do, and just these sorts of things, which I think are kind of common sense within a movement, but because the intensity of the situation and just of people's state, both like emotionally and politically, has made everything a lot rawer. And I think, you know, a conflict that maybe would have been fairly minor in previous times, maybe about some political detail or about how to organize certain things, could explode into real animosity, just because the stakes are high and because you're thinking, come on, there's a genocide. You know, we can't be fucking around with weak terminology here. But you know, but we have to look after each other. We have to be there for each other. You know, because the state, the system is not there for us; it's against us. So we at least have to be for each other.
Yes. I will echo that I've seen that wherever there is crackdown and wherever there is more and more repression on the one hand and the extreme situation that is happening in Palestine and elsewhere, the more that people step up, the more that they get engaged, the more that they actually put themselves on the line because of the urgency of the situation. But that also requires a real support network among us. So be kind to each other. Do we have questions from the audience? Then do we have people with a microphone, please?
Yes. So I would like to remind you, if you have no question, I will be leaving your side. So please be short and be safe. Thank you. And I will hold the mic. Dalia, do not let go of the mic.
Fine. I think we need to talk about the IHRA so-called definition of anti-Semitism. This, of course, started with an EU body. We thought we'd killed it, but we hadn't watched enough vampire films, and we didn't take it to the crossroads at midnight and drive a stake through its heart, and it came back zombie-like through the IHRA and has been very destructive. But I want to give you a bit of good news. Zionists tried to deploy this recently in a case in Britain, and a High Court judge took the IHRA examples through point by point and ripped them to pieces in an absolutely brilliant destruction. We've had other distractions, but they've been by lawyers paid for by us. This was a High Court judge. If people want to send me an email at members@jvl.org.uk, I will send you a copy of the judgment, or if you catch up with me, I will send it to you. But we have to beat the IHRA. It is a powerful weapon of theirs. And what's your strategy for actually getting the stake through its heart?
Thank you.
Ja, ich hätte eine Frage an die Juristin. Astrid?
Ja, ich höre schon.
Ja, meine Frage ist, also ich komme auch aus Deutschland und meine Frage ist, wie kann man juristisch vorgehen, wenn der Kanzler extra den Netanyahu einlädt und ihn garantiert, dass in Deutschland nicht verhaftet werden soll?
Das ist eine sehr gute Frage.
Danke. Wir sammeln mal die Fragen.
Ja.
Danke.
Kann ich nachdenken.
Hi, I'm Bea. I come from München. I'm part of a group called Academics for Justice. I had a question regarding the German environment, because I agree with everything that has been said. It's been terrible the last year and a half. I was just wondering, I come from Italy and I always really admired before the previous year and a half how Germany always dealt with its past towards the Jewish community. And now I am asking myself what the hell went wrong in the, so wrong in the education to take a completely 180 degree turnaround, even and particularly with regards of the Antifa movement, because right now personally I excluded myself from all the, let's say, white Antifa spaces, because even there wearing a keffiyeh means automatic exclusion, and it's really terrible. So what the hell happened there? That's my question.
Thank you so much. What happened to Antifa?
One last question. My question is, when are we going to call for the UN Charter to enact Article 6? Article 6, which basically removes the US. Are you?
Keep it short, please. I'll hold the mic, thank
Zu
you.
dieser Frage der Verantwortlichkeit. Ja.
No, you cannot. I'll be going. Nope. Oh, you do? Okay, go ahead.
Okay, I'll start again and speak much louder. So my question is, when are we going to enact the UN Charter Article 6, which basically states a member of the United Nations which persistently violated the principles contained in the present charter may be expelled from the organization by the General Assembly upon the recommendation of the Security Council. We were speaking a lot about laws. When are we going to make them come alive? When are we going to own them?
I'm so sorry. It's either a question or there's not enough time. I'm sorry.
Yes, we have run out of time, so we will start with a lawyer, both Article 6 of the UN, and you had another question about Netanyahu and in März inviting Netanyahu.
Nein, ich möchte eben vor allem zu dieser Frage der Verantwortlichkeit eines mutmaßlichen Kriegsverbrechers Stellung nehmen. Meines Erachtens ist schon möglich, also wäre schon zu erwägen hier, ich kann jetzt ja nur vom österreichischen Recht sprechen, es gibt ja auch im österreichischen Strafrecht, also nicht nur im internationalen Strafrecht, den Tatbestand des Völkermordes, sondern der ist auch im österreichischen Strafgesetz. Ich weiß ehrlich gesagt den Paragraphen nicht auswendig, ja, aber im österreichischen Strafrecht gibt es eben auch den Tatbestand Völkermord, ist übrigens der einzige Tatbestand, ist ganz interessant, der nur mit lebenslang bedroht ist. Also sonst gibt es ja auch bei Mord 10 bis 20 Jahre oder lebenslang, also doch eine gewisse Spanne, aber wer den Tatbestand des Völkermords begangen hat, der ist mit einer lebenslangen Freiheitsstrafe zu bestrafen, und man kann ja eine Straftat nicht nur sozusagen selber begehen, sondern eben auch, es gibt auch den Beitragstäter. Ne? Und da könnte man natürlich argumentieren, aber das ist jetzt im Rahmen dieser Diskussion schwierig, aber es ist einmal andiskutiert, dass man solche Menschen natürlich, die eben beispielsweise den Netanyahu empfangen, gutheißen und überhaupt die Rolle deutscher Politiker, dass hier schon Beteiligungshandlungen am Völkermord natürlich denkbar sind. Und es ist ja immer wieder schon erwähnt worden, dass möglicherweise hier nicht nur israelische Politiker zur Verantwortung zu ziehen sind, sondern eben auch amerikanische oder europäische Politiker. Also ich sehe hier schon Möglichkeiten des Strafrechtes hier vorzugehen. Ja.
Aber warum war es im Falle Urban möglich? Ungarn.
Naja, es ist immer so, wo kein Kläger, da kein Richter, nicht? Also wenn das keiner anzeigt, passiert auch nichts. Ich meine, natürlich sind gewisse sind Straftatbestände auch von Amts wegen wahrzunehmen, nur wenn eben niemand was tut, keiner setzt ein Strafverfahren in Gang, dann passiert nichts. Aber es könnte jeder Bürger eigentlich hergehen und eine Anzeige erstatten, wobei der Herr Orban natürlich kein Österreicher ist. Also das ist ja dann in Ungarn. Ne? Ja, das wäre dann Ungarn. Aber wie gesagt, das möchte ich schon festhalten. Vielleicht stellt sich diese Frage noch einmal, ob nicht doch auch andere Politiker hier auf die Anklagebank gehören, wegen Beihilfhandlungen. Ja?
Okay. Final sentences, final words from the other speakers. It was also mentioned here that Antifa is basically being taken, is hijacked by this European racist discourse. You can comment on that. They also mentioned the IHRA and the false conflation of Zionism and Judaism.
I'll do the IHRA question, if that's cool. Yeah, I would say that, you know, one of the ironies is that all the people who call anti-Zionist Jews anti-Semitic are themselves perpetuating anti-Semitism every single time that they conflate anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism. And that's one of the ironies of these people who claim to represent the interests of Jews and the safety of Jews and are obsessed with Jewish safety. So something like the IHRA is something that conflates anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism. And again, that is such an anti-Semitic supposition and premise because it perpetuates the dual loyalty trope, and it also suggests that all Jews are a monolith who are loyal to Israel. And it's something that, of course, isn't true, and it's weaponized. And the irony, though, is that much like Israel doesn't care about the hostages, you know, none of these people actually care about anti-Semitism or the safety of Jews. They just care about the political project of Zionism, and they care about certain Jews, the ones that they say are the good Jews. And so I think that's an important thing to remind people of, and that every single time someone pretends that anti-Semitism is anti-Zionism, they're revealing either ignorance or that they're liars.
I think at this point, if anybody is still able to justify what we're seeing, they're going to perpetuate Israeli propaganda, whether you say anything or not. So what is the point of speaking to someone who is intently racist, whose intent is to look at you as the other and to justify no matter what? The point is not to talk to them, it's to be louder than them. And to be louder than them, you have to have that conviction. So actually, you working on yourself and you empowering yourself and having that strong infrastructure is a form of resistance. Because the more powerful you are, the more you drown out their voices. And is everyone feeling sad and maybe angry from all of the footage that you're seeing? Yes? Okay, being sad and angry, that can be your battery. Take that and use it to mobilize yourself, not to break yourself down.
the whole discourse of Zionist propaganda that is mobilized against us relies often on just very basic and obvious lies that only take on power because they're repeated so often. And, you know, whether it's saying human shields or Hamas base in a hospital or whatever, so that actually sometimes just pointing out simple facts and pointing out that certain things are just lies and have never been shown to be true can actually be remarkably effective. Or also when you're challenging certain narratives that just rely on tropes, like, you know, in Germany, something that the Zionists often try to use is against one of the slogans that you hear often at demonstrations, which is child murderer Israel. And I mean, I think it's a fair description of a country that has killed, you know, at the very least 20,000 children in the last 20 months, and probably about twice that much. But, you know, they'll say, oh no, it's anti-Semitic because, you know, it's connected to the medieval blood libel, etc., etc. So, you know, I think there's a simple way to cut through all this nonsense. You know, first of all, one just has to just be very unimpressed by it and say, well, no, did they kill children or not? You know, let's not talk about medieval tropes, and let's not sort of bring in some kinds of theories that you were indoctrinated with. Let's just look at some basic facts here, you know. And I think also that ordinary people who maybe just kind of obediently repeat the propaganda, often they don't believe it themselves. And when you actually, you know, break it down in front of them, they see, okay, yeah, it's nonsense. I've just been going along with that just because I felt I had to, or whatever, because I'm a sheep, etc. So I think we shouldn't underestimate the power of facts, of truth, and of course just being willing to say these simple things. You know, it needn't even be in some kind of big public polemic. It could just be in a conversation in some quiet room where you just destroy this edifice of lies that someone has believed. So I think, you know, we shouldn't forget that kind of action can contribute to all of this.
Thank you. Thank you to all of you. We are going on open mic, right?
Okay. Open mic.
Thank you to all the speakers.
Bitte zu bleiben, nicht zu gehen. Ja, ich übergebe Bosch. Ja.
Free, free Palestine. Free, free Palestine. Palestine will be free. From the river to the sea. Palestine forever. Okay, thank you very much. Please stay seated. Please, we have 30 minutes. Please, for respect to each other, we were asked to be generous and to listen to each other. So we have an open mic, and we have some people who have registered and some representatives of groups that wish to convey to us a little bit who they are and their ideas. I am asking you to make the effort and respect ourselves and use this space that is for you. So the people who have registered to the open mic, if you can come to this corner as soon as possible, please. I know we are all tired, but let's make an effort.
So all the people who want to give a statement which wasn't possible during the panels where we had to ask questions. So there is maybe some urgency to raise voices, to give a statement. So the open mic situation is for it. If you have registered, please come to this section and don't leave the area.
Please, people, this is very unpleasant because we have people who want to share with us their ideas and their experiences. I know we are all tired. I woke up at 5 a.m. today. So please, can we break the gathering? Can we break the gathering here? The sound? We want to give people an opportunity to speak and to share with us. Okay. Okay, but how are we going to manage this?
So, who? Yes. So, before. Hey. The open mic session, there is an announcement for the persons who need a ride to the hotel. There is a bus waiting outside to transport any people with hotel rooms to the hotel. So please, if you go for the hotel, gather.
Okay. So, the bus needs to leave now? Okay, so please, I'm going to take the liberty and to say that tomorrow morning we will start with the open mic with more respect to our activists who want to express their opinions, not as a question to a panel, but to present their actions and their opinions. So it will be first thing tomorrow morning. I have taken that decision now. Nein, ich kann nicht Deutsch sprechen.
Ja, wir haben